Yo, Wandering Mason, what's up, dude? Yeah, there's been an update to the Paul Saladino Frank lawsuit. Apparently, Frank is on the hook for $3 million in damages. I'm just eating the usual tofu with Korean barbecue sauce. What did Frank do? Oh, let's see. False representation, $1 million damages, Anti-Cyberbullying Consumer Protection Act, $100,000. New York Gen Bus L. I'm not sure what that is. $1,000 a day since domain registration. He made like some fucked up fake website apparently. 1.5 million. New York Gen Bus L. I gotta look that up. I think this has something to do with some like likelihood of injury to business reputation or of dilution of the distinctive quality of a mark or trade name. So it basically has something to do with defamation of a business, essentially. Defamation per se damages, nominal and punitive, 52,000. Costs and disbursements, attorney's fees, including clerk fees and processing fees, 81,000 total. 2.8 million. So yeah, we're gonna get into that later. But this is some crazy shit, dude. No wonder he's like so emotional and being such a crybaby lately. It's because of the Paul Saladino lawsuit.
Birth rates are falling around the world. And while this might seem like nothing new, as it's been the case in developed countries for quite some time, the number of newborns in Japan fell 5% last year, and birth rates hit record lows in England and the United States too. The thing that's interesting is that we're seeing declining birth rates everywhere, and the standard explanations that you've heard in the past don't really hold up. The first contraceptive pill was approved by the FDA in the United States in 1960. And over the next 20 years, the average number of children born to American women halved from almost 4 to 2. The pill had a major impact on society and culture. It contributed to a sharp increase in female college attendance and graduation rates. Over that 20-year period, the number of marriages only fell slightly. The fertility rate, which is the expected number of children born per woman in her childbearing years, sits at 1.44 children per woman today in the UK and 1.64 children per woman today in the United States. The replacement fertility rate, which would keep the population steady, is 2.1 births per woman in the developed world, but it can be as high as 3.5 in undeveloped countries because of higher mortality rates. There are a lot of reasons given for the falling birth rates in wealthy countries, most obviously increased access to contraception, but also improved education and career opportunities for women, the rising cost of living and raising children, and changing societal values and family structures. The interesting thing, though, is that birth rates are collapsing everywhere, not just in the developed world. Tunisia, Turkey, Tamil Nadu, Guatemala, and Mexico are all experiencing similar declines. According to research from my colleague Alice Evans at King's College London, Turkey has a lower birth rate than the UK does, and Mexico has a lower birth rate than the United States. When you look at the factors that can be blamed, for example, the high cost of raising and educating children, or working women marrying later, they don't apply in every country where fertility rates are declining. According to Alice, the initial drop in US fertility can be attributed to couples having fewer children, but in recent years, the major contributing factor is the decline of coupling. People are either pairing up later in life and thus having fewer children, or staying single and having no children. Other explanations that you'll likely have heard are that fertility rates are dropping because women are spending more time in education, or that fertility rates fall when women focus more on their careers than they did in the past.
Sadie N word donate $2. First one is based. Let me see. Andrew Tate is an N-word. I would have to agree with that.
Isn't Frank already drowning in debt as it is? I thought he mentioned that one time, but I'd. Also, did you watch the older Manchurian Candidate yet?
No, haven't watched it yet. Might watch it tonight. I should probably have time. But yeah, Frank is already in a fair bit of debt. So, that's great. Thanks for the donation, retard. Oh, wait. What winning looks like. Tate has blocked you. JFK was the epitome of American greatness, and Israel murdered him. JFK was the mastermind of the civil rights movement. He was a liberal progressive Democrat. Groypers are leftists at this point. These people are stupid.
You have to be an American patriot and talk about this stuff. That's what it means to be America first, fundamentally, is to resist this hostile occupation of our country, steering it towards the nation building. You know, and the great misnomer about nation building is they think we're nation building in Iraq. We weren't nation building in Iraq. We have been engaged in nation building in Israel for 100 years. You want to talk about nation building? That's the nation building. Israel has been built at the expense and cost and blood of Americans for 100 years. World War I, World War II.
What a retard.
48, 56, 67, 73. The war in Iraq, the war in Syria, the war in Libya, the war in Yemen, the war in Sudan. All these wars, all of the money, the foreign aid, the proxy wars, weapons transfers, the arms smuggling and trafficking, as well as the foreign military aid. It's all been building Israel, make this parasitic enterprise of diminishing the United States to increase Israel. Israel increasing itself by draining our life force. Hero, veteran, like to rescue them. And the Trump movement, once again, another American hero, is being subordinated to his war in Iran. I will not.
Fuentes. Well, at least people know his address. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. Musk donated $2. Let me see.
truck, the second delivered in NYC. Loved the car. Just months after getting it, Geico dropped my coverage, saying they won't insure Cybertrucks anymore. Struggling to find an insurer after 5+ brokers turned me down. Can't drive it, and also can't sell it due to the 1-year restriction. Any advice on what I can do here? So this person can't legally drive his Cybertruck because nobody will insure it, including Geico, but he can't sell it either because Tesla will punish him. Tesla even offers their own insurance, but they don't cover New York State, so this guy is completely out of luck. Then he says, I also have an insurance broker who is excellent, and they came back to me with everyone, and I mean everyone else, has declined to offer coverage. And that makes perfect sense when you consider the sheer number of problems that the Cybertruck has and just how expensive the trucks are to repair. Like this person who said owned the Cybertruck for 6 hours, it's now undrivable. Repair timeline, 4+ weeks. When it's so common to see a Cybertruck on a flatbed being towed instead of driving normally, it makes sense that insurance companies don't want to touch it. It makes sense why Tesla is struggling to convert reservations into sales. There were supposed to be 2 million pre-orders for the Cybertruck, but people who reserved 2 months ago are now getting messages saying their Cybertruck is ready for delivery. That means millions of people have either canceled their Cybertruck reservation or opted out of taking delivery. Hey Elon Musk, hit a snag with my Cybertruck, the second delivered in NY.
Wow, dude. The Cybertruck sucks.
So we want to focus our efforts right now on this New York Times story with some strong denials by the Pentagon themselves here. I want to put this up, their rapid response.
Okay, that looks weird.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. The world...
Desperate, Elon Musk begs employees to hang on to your stock as Tesla flounders. Oh, shit. All right, we'll take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Musk.
Have you, Avi, or Isaac ever tried to debate Fuentes?
Yes, he dodges the debate because he knows he's a fucking lying tool. So yeah, he's dodged a debate with all of us. He just refuses. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
World's richest man, Elon Musk, the guy who essentially bought Donald Trump an election, the guy who regularly reposts racist and fascist conspiracy theories, who holds no elected office and no Senate-confirmed position, contra the U.S. Constitution, who regularly talks on the phone with foreign leaders of America's adversaries, whose business interests around the globe make him a walking, talking intelligence risk. That man cashed in on his MAGA investment in a new way today. This morning, he arrived at the Pentagon like it's one of his subsidiaries, like one of the many companies he runs, welcomed by Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth to receive, according to multiple reports, classified briefings on the workings of the most powerful military in human history. Multiple officials told the New York Times yesterday Hegseth and 2 top admirals were set to present Musk with details on the U.S. plan to counter China in the event of a military conflict between the two countries. According to the Times, it was unclear what the impetus was for providing Musk such a sensitive briefing.
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Man digs into his own butt with his bare hands before smearing them on the door of the Cybertruck. Wow, dude. Pretty sure that's like a really serious crime in all likelihood, so if he gets busted... Dude, it is not worth owning a Tesla at this point. JFK said he didn't advocate any changes to the Federal Reserve System in a 1960 speech. There goes the Fed killed JFK fake conspiracy. You'd have to be fucking crazy to want to change the Federal Reserve System. So, yeah. JFK's stance on Israel's nuke program as part of a generic anti-nuclear weapons policy would have opposed an Egyptian nuke too. Standard liberal position. Most of his domestic policies were bad. I'm not saying he deserved to be assassinated, but I don't get the praise just over this. Yeah. Well, anti-Israel. CIA requested that any mention of Israel be redacted in the JFK files. Israel is literally the only thing they're requesting to be redacted. So why is none of that redacted? Lol, you can see it clearly. Yeah. Just dumbasses. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. Elias $20. The Politics Discord channel has a subgroup called Sharia Chat. Go there and piss off the Muslims there, debate them on the problem of evil now. Also, do you think the Menendez brothers should get released? Looked like their parents were pieces of shit. Not familiar with who the Menendez brothers are. What did they do? Convicted of killing their parents, framed it as a mob killing. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look into this. Yeah, I have no idea if they should be, allowed out. I was actually in the politics Discord just before stream. I popped into the Sharia chat and nobody said anything, so... Thanks for the donation,
Elon Musk
Elias.
is such a rotten piece of shit, he deserves to be run over with one of those cars and fed to vultures like at the end of the original Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Yeah, I agree. He is indeed a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Does funky-eyed Frank really owe $3 million in lawsuit charges? If so, that's freaking hilarious. Also, has your appetite gotten any better, you fuck?
No, doesn't seem to be getting any better. I tried really stuffing myself the last couple days just to recover, but I wasn't really able to eat much more. I had a pizza yesterday, but that's literally all I ate. And the day before, I got a bit of Chinese food. I got some Kung Pao chicken, rice, and deep fried mushrooms. And again, that was almost all I ate. I had a protein shake too. So, yeah, when I try to eat more, it just annihilates my appetite for like a really long ass time, so it's kind of hard to eat anything. But yeah. He lost the court case as far as I understand, and now they're just arguing about damages and what he needs to pay out, and right now it's proposed he owes $2.8 million. We're gonna go through the lawsuit later. Thanks for the donation though, Tyler.
Trump and Hegseth both called the story fake news, but shortly after their denials, the Wall Street Journal confirmed it with their sources.
Elon saying this Pentagon meeting was leaked is a Freudian slip. There's certainly a shitlib mole in the Trump admin.
Fake news, this time failing. New York Times said incorrectly that Elon Musk is going to the Pentagon tomorrow to be briefed on any potential war. China will not even be mentioned or discussed. How disgraceful. Elon saying the Pentagon meeting was leaked as a Freudian slip. Leaking maliciously false information. Yeah. That wouldn't be a leak. That would just be misinformation. Why did he say it's a leak? What a dumbass. Thanks for the donation, retard.
I don't understand console gamers. Why would you play on an inferior platform with no mods plus money scam for playing online while already paying for Wi-Fi lamau? If you don't like to play on keyboard, just get Steam Deck plus it's portable on planes etc.
You can use any fucking console controller you want. Like with the latest Windows updates, like the PS5 the PS5 controller is being natively supported almost since the fucking PS5 was even launched. And a lot of games even use the haptic feedback, stuff that the PS5 controller supports too. Like, it's so fucking stupid. And you can use an Xbox controller, and you can use Wii controllers, or not Wii, well, you can use Wii controllers. You can use Nintendo controllers. There's also PC-specific controllers. Like, these people are just fucking stupid. They're just dumb. Xbox is realizing that they really should just make PC games. Like, that's how they'd make money. So their next console, it's literally just going to be a stripped-down version of Windows, so they can just directly port over whatever Xbox games they make right to PC without any, special development. And even Sony is basically doing the same thing. All of the new games that are getting developed, they're getting developed for PC. Because they can't really make the money they want to make just releasing on console. So, PC market is already bigger than the console market, and it's only expanding too, especially with the Steam Deck. So, like, why the fuck is anybody, like, playing on console? It's so stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, broski. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. JFK spearheaded the civil rights movement in America. He was a pro-immigration liberal who wrote A Nation of Immigrants, which was published by the ADL. The Jewish lobby loved his domestic stances. He was neither a puppet nor an enemy of Jews or Israel, so that line is being overplayed by the Wiggers as usual. He had perhaps two positions Israel didn't like on nuclear non-proliferation and opposition to new settlements. His conflict with the CIA was probably the most relevant to his assassination. There's no fucking way in hell Israel had anything to do with this assassination. If it was anybody, it was either the mob or the CIA or Russia. It's the only possibilities. JFK's book, Nation of Immigrants, was written at the request of the ADL and was republished by them. His liberal social stances led to the main Jewish groups to support him. Yep. Everybody just wants to blame the Jews. JFK is described here as a good friend of Israel who provided them with Hawk missiles. He opposed only two Israeli policies, nuclear proliferation. Yeah. It's basically saying the same thing. Okay, well, thanks for the donation, Sadie.
And speaking of victory,
Republicans are continuing their culture war campaign against the transgender community. Now, 2 Republican lawmakers in Arkansas have introduced a bill that targets hairdressers and barbers who give gender non-conforming haircuts to kids. The legislation is called House Bill 1668, known as the Vulnerable Youth Protection Act. Here's the context. The Vulnerable Youth Protection Act was introduced by Republican Rep. Mary Bentley and Senator Alan Clark If passed, legislation would allow parents to sue anyone who supports a minor's gender transition. And that goes beyond just surgical or medical interventions. Like, I personally don't think that a minor should be medically transitioning in any sort of irreversible way on a.
So if a girl walks into a clothing store and buys a pair of male jeans and wears them, they could be supporting a gender transition?
Account of the undeveloped brains that all minors have, but the bill defines social transitioning as any act in which a minor adopts a gender identity different from their biological sex. And that includes clothing choices, pronouns, hairstyle, name, which is insane. Under this definition,
Yeah, that is fucking retarded. This clearly has nothing to do with protecting children. This is just an ideological hatred of trans people. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Elias donated $2. Let me see. Not watching that.
Oh, it's an amazing day to be a reptile in India.
As well.
How does human taste?
Like salt.
Like salt?
After die, blood become water.
Huh.
And water become a salt.
Whenever you eat a human, are they already dead or are they alive?
No, dead.
Dead.
Dead people, and I life eat as well.
How do you find like a dead human?
Many, because there are holy men, pregnant, child. There are many bodies they cannot get burned.
Yeah.
So they put in river after a couple of hours, some suppose time.
Yep.
Body came up.
Do you eat it raw or do you cook it?
Both.
Both.
No, we don't cook.
Wow.
Okay.
Who don't even know what the word computer is. They don't know. They don't know these things.
Yeah, I've seen that meme before.
As researchers take water samples from the Ganges in Varanasi, the results are enough to make your eyes water. The safe level for fecal coliform bacteria, that's poo to you and me, is about 500 units per milliliter. Here, it's 4.2 million. The dissolved oxygen levels are so low in places that the river is now biologically dead. Add to that bodies, pesticides, and medical waste. You can see that the Ganges is in crisis.
So don't drink the water. Got it. Cats are so silly. He's acting like he's just blebbing. I was just gonna groom you. Oh, now he's not even pretending. I want you to bite him. That's right. Have a chomp. Have a chomp. Oh. Cats are so goddamn silly. Jeez, that's fucking crazy. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Why don't they make first-person shooter games like Half-Life anymore? The new shooter games all have bad game mechanic, wonky movement, too hyper-realistic graphics that look weird. I miss old graphics game, man. There should be new games with old style.
Half-Life 2 is literally the only shooter I've seen that's designed the way it is. It really does stand alone. So, yeah, they never really made games like Half-Life 2. It's pretty unique. They are making Half-Life 3, though. That is likely coming out this year. Thanks for the donation, though, broski. Musk donated $2. Let me see.
And in business, Tesla, whose stock has already been in free fall, is now undergoing its biggest recall ever. The EV maker has called back over 46,000 Cybertrucks, which is nearly all of the trucks sold so far. This after regulators flagged major safety defects, including faulty parts. This marks the 8th recall for the troubled truck since its launch in 2023, all adding to Tesla's mounting challenges as sales slump and backlash against Elon Musk intensifies. Our story has more.
Tesla's Cybertruck, the electric pickup that was supposed to revolutionize the auto industry, has instead. They have pulled more than.
Is this like video made by AI?
And questions remain about the impact of President Trump's executive order shrinking the Department of Education. Now, he signed it yesterday, as you see here, surrounded by children. Trump acknowledged only Congress, though, can abolish the agency. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon says she aims to redistribute her department's duties to other agencies.
We did it thoughtfully. We looked to see where duplication was in the departments. We wanted to make sure that we were just cutting fat from the bureaucracy, the inward-facing things, not the outward-facing servicing that we do to students and to states. So we did it very carefully. We wanted to make sure that we complied by the law.
Meanwhile, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said, quote, the Trump administration is determined to take a chainsaw to public education, end quote. He went on to say shutting down the department will harm millions of children, their families, and hardworking teachers. Let's bring in CB exactly what it does.
Good morning, Errol, and good morning to everybody. Well, we interviewed Secretary McMahon, who said that she was going to work as quickly as possible to follow the president's orders of Congress to shut down the department immediately. And until that happens, they say core function.
Is that Triple H? Yeah, is that literally Triple H? What the fuck is he doing there? That guy looks exactly like Triple H.
Like
yeah. Oh yeah, that's. Why is Triple H? I can understand McMahon. That kind of makes. But why is he there? What's the point?
handling student loans or making sure students with disabilities have protections and controlling funding for students from low-income families. All of that is going to stay in the department. Of course, the ultimate goal is to reshuffle it to other agencies. But even though they are going to retain those responsibilities, Errol, critics from school districts across the country say there is a real concern that funding will be limited. Obviously, the work staff has been cut by 50%, and there are concerns.
Like, I guess that is Vince McMahon's wife.
As the Trump administration.
Yeah, why is Triple H there?
Administration works to drastically shrink the U.S. government. Donald Trump is pushing the Pentagon to build what he calls a Golden Dome defense system to protect the country from long-range missile strikes. Now, this would be similar to.
The U.S. already has systems to defend against long-range missiles.
Israel's Iron Dome, except Israel is only the size about of New Jersey, with America obviously much larger. Experts say it would be virtually impossible, but sources tell CNN the White House is signaling no expense will be spared to make this happen. Joining us to talk more about this is retired Air Force Colonel and CNN
the size of Israel is a little bit over 8,400 square miles. The United States has a square mileage of approximately 3.8 million square miles. So there's a large geographic difference between what the Iron Dome would cover and Golden Dome. Is going to have to really concentrate on the areas that we think need the most protection. And that's going to, I think, drive the plan.
Well, I guess lots of nice, pointless spending. Thanks for the donation, Musk.
Frank has a new vid.
I don't think he has any new vids, but we're covering the update with the Paul Saladino lawsuit. They're on to determining damages that Frank owes, and apparently he may owe $2.8 million in damages. So we're going to cover that lawsuit later. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Seriously, VG, how much more will society fall backwards?
Could be quite a bit under Trump. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
In the second visit that I had, it got personal. The President Putin had commissioned a beautiful portrait of President Trump from the leading Russian artist, and actually gave it to me and asked me to take it home to President Trump, which I brought home and delivered to him. It's been reported in the paper, but it was such a gracious moment, and told me a story, Tucker, about how when the president was shot, he went to his local church and met with his priest and prayed for the president, not because he was the president of he could become the president of the United States, but because he had a friendship with him and he was praying for his friend. It was, I mean, can you imagine sitting there and listening to these kind of conversations? And I came.
Oh. Yeah, we're fucked. My God. There's absolutely nothing interesting about a Yale law grad at a prestigious law firm, married to a Stanford MBA management consultant moving to DC in 1995. 30 years later, living in a house now worth $2.4 million. On a $247,000 federal salary, property records show Judge Bosberg lives in a $2.4 million. Oh. What a stupid thing to say. Like, the little kind of crappy, like, wasn't crappy, but, you know, like the crappy little house I grew up in. That's got to be worth almost $1 million fucking dollars right now. Because of real estate values being so fucking stupid. Does that mean my family is, like, super rich? Like, it's so dumb. Ugh. What an idiot. Read the comments. Dallas.
Thick ass, stealing this shit. No, that shit ain't yours.
Are they stealing Amazon packages? Biden voters almost every time. Why is it always black people? That's the most disappointing thing about Texas. Everyone is armed, everyone talks big game, but when it comes to step up, yeah, true. After seeing this video, their physiques make total sense. It's no wonder they don't train with serious people. I'm kind of more convinced now that they are on steroids, because if your average person trained like that, they would get no fucking gains. Like, literally none. I know people who go to the gym who, like, actually train, and they don't look as good as they do. Wow, I didn't know it was that bad. How is that guy, like, he was benching 315 for reps, like, that has to be, yeah, it has to be steroids. Musk posting a meme that misspells department while celebrating the supposed death of the Department of Education kind of says it all. Department of Education. Oh, what an idiot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Well, not looking good for the highly endangered Ganges River dolphin, I guess.
Let me take a look, Dodo. Oh, yeah, because the Ganges is so terrible. Yeah, I bet those dolphins aren't doing too well. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, good chat in politics today. No problem, dude. Especially for that server, it was particularly good. Most people on there are just absolute fucking retards. So person donated $2. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh Jesus, he is a person. Oh my god. Oh, that is a person? Oh my goodness. Oh, that is definitely a person. Oh my god. Oh, so pretty. Wow, that's a nice swan. Dude, raccoons are so adorable. Oh. Wow. Oh. Oh, that's amazing. Oh.
你在干啥？
Oh my god. That cat is a person. Oh my goodness. Cats are people too. Oh.
Visit me, I stop and spend as much time as I can with him. And give him as much love as I can, because I don't know if I'll ever see him again. Might be the last time. And that's something to keep in mind for all of us. If there's somebody special that you see, make sure that you give them all the love that you can. Tell them how important that they are in your life, because it might be the last time you ever see them.
True. He just wanted vigor.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit.
I'd probably try to pet that cat. That's a good cat. Thanks for the donation, so person.
Ban all transphobes from the chat. Thanks. Also Ricarugis and Bicard Gurglus and Smicard Smurgis and Gork 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 Gar Gork Gar Gork and Gork Gork Buglus and Flickard Flurgis. Are you going to watch the new Snow White, bruv bitchard?
No, I'm not going to watch the new Snow White movie. I don't see why I'd subject myself to that. Thanks for the donation, though, Walla Wally.
There is no right or left-wing justification to cutting off funding for science and education. Literally every dollar spent on science, technology, education will make your country more productive and richer, but these MAGA retards and Trump are Russians.
Yeah, and having people know about science would probably make them less prone to, getting mind controlled by the oligarchy. Thanks for the donation, though, broski. Dodo, donate $2. What the fuck is this?
Patient, like with any adjustment, we start with positioning. Like positioning my hands, I'll be positioning the aid to get into the adjustment. She may feel some unusual touching feelings back in there. I'll encourage her to have her hands here, and I'll have her take a breath in and hold her breath. At that time, I will close the valve and release. There's a big one.
They're snapping people's nasal bones now? The fuck?
Physics experiments is one of the most important way how we can learn something new from the universe.
Alright, I'll watch that later, dumb bitch.
You guys know I eat out every single day, and you're always asking how I maintain my weight. So I'm gonna do a what's in my fridge so you can see what I actually eat when I'm at home. I am the biggest snacker you'll ever meet. I'm constantly eating, so I have to have healthy snacks. I've got celery, cherry tomatoes, and strawberries right now, and I snack on this like literally every hour of the day. I also eat almost completely vegan when I'm not filming, so I've always got a bunch of tofu in the fridge, and then I also love these frozen vegan meals. The beef burrito one is actually spicy. Pretty much every morning I eat egg whites and chili oil, and you guys, I only eat these like pasture-raised small farm eggs because, well, it's good for the chickens, but also they do a chick of the month. How freaking cute. This chick is Noble Nadia. She's gorgeous, and I'm eating her egg. My best
Well, this is a dumb bitch.
friend from high school is coming to visit me and stay with me for a whole week, but she's gluten-free, so I went to Trader Joe's and I got a bunch of, and I got gluten-free chocolate muffins that look so good. I also got gluten-free pizza. How could I, and this satisfies, I usually eat something more.
What a worthless dipshit. Wow. What a nice kitty. So well behaved. So nice.
You're wearing a belt. Is that belt from leather or is
Yeah, I've already seen that. Oh. That looks very weird and uncanny. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I had an argument with my parents about the carnivore diet and my dad, and he showed me this study demonstrating that the keto/carnivore diet wasn't unhealthy.
Carbohydrate restriction induced elevations in LDL cholesterol and atherosclerosis. Those are bad things. Results. The matched mean age was 55.5 years with a mean LDL-C of 272. Holy fuck, that is high. Maximum LDL-C of 591 milligrams per deciliter and a mean 4.7-year duration on a keto diet. There's no significant difference in coronary plaque burden in the keto group as compared to my heart control. Mean LDL 123. So they used... Oh, okay. So they relied on coronary artery calcium, which literally does nothing. CCTA, total plaque score. I'm pretty sure CCTAs are also, yeah. CCTAs can be pretty inaccurate too. Let me see if I'm just remembering how this imaging technique works. Um... Yeah, so there's you basically put a dye into the artery and then take an image, but depending on the timing of the dye and when the image is taken, it can give you a completely different score. So they're not that great. That really doesn't mean anything. Especially in a 5-year period. So CCTA total plaque score 0, IQR 0 to 2 versus IQR 0 to 4, not statistically significant. How many people were in this? Yeah, 80. Well, the people on the keto diet had a ridiculously fucking high LDL. I don't really care about, especially the coronary artery calcium score. That literally doesn't mean shit. But yeah, that is not a good sign when their LDL is like 3 times fucking higher than the control group. Not a great study to use if you want to prove the keto diet is just fine. They had massively elevated LDL. Thanks for the donation though, Fuyu. Forest Shade donated $3. Let me see.
Take a look. I'm really good with
Yeah.
babies. May I?
Well, I
Thank
don't.
you.
Think you're saying it. Shit. Again.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Forest Shade. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Parents of a Texas child who just died of measles are urging others to let their children die too. What the fuck? Don't do the shot, say parents of West Texas child who died of measles. She is better off where she is now versus all the negativity and all the stuff going on. So they basically killed their kid by not getting it a measles vaccine, and they say their kid's better off dead. That sounds about right. Freedom Freckles. Yep. Americans are stupid, dude. The liberal left is at it again. I see, yes, the message is gross. No, it does not mean that you should slash their tires, dox them, attack them, harass them, get them fired, or any of the other insane things these people are suggesting. What is this in response to? Oh, illiberal left. Okay. I have to admit, Nina sure doesn't have much downtime between lulls. She promotes an observational study on creatine and dismisses observational research against meat, all in the same post. Whether you agree or not with the data, you must admit this is insane. Well, they have no epistemic standards. Yeah. These people don't care. They're just ideologues. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Do you think Trump is purposely causing a recession so that his rich friends and BlackRock and shit can back everything up since they aren't as affected as other companies? Been hearing this theory a lot recently.
It's plausible. So that could be the case. Certainly plausible. Thanks for the donation, David. Dodo HLRs, let's just hope our precious river dolphins don't become extinct. Yeah, I guess. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I forgot who said it. I think it was a long hair guy in chat named Dumbus, that you should tell someone how you feel cause it might be the last time you see them. Richard. From the bottom of my heart, I fucking hate you so fucking much.
Alright, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, MedUSA pussy. Dodo donate $2.
First state. They would be a very, very blue state. Very, very big and very, very blue.
No, there might be, but it would, you know, you have that artificial line that goes, that straight artificial, that looked like it was drawn by a ruler. Somebody with a, I don't mean a ruler like a king, I mean like a ruler, this way. And it's just an artificial line that was drawn in the sand or in the ice. And you know, and can I tell you, Peter, just, you add that to this country, what a beautiful landmass, the most beautiful landmass anywhere in the world. And it was just cut off for whatever reason.
Well, Canada becomes the 51st state. Guess you'd get a lot more Democrats becoming president.
It would be great. Now, is it liberal? Maybe. But, you know, a conservative until I got involved, because I don't care who wins up there. I frankly probably would do better with the liberal than the conservative, if you want to know the truth. But just a little while ago, before I got involved and totally changed the election, which I don't care about, probably it's to our advantage, actually. But the conservative was leading against, I call him Governor Trudeau. The conservative was leading by 35 points. So, you know, so I don't know about that. I think Canada is a place like a lot of other places. If you have a good candidate, the candidate's going to win.
I sure as fuck hope Polyev gets elected, dude. Let's see. I'm the asshole who left his ex when she got cancer. Right, wrong. Here are the receipts.
She got cancer, and now the New York Times is preparing a hit piece based upon her stories. I'm going to tell you what really happened. She began harassing me 5 years ago after we broke up. She demanded that I pay her $9 million, or else she would say horrible things about me publicly. I knew the allegations were false, and I would not cave to this dark and twisted practice. She then came after me legally and lost twice. The court ordered her to pay me $500,000. But sadly, that did not stop the media or the internet from continually calling me a monster. Even though it's been 5 years, last week she posted a new IG reel that got 5 million views. It's the same story she told before. I'm a monster for abandoning her when she got cancer. So here are the facts using evidence. I didn't want to share these videos. I don't want to share this publicly, but she has so deeply damaged my reputation, I have no choice. I'm going to play for you 30 seconds of her reel and then show you evidence. You decide. Pay close attention to the clip she uses. She starts her reel in July of 2019. She was diagnosed with cancer in May of 2019, and I supported her through the entirety of her cancer treatment. Here's a picture of us together on the first day she received treatment in June. In her reel, she claims that I abandoned her during her treatment in October of 2019. Notice the date, it's October 22nd, 2019, and that she's wearing a pink top. This was from her surgery, I know, because I was there. Here is another clip from her reel with the same pink top.
And I feel pretty good.
Remember anything the nurses said to you?
No.
Here's another clip from the reel. In the raw footage, she explicitly acknowledges my presence.
They're done. Just waiting on Brian to come back.
A reminder, she claims that she was suddenly alone. She also includes this clip in her reel. Here is the raw footage. Where are you going, Sharon?
Going to the bar.
That was October 2019, 5 months after her diagnosis. To prove that I was there through her entire treatment, here is more evidence. Here is us in January 2020, 2 months later. Again, her allegation is that I abandoned her when she got cancer. So the evidence unmistakably shows I was by her side through the entirety of her treatment, from diagnosis to the very end. I intensely loved her and desperately wanted her to live. When it came time for her bell ringing ceremony, the moment which marks the end of her cancer treatment, she invited one person. Today is Taryn's last day of radiation, and we have her bell ceremony. So she's doing...
Did you bring the flowers? No, that one brought the flowers. He gets to ring the bell too once because he was.
Can we do it together?
Yeah, absolutely. It's your bell ring.
Weird. A woman lying about something. Who would have ever thought about that?
Here, I'll just hold on to your arm.
Even Omen, with Taryn, that she began to try and extract money from me. It started out at $150,000, and then it became $1 million, and then 9. We work on it every second.
Yeah, but believe all women.
I know exactly who you are. That's why I'm asking you. That's Viktor Bout. He's the former Russian arms dealer who some have called the Merchant of Death. Now, I bumped into him at a press event here in Moscow, and he gave me his take on the Trump administration and its Russia policy. I'll show you that in a minute, but first, here's a quick recap. Bout served about 10 years in a U.S. jail until he was exchanged for U.S. basketball star Brittany Griner in 2022 in a swap that was overseen of all the charges. Do you think that Donald Trump understands Russia better than Joe Biden did?
I don't think it's a mere factor of understanding. It's Trump representing the, American people who said enough is enough, who won't really change. That's why he was elected. Neocons, warmongers.
None of these things are true. What is he talking about?
This hour, with the New York Times now reporting that Elon Musk is about to potentially get access to some of the nation's most closely guarded military secrets. According to what the Times just reported a few moments ago and published on their website, the Pentagon is scheduled on Friday to a few moments ago. Sean Parnell ready to welcome Elon Musk to the Pentagon on Friday.
Why is this guy getting access to anything? He's not even a government official.
Electromagnetic radiation, which has been shown to do neurological damage to kids when it's around them all day, and to cause cellular damage and even cancer. So, a cell phone use and social media use on the cell phone has been directly connected with depression, with poor performance in schools, with suicidal ideation, with substance abuse, and it's the other countries.
This is coming from a guy who was a heroin addict before he had a cell phone.
Countries that have done this, the states that are doing this have found that it is a much healthier environment when kids are not using cell phones in schools.
Mr. Secretary.
Okay, well, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Show us the Frank lawsuit. Is he really gonna have to pay $3 million? Lamau, he has vision loss and will be more in debt. Damn dude, I think he might Minecraft himself.
We can only hope. We'll get to the lawsuit soon. Thanks for the donation, dude.
When this game come out, I'm gonna tell my GPA I'm controlling a Ukrainian robot.
Well, it is out. You can play Unrecord right now. It's been out for a while.
The President of the United States is in New Jersey for the weekend, but he didn't leave Washington today without triggering a potential legal headache for his administration. The president declaring that he's not really involved in what right now is shaping up to be one of the biggest legal battles of his first 2 months in office. The day started with a deeply frustrated federal judge in Washington insisting that the Trump administration answer for what he calls a, quote, awfully frightening use of the 1798 wartime statute known as the Alien Enemies Act. It's what we've been talking about all week.
Trump said he didn't sign the Alien Enemies Act?
The judge seems skeptical about its use, but also the timing of how and when this policy was invoked. Specifically, the judge wants to know who made the call to let the flights carrying alleged Venezuelan gang members going to El Salvador keep going, despite his order asking them to turn around. Judge James Boasberg vowed, and I'm quoting him now, "I will get to the bottom of whether they violated my order, who ordered this, and what the consequences will be." He's gotten few answers in the nearly 1 week since those first 2 flights took off.
By the way, they deported people with legal status in the United States purely on stupid bases like whether or not they had a tattoo.
Off from Texas last Saturday. About an hour after that, the judge verbally ordered any planes carrying people being deported under the Alien Enemies Act to turn around. Then he issued the order in writing before any of those planes touched down at their destination, calling for a pause on the entire process. But those planes didn't turn around, and they did eventually land in El Salvador. So as he sought answers today, the judge wanted to know why this proclamation was essentially signed in the dark on Friday night, early Saturday morning. When a reporter posed that very question to the president, Trump said he couldn't answer when the act was signed because he didn't sign it.
I don't know when it was signed because I didn't sign it. Other people handled it. But Marco Rubio's done a great job, and he wanted him out, and we go along with that.
There's no way Marco Rubio could have signed that.
Moments later, Trump again deferred to Secretary of State Marco Rubio when he was asked if he could deport people using that same policy right now.
I would say that I'd have the Secretary of State handle it because I'm not really involved in that. But the concept of getting bad people, murderers, rapists, drug dealers, all of these are really some bad people out of our country.
However, when it comes to this issue of signature or no signature, if you look at the proclamation invoking this wartime power over the weekend, it's on the White House's website. It is listed as a presidential action, and it reads, by the President of
This is insane.
the United States of America.
He's literally saying somebody signed his name and it wasn't him? Like...
But even further than that, when you look at the version that is filed in the National Register, it bears President Trump's recognizable signature right there at the
Oh my
bottom.
God.
Now, given all of this, at 8:46 p.m. tonight, just a few minutes before we came on air here, the White House put out this statement. I'm going to read it to you in full. It says, President Trump was obviously referring to the original Alien Enemies Act that was signed back in 1798. The recent executive order was personally signed by President Trump invoking the Alien Enemies Act that designated Tren de Aragua as a foreign terrorist organization in order to apprehend and deport these heinous criminals. So they say Trump was very obviously referring to the original Alien Enemies Act that was signed back in 1798, even though...
So, their excuse for this is Trump said he didn't sign the act in 1798? No shit. You're not 200 years old.
No, that is not what the reporter asked him. Let's listen to what the president himself said one more time.
I don't know when it was signed because I didn't sign it. Other people handled it. But Marco Rubio's done a great job, and he wanted him out, and we go along with that.
This is psychotic. Oh my God. Like, they're just all clearly lying. How is he not in jail? Like, what the fuck? Screen recorded this video of a Tesla someone set on fire so you can see what the top comment says on the video, how many likes. Liberals are the most hateful people in America. It's sickening. Ugh. Well, so much for Tesla. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Can we react to this short 2-minute clip? The only thing this guy Harry is guilty of is being a player, and that made his former friend Dean cut him off. This clip made me die laughing.
You're not afraid to show emotion, Robert. That is so kind of you. Let's get 200 big W's for Robert. And what's up, Bad Spin? Did you vote for Trump?
Absolutely. But what I wanted to come up and say is I think Harry actually just got his first W. I think what he's doing. I think he's awesome. And I think you're a little bitch, and I think Jaden's a bitch.
Hey,
as
watch
well.
watch this. Quick question. How many continents are there?
7, you dumb piece of shit.
Why don't you gotta name them
twink
for me?
You're a twink faggot.
Okay. And well, you know, gotta wow. Follow the script.
Damn, they always expose their internet history. Johnny.
Yo, Harry W. Fuck them hoes. Who gives
I
a
swear
shit
to
about
God,
those
I've seen
thoughts?
you in person before.
Who gives a shit about those thoughts?
Okay.
I've seen that exact person before.
Hey, Johnny. I just want to let you know, man.
Shut up, D, you little bitch. Stop being a little hoe.
Oh, you're on mute.
Jesus Christ.
We understand that every first date you've went on has led to a restraining order. But just
That's
being
why the girl you
honest,
took on a date called you a mid.
just to be honest.
Oh, hey, that's
just to be honest, like, it is bad to take that resentment, anger, because you're not a high value man, and try to project that onto the care about and your mom.
I don't know why anybody fucking cares that this dude got a bunch of dumb fucking women to send him nudes. Like, they're adults, they sent him nudes, who fucking cares? Alright, let's get into the Frank Tufano shit. So as far as I'm aware, Frank lost this lawsuit. Now they're just in a stage of determining damages. So he has been found guilty by the court, and this is just some paperwork on damages. So the plaintiff is Paul Saladino, MD, you know, the carnivore MD retard, we all know him. He sued Frank Tufano. Some of that has to do with defamation. Frank was claiming Paul Saladino's a child rapist. And there's some other stupid dumb shit that Frank Tufano did. And Frank Tufano and Frankie's Free Range Meat LLC is the defendant. So updated statement of damages. False representation, $1 million. Anti-Cyberbullying Consumer Protection Act, $100,000. These two things have to do with basically like defamation of a business, 1.5 million, and an additional 1,000. And then defamation per se damages, nominal and punitive, 52,000. And then cost and reimbursement, attorney's fees and shit, 81,000, and it totals to 2.8 million. So Frank is potentially on the hook for $2.8 million. That could change. It could be lower. But yeah, he's on the hook for 2.8 million as of right now. And considering Frank Tufano's history with losing every single court battle he's ever had in spectacular fashion, he's probably going to have to pay 2.8 million. So all of these videos that Frank has made lately, where he's whining and crying and bitching and moaning about fucking everything, that is likely due to him venting about, this whole lawsuit. Oh, he's got 2 new shorts. $4,000 electric bill, $15,000 scam update. Notice how these are about money, so he's probably thinking about money a lot right now.
You guys know him.
I don't know if Frank can even claim bankruptcy. It may not be possible in his state. I know some states, if you this happened to Amber Heard, if you owe money due to like some sort of defamation trial, you can't claim bankruptcy to get out of it.
Dealing with a lot of negative things, from the gang stalking to the botched eye surgery, and it seems to be something new every month. This is my electric bill for my house for this year, January through March. The electric company has charged me $4,100, which is completely insane.
So there's no possible way he could have a $4,000 electric bill for his house. I think he lives in like a mobile home, because he's done vlogs where he showed his property and it looks like he's living out of a fucking mobile home. Let me see if I can find anything. Yeah, so this is his house. I put house in quotations. Let me see. Here we go. I think he shows the outside of his house here. Okay, maybe it's not a mobile home, but it's some piece of shit. Like, yeah, okay, so it's not a mobile home, but yeah, it's just some little piece of shit. He's lying. There's no way they're charging him $4,000 for his electric bill. This is probably his electric bill for his warehouse. And if they are charging this for his house, that's clearly an error, so why the fuck is he complaining about it? Like, again, there's a meter outside. You can just show the meter and then send the image to the company and say, you misbilled me, the meter says this.
And I have a small house. I mean, I have electric heat, but they like doubled my rate without a contract or without my permission, and then they misread the meter.
Oh, you know what this is? This is the tariffs from Canada. He may actually be getting electricity from Canada, so that's why they increased his rates. So it's the Canadian tariffs. That's why his rates increased. Because he lives in Pennsylvania, which is probably getting electricity from Canada. But even if they were to double his rates, it'd go from maybe $150, $200 to like $300, $400. So yeah, he's either lying. This is for his warehouse, and he's just lying about it, or it's, again, just wrong, like they misbilled him.
When I tried to call Frontier, they said to call PPL. When I called PPL, they said to call Frontier. So instead, I filed a lawsuit with a restraining order so they don't turn off my power. So I have a hearing in the Lackawanna County Court of Common Pleas on April 2nd.
I can't see, yeah, he might be lying about this, and this, like, again, this is his utility bill for the warehouse.
For my restraining order to prevent them from turning the power off until this is resolved, but it's completely crazy. Frontier actually offered me like $3,000 to settle the case, but that doesn't even cover the electric bill. And on top of this, my underground power line failed. So that was another thing I had to add to the lawsuit, like a few $1,000s to reimburse me. And I'm also probably going to add health damages from the smart meter, because in New York, you're allowed to opt out of a smart meter installed on your home and pay like extra per month for a digital meter reading. But in Pennsylvania, you can't do that. They just put smart meters on every house.
If you had a smart meter, you could literally look at the meter, show how much electricity you consumed, and then send it to the company and say, look, you misbilled me. It's like certain amount of dollar amount per watt hour or something, and you misbilled me.
So I'm going to add compensatory damages for health issues, as well as costs to radiation proof the house from the smart meter. So, it's really disgusting, really despicable. I mean, to me, that's just insane. I actually thought the bill was for my warehouse.
This guy is like genuinely fucking retarded.
Because I have a business, but the electric bill for my 20,000 square foot warehouse was less in January than what they billed me for my small house that I live by myself in. It's completely crazy what these electric companies are getting away with. It's actually criminal.
So this has been sitting in.
He just doxed himself. Is that his address right there? What? Why did he put this up?
My drafts for about a week, and I received correspondence from the electric company's lawyer. Like, yeah, of course, the billionaire electric.
Yeah, what the fuck? I think he literally just doxed himself. That's his address, right? See if I can find this. I think that says Dundas Street. It's not showing me. Oh, wait, that's 350. Oh, it didn't. Wait, Dundas. I think it's Avondale. It's something Undale. Wait, fuck, why is this? Yeah, when I look this up, it said I get Dundas Street, Avondale, or Carbondale. So it's Lackawanna County. And let me see. Dundas Street. And then it doesn't show anything. The road looks similar.
My father was pre-diabetic and went on the carnivore diet, and he said it cured his pre-diabetes. I told my dad he shouldn't be eating meat because it'll lead to a heart attack. My parents believe they're healthier now and said that the vegan diet is low T.
Oh, this is for his warehouse. That's not his actual residence. That's a different thing. Okay. So I guess that's why he was comfortable showing it. I was like, what the fuck? He actually showed where his house is? Ugh. Vegans tend to have higher levels of total testosterone. It's just that they also tend to have higher amounts of sex hormone binding globulin. So, actual free testosterone ends up being the same. Your parents are stupid, and they're probably going to be dying younger with the terrible way they're eating. Thanks for the donation, though, Fuyu. CDG donate tellers, here you go. Yeah, that's his warehouse location. Yeah, somebody in chat already mentioned it. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
Manufacturing companies have no problem writing some law firm a huge retainer instead of actually compensating the individual. I would imagine this lawyer would have had to ask for at least $10,000 or $15,000, which is a lot more than what they would have to do to make things right. So we still haven't had the first hearing yet for the restraining order against the electric company, and then I would imagine there's going to be another hearing.
Look at his... Does he have cataracts or like developing cataracts? His eyes look foggy. It looks like he might actually be developing cataracts or something. And that would explain the blurry vision, because he said not only is he like cross-eyed, but he actually sees blurry. Like even if he closes one eye and focuses, things look blurry. It looks like he might be developing cataracts because his eyes actually look blurry.
A few weeks after that, for
like it could just be a reflection.
This oral argument that their lawyer is requesting. I believe this guy is representing both PPL and Frontier, so it is a little bit.
Yeah.
So this guy scammed me for about.
I don't know. His eyes do look sort of blurry.
Would you ever adopt a cat like this?
Let me see, Rusty. Oh my goodness, of course. Oh, look at that beautiful, handsome, fuzzy guy. Oh my god, he's getting so big. Whoa. Oh, look at those toe beans. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'd love a big kitty like that. Oh my god. Look how big and handsome. Oh, he loves tummy rubs. Oh, I'd love to get a kitty like that. That's a good kitty. Thanks for the donation, Rusty. CDG donate teller. Someone could just tail him from his warehouse if they wanted to. Pretty easy to find his house. Who lives in PA in chat. I could just search on Google Maps. he may live on that road that I mentioned, or near it, because I've seen him drive on that road before. And we know he lives in that shitty blue house, so if somebody really wanted to, they could just search around that little area and then see if they can find his house. Thanks for the donation, though, Rust, or CDG. Like, again, he's really stupid. He really shouldn't be putting this shit online. Well, Mage Nightiller, Gunter sent me the study that legally owned guns more likely to be involved in unintentional fatal shootings than in self-defense. Okay. I don't know why that matters. For every time a gun in the home was used in self-defense or legally justified shooting, there were 4 unintentional shootings, 7 crime assaults or homicides, 11 attempted or complete suicides. I don't know why the suicides matter. Okay. What do they mean by self-defense? Because you can use a gun in self-defense without a single shot being fired, so does the gun actually have to be used? Because if they actually go by, oh my god, if they actually go by oh my god. If they're actually going by when guns are used, I don't know if I can find the full text. None of this matters, so okay. So I shouldn't be able to own a gun because some other idiot hurt themselves? Yeah, I don't know if I can find the full text. So this is in Memphis. 12 months Memphis, 18 months Seattle, and Galveston. 626 shootings occurred in or around a residence. This total included 54 unintentional shootings, 118 attempted or completed suicides. Who cares? 438 assault/homicides. 13 shootings were legally justifiable or an act of self-defense. When they use terms like that. Look, if somebody tries to break into my home in Canada, I don't have a legal right to shoot somebody who breaks into my home. There has to be other conditions met for me to be able to legally shoot them. Whether or not it's right for me to shoot them is completely different than whether or not it's legal. So when they use phrasing like this can be extremely misleading. Including 3 that involve law enforcement officers acting in the line of duty for every time a gun in the home is used in self-defense or legally justified shooting. They don't explain what they mean by self-defense in the actual abstract. Because most times when a gun is actually used, a single shot isn't even fired. This is a different paper. If you can give me a link to the full text, I'd be more than happy to read it and go through it, but yeah, usually when it comes to papers like this, they're extraordinarily fucking misleading, and it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. This isn't an argument for banning guns. So, because some other idiot mismanaged their firearms and accidentally fired it or something, I shouldn't be able to defend myself? I should get, like, raped or murdered? Thanks for the donation, though, Will Mage.
50 Dundas Street is the address to the post office, so it's his P.O. box. Everyone in chat was telling you fucking moron.
Yes, I saw that. Thanks for the donation, Fardis.
Lifting weights, nicotine, and cooning to lesbian anal is life.
Yeah, I agree. It is pretty dope. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
About $15,000 worth of equipment last year. Some of you might remember in a vlog we did about 2 months ago, Fernando Poppy. And you guys calling him up, trying to get my money back, did not help at all. So we had to file a case in the Bronx County Supreme Court. But the reason I'm posting...
The fuck is going on with his hair? Yeah, that looks really weird.
Today is because I might have to go to the police station. Because after Fernando Poppy received this lawsuit in the mail, he threatened me via text message. So...
Will Mage, donate $2. That link can from this, and he's also vegan. Is this Chat GPT? Oh, Chase. Where? I thought I read something about Chat GPT. Yeah, Chat GPT 4. What the fuck? Are you debating some dipshit that's using Chat GPT to advocate for banning guns or some horseshit? Oh, gun violence in the USA versus other country. The gun violence in the US is entirely due to organized crime. Other countries just have less organized crime. I'm just gonna... Benefits of reducing gun ownership. Lower rates of gun violence, including homicides, blah, blah, blah. No. Majin Buu donates $2. What energy drink is that? It's Monster Energy Ultra Fantasy Ruby Red. It's got sort of a citrusy flavor to it. Yeah, it's like lemon lime-ish. And it's 0 sugar. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. Benefits of reducing gun ownership. How are you going to reduce gun ownership when it comes to criminals? They can just get guns. So, if over 80% of gun violence is caused by organized crime, you're just giving guns to criminals. Comparison to other countries, I don't give a shit. This stuff is just fucking stupid. Well, this is just sending me to the same abstract where I don't have the full text. So this isn't doing anything for me. Yeah. So I don't know how the study defines when a firearm is used in self-defense, which completely affects the finding that they had, where for every time a gun in the home was used in self-defense or legally justified shooting, there were 4 unintentional shootings. Well, if they're only looking when guns were used in self-defense, when the gun was actually discharged, versus if the gun was actually used in self-defense without a discharge, that may totally affect how they came up with this, ratio. But, yeah, whatever. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I guess not the brightest thing on his part. I don't know if it's going to be criminal charges now or if I'm going to have to get a restraining order in the civil court, but that's like the last thing you would want to do if someone sues you in civil court is physically threaten them via text message, which he was ignoring my texts of me trying to get my money back reasonably and amicably for, I don't know, the better part of a year. He was too busy smoking dope and partying in the Dominican Republic just to give specific excuses as to why he was so busy, as opposed to...
Switzerland has a rich tradition in gun dating back hundreds of years and have only had one shooting in 2001. I think Canada, Switzerland, I think Norway, and Finland have about the same rates of gun ownership compared to the US. People use the stupid statistic of the amount of guns per capita. That's just a dumb statistic. If you actually look at rates of gun ownership, period, not guns per capita, Canada, Switzerland, Finland, and I think Norway, they have roughly the same rate of gun ownership as the US. And again, the rates of gun violence are completely, discordant. It's entirely organized crime that's driving shootings in the US. Tread donated $2. Conservative gay guy, while in a debate, asked other conservatives if any of them are against two gay people kissing in public, and nearly everyone raised their hands. LMAO. Dude finally realized he's on the wrong side. Yeah.
Gay marriage should be allowed. I want to ask everybody in this room, is there any law or legislation that Donald Trump has passed to prohibit same-sex marriage in the last 4 years? Okay. Is there anyone in here who would potentially oppose two people kissing in public that are of the same sex? You could raise your hand if you want. Yes, in public, kissing in public. No law against it, just your own opinion. Okay, so these are all people's opinions, right? The same way you have your opinions about Christians is the same way these people are allowed.
No, I don't have a problem with Christians.
Well, you do not.
Yeah. What a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Tread. Dave Rubin also found out the hard way. He paid a woman to be a surrogate mother so that him and his gay husband could have a kid. And then his own fan base called him this human trafficking piece of shit. And then he tries to say, oh, the liberal left are the ones that are hostile to gay people, not conservatives. Every single one of his conservative fans called him a piece of shit. They're just so stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Tread. CDG donated $2. Yeah, guns aren't the problem if it's the people using them, lol. I don't know why people find that so hard to understand. For example, in London, you find people murdering with knives instead of guns. In Germany or Toronto, it'll be a large van mowing people down. Well, this is almost universally true. Every time there's a firearms ban in every country, with the only exception being Australia, there's been a concordant increase in firearms violence. That happened in the UK, that happened in Ireland. Literally happens everywhere. The only thing that actually lowers gun violence is stricter policing, so increasing mandatory minimum sentencing. After the UK enacted their National Firearms Act, there was actually an increase in gun violence. There have been some statisticians who've argued this is likely because criminals are emboldened to just commit more violence because they know the public is disarmed. And as soon as they increased mandatory minimum sentencing, then gun violence finally fell. And they never even banned guns. They claimed UK politicians being fucking geniuses. They said they banned pistols. This is what they meant by banning pistols in the UK. So, that's a really bad image. Wait, I don't want to open a Facebook link. So, according to UK law, this is not a pistol. Yeah, they banned pistols in the UK, guys. What a victory for, for gun control. Handguns are banned in the UK now, everyone. See that? Yeah, that's politician logic. They banned handguns in the UK. Does anybody see a problem with this? So, that is literally what a pistol ban in the UK looks like. They make them have longer barrels, and they add a little dingus to the grip. So I totally understand why the UK has such a low amount of gun violence compared to the United States. It's laws like these that are protecting the children from the horrible scourge of gun violence. So, yeah. I mean, this is pretty self-explanatory. So they never even banned any of these firearms. I know for automatic rifles, all they do is take out the gas system, so they're not technically semi-auto. But as far as handguns, yeah, this is not a handgun, apparently. And you can still buy shotguns and whatever. There was a guy fairly recently, like, a couple years ago, who committed the mass shooting with a shotgun. The crazy black pill incel who made a video about me. The guy literally made a video about me and my debate with wheat waffles on the black pill, and then a week later he killed a bunch of people and blew his own brains out with a shotgun. So yeah, none of these things explain the reduction in gun violence in the UK. It's merely an increase in mandatory minimum sentencing. As far as Australia is concerned, gun violence in Australia was already going down. Their National Firearms Act didn't do anything to reduce gun violence. It just maintained the same trend.
Might as well ban kitchen knives, rocks, slings, crossbows, baseball bats, tire irons, sticks, rope, 2x4s, nails, all items on Earth that can be picked up and thrown or hit someone with. Lol. Also ban cars, ban vans, ban trucks, ban attack dogs, ban all.
A lot of people don't understand basic physics. A slingshot can actually produce as much power as a, 357 Magnum. It's just that because of the projectile and the rate of speed it's traveling, it doesn't have as much penetrating power, but it actually delivers as much kinetic energy. So if you hit somebody in the head with a slingshot and you're using a heavy steel ball, you'll kill them very easily. So yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous. If you want to kill somebody, you can do it very fucking easily. Well, wait a minute. Guns make really loud, scary noises. So, obviously, we need to ban them because they scare me, and I don't like being scared. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
Also ban assault hands, feet, elbows, knees, teeth, foreheads. Everyone has to be locked in chains.
Let me tell you. I have many, many ideas of how I could kill mass amounts of people without a gun. And all of the tools that I would use to do that are perfectly legal and I can acquire without a license. So if anybody wants to do any serious harm to people or society, they have every opportunity to do so. Guns are not special when it comes to hurting people or causing harm. You can do a heck of a lot with gasoline and a lighter and a squirt gun. Or various other things, like rental vans and such. So, and I mean, how many van attacks have there been in Germany in the last couple months? Like, it's stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
Why is suicide even applied into gun violence rate? If someone just opens a vein with a knife, or swallows a Tide Pod, or jumps off a cliff, is that when she said doesn't matter? A lot of things I can off myself I could just buy some Target or Walmart. LMFAO.
There was a paper produced by the Journal of Contemporary Economic Policy looking at the effect of the Australian National Firearms Act on homicides and suicide rates. They found absolutely no effect whatsoever of the National Firearms Act on suicides. And what they found was nearly 100% of people who kill themselves with a firearm are male. It's something like 95% or more. And men are perfectly willing to use the next best option to kill themselves. So if they can't get access to a gun, they'll just hang themselves. And again, if you read that paper, there was a perfect concordant increase of suicides via hanging with the reduction in suicides using a firearm. So banning firearms have absolutely no effect on suicide rate because it is entirely men who are committing suicide with a firearm, and they're perfectly willing to use the next best option, which is a rope, hanging themselves. They also found no evidence that the NFA actually had any effect on homicide rates either. Again, gun violence was already declining before they enacted the NFA, and the NFA played no role in changing that trajectory. But thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Yeah, David killed Goliath with a sling and rock 2,000 years ago lol. We literally have to ban everything on Earth. Violence is caused by people, not tools.
Yep. But you have a bunch of weenie cowards who would prefer to have criminals break into their house and rape and kill their kids. So, yeah. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Anti-gun and anti-drug laws are just big government daddy virtue signaling to the masses, oh I care about you, see I ban bad things, gun go pew pew killy people. But cigarette alcohol don't killy people, pay me more taxi retards.
Yeah, stupid ass anti-gun advocates will respond to that by saying, oh, well, that's a personal choice to smoke cigarettes and drink alcohol. Well, first of all, people kill each other with alcohol. There are many homicides and assaults that have alcohol as a root aggravating cause. So it's not just a personal choice. And with regards to cigarettes, like, yeah, it's a personal choice to smoke, but on top of that, you're talking about, what is it worldwide? It's just like a staggering, ridiculous amount of deaths. Deaths from cigarettes worldwide. It's like more than the deaths from fucking World War II. 8.7 million die from tobacco use every year. 8.7 million. Even if you're talking about, like, personal choices, like, the kind of corporate violence that is committed from tobacco companies selling people cigarettes, like there's gotta be a tipping point where the amount of deaths, even if it is, you know, technically personal choice, just gets so fucking crazy high, where there has to be a comparison made at some point. If you're okay with 8.7 million deaths worldwide, but you're not okay with, like, what, 100,000 maybe worldwide? Like, not including wars, obviously. Like, maybe? I don't even know if it is 100,000 worldwide, like, homicides from firearms. Like that is just so fucking crazy. Like, the magnitude of difference. I don't know how you can use that fucking excuse. But thanks for the donation, broski. Q donated $2, skip to 7:30. The cop misgenders the pedophile and profusely apologizes. This is woke culture.
No, I'm getting arrested. Take a seat.
I mean, to be fair, cops will do things like this. Like, if they catch a murder suspect and the murder suspect says they're hungry, they'll often stop at, like, Burger King or something and buy them a meal. And it just helps the investigation. So if these people end up being hostile and uncooperative because you, like, misgendered them, or they feel like they're being treated poorly, it doesn't really help their interests to have a hostile, uncooperative suspect. So that might be why.
Where would you like me to keep your phone?
Just right there.
Okay.
I'm trying to be good with y'all.
Yeah, fine, dude.
I'm a lady.
Sorry. How do you want us to secure this?
Just shut it, Tom.
Just shut it? That's secured? All right.
Yeah, I don't think that's woke culture at all. It's probably them just not wanting to create a hostile suspect. Yeah, so I've seen this dumbass before. He's just a faggot.
Not for you.
Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh. Oh, the piggy wants to cuddle?
I don't have any more crackers, so I don't know what you want from me.
Oh, piggy wants to cuddle. Oh, what a nice oinky. Oh, that's a nice pig. Well, thanks for the donation, Q.
The only things I say should be banned are obviously crazy things like nukes that can be abused and murder millions in a second. Oh yeah, and bioweapons can kill masses too. Ban all germs. Ban propane that can make bombs. Ban gasoline. ban everything.
Well, yeah, it's like, again, it's destructive devices, so like RPGs, nukes, bombs, those obviously should be prohibited, but at the same time you can buy propane tanks. So yeah, that can very easily be turned into a bomb. You don't have to be a fucking genius. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
Yeah, just look at prohibition for alcohol, or the drug war, etc. My favorite quote is, when there's a will, there's a way, so just be practical, stop being retards and trying to ban guns that only helps criminals.
Yeah, the only way to ban firearms is to ban the knowledge of how to create them, which is impossible, so all you're gonna end up doing is only having criminals own firearms. It's just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation though, CDG. Joey. Yes, Joey's a good boy. I love Joey. Tell him that I love him. CDG donate tellers, well, how many people die from drunk driving or kill others from drunk driving and we don't ban cars? We just arrest the people who drink and drive. Why not apply the same logic? Just arrest criminals who murder with guns and leave legal citizens alone. Yeah. Oh, wait, guns are scary, and I'm a retarded liberal cuck dipshit, so... Yeah, that's the logic. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Just random vids, donate $2. Let me see. Well, that dog is enjoying his Ben & Jerry's. That's a very nice doggo. Look at him. My goodness. It's a nice little dog. Looks like a little alien. It's a nice little alien.
Five seconds until your national address, Mr. President. My fellow Americans, the bombing begins in 5 minutes.
And thus endeth the Republican Party as we know it.
You idiots!
Yeah, Ren and Stimpy was pretty fucking based.
POV, you're a groomsman at your best friend's wedding. Yeah, whoever the groom's wife is, don't trust this girl. Notice how all the other groomsmen are dressed modestly and professionally? And then look at her outfit. It's the guy's wedding, and she's dressed like us. You guys really are his friends? You gotta separate her from him, because this is nothing but bad news. That's so tough.
Okay, thanks for the donation. Just random vids. Trans Cult donated $2.
So you have also been numerous other accounts. So you're the Penny Price, you're Mabel Mint, and you're Delight as well, aren't you? And your other ones, was it Hugh? No? Okay. Well, you're those ones, okay? And you're Delight as well, aren't you? And you're Delight.
The state attorney general's office filed charges tonight against 37-year-old Kendall Stevens. The charges include the indecent assault against a person less than 13 years old, rape, unlawful contact with minors, sexual offenses, and endangering the welfare of children, parent or guardian. Stevens came to Action News in August of 2020 after she was attacked in her Point Breeze neighborhood. She says she was targeted by a violent group for being a trans woman.
That's not what the streets are saying. Philadelphia is saying time that this guy has crossed inappropriate boundaries with children, and the people are not playing.
I was more of a target because I spoke out about it.
28-year-old Dion Hampton, who goes by Strawberry, plans to keep talking loudly about what she calls the widespread abuse she suffered in Illinois prisons.
Basically, we have no rights. We're animals, we're creeps, we're we're sissies, and abomination to God.
And this is according to whom?
Administration, directors, wardens, staff.
They were targeting her because of her gender identity.
Hampton was released from prison Monday after serving 5 years for residential burglary. She spent time at several facilities, including Menard, where Hampton and her attorneys say the abuse due to her gender identity.
Abused by both prisoners and staff. She was touched inappropriately, groped by other prisoners and by staff.
And both say behavior which delayed.
That's what I have to do.
Okay.
37-year-old Kanataka Zaire.
Don't really care about any of this, dude.
It's difficult.
Okay, great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Why do you want Pierre to win? I know you don't like Trudeau, but Pierre is literally a Nazi who licks Trump's boots.
He is neither of those things. Thanks for the donation, for Shade.
I think people are scared of guns because the media sensation around school scooting and terrorist attacks. People are scared Muslims and Nazis get guns and gun people down, without knowing that they could literally just use cars, lol.
Yeah, if they lived in Germany, they'd learn that pretty quickly. Thanks for the donation, Blake. CDG $20. Look, guns are banned in Toronto, so the cameraman can't defend himself. Also, the guy shouldn't be able to be hurt because guns are banned, right? Guns aren't banned in Toronto. You can't carry a firearm with you anywhere in Canada, but they're not banned in Toronto.
Come here. Come here. You bring a knife? You bring a knife. You bring a knife. You bring a knife. You bring a knife. No. Wait, let them shoot. Come on. Call the cops. Call the cops. Cops. I have a police car. They're coming. I have a police car coming. You have a car. Wait. Call the boss. Wait.
And if that guy had a gun, all he'd have to do is point it and he'd back the fuck up. Those sorts of situations would de-escalate things pretty quickly, but no, the police want people to get stabbed to death. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Doing business as normal. So, I don't know. It's always something, guys. It's always something.
All right, so back to this. Exhibit A.
Post under your own name, you transphobic coward. Fucking goofy turf idiot. Bigots get fucked. Mum yabba dabba do on those haters, keep crying, bitch.
All right, thanks for the donation, Alwali. I appreciate that. So, Exhibit A. Paul Saladino, MD versus Frank Tufano, Frankie's Free Range Meat, LAC. Court mandated removal of YouTube videos. Dear legal support. My firm represents plaintiff Paul Saladino, MD. The above caption letter, Paul Saladino, MD versus Frank Tufano, Frankie's Free Range, LLC. Please take note that on January 30th, 2025, the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York entered an order of default enclosed here mandating the removal of several YouTube videos listed below. Accordingly, we are requesting the removal of all of the above linked videos in accordance with court order. Please confirm receipt of this correspondence. Order of default. Whereas this action was commenced on November 7th, 2020 by the filing of the summons and complaint, and a copy of the summons and complaint was personally served on the defendant, Frank Tufano, November 20th, 2020, by personal service, and a proof of service was filed on November 25th, 2020. Whereas on March 9th, 2021, plaintiff served the co-defendant, Frankie's Free Range Meat, LLC, with a summons and First Amendment complaint by effectuating service upon the New York Secretary of State, and proof of service was filed on March 16th, 2021. Whereas despite having received service of process, the defendant, Frank Tufano, and Frankie's Free Range Meat, LLC, have not answered the first amended complaint, and the time for the defendant to answer the first amended complaint has lapsed. Whereas in the amended complaint, plaintiff has asserted 5 separate causes of action sounding in violation of the Lanham Act pursuant to 15 U.S.C. blah, blah, blah. New York State Gen Bus Law 148, Bus Law 349, and Common Law defamation, whereas it is an ancient common law axiom that a defendant who defaults thereby admits all well-pleaded factual allegations contained in the complaint. So Frank didn't even bother defending himself? I'm assuming he couldn't afford, like, attorney's fees or something. He literally didn't get a lawyer, or even defend himself. Whereas defendant Frank Tufano and Frankie's Free Range Meat, LLC have defaulted in this action. Whereas plaintiff seeks to recover damages on all of his claims, including under the Lanham Act, consisting of compensatory, punitive, and statutory damages in the amount of $100,000 pre-judgment and post-judgment interest, reasonable attorney's fees and costs. Whereas plaintiff seeks a court order enjoining defendants Frank Tufano, Frankie's Free Range Meat, and those acting in concert from publishing any further defamatory statements concerning plaintiff, whereas plaintiff seeks court order directing the defendant Frank Tufano and Frankie's Free Range Meat to forthwith delete and remove any and all defamatory videos from his YouTube channel. Seeks court order directing the defendants Frank Tufano and Frankie's Free Range Meat to immediately take down, remove, delete defamatory website. So Frank Tufano literally bought the domain name paulsaladino.com to lie about him, and I think he was posting shit on this website saying Paul Saladino is a child rapist. What an idiot. Whereas plaintiff seeks a court order directing the defendant Frank Tufano and Frankie's Free Range Meat to immediately transfer ownership of the domain name to plaintiff Paul Saladino. It's hereby ordered, adjudged, and decreed that plaintiff is hereby entitled to and is granted a judgment of default as to each and every claim as against each named defendant Frank Tufano and Frankie's Free Range Meat, LLC, on the issue of liability. Defendant shall forthwith or within a reasonable time permanently transfer the domain name Paul Saladino. Defendants are adjoined from making public statements referencing the plaintiff copied, plagiarized, stole, or otherwise improperly used defendants or any other third party's work, engages in dishonest practices in connection with his business, trade, or profession, abuses prescription or illegal drugs, improperly or illegally manipulates social media posts, or engages in any inappropriate sexual activity. So Frank was using this fucking website, using Paul Saladino's name to claim he was a plagiarist, he was making dishonest claims about his business and profession, claiming he was using illegal drugs, and again, having sex with children. And he did nothing to defend himself in court. He just said, fuck it. What an idiot. Olawale trans crash out, donate $2. Do you believe this dude that he's never been misgendered in public? I mean, depends. If they lived in New York, maybe not. I mean, it's believable. Thanks for the donation, Olawale Trans Crash Out. Defendants are directed to forthwith remove and delete all of the defamatory videos on defendant's YouTube channel related to plaintiff. Parties are directed to contact the chambers of the Honorable Judge Judith McCarthy for the purpose of scheduling a hearing and issuing a report and recommendation on an assessment of damages, including compensatory.
LMFAO people who say they do their research but they use chat are just fucking retarded bums who can't be taken seriously. Using ChatGPT is just a lazy way of prepping for a debate or argument. They just want to sound intelligent when they're using AI.
Well, ChatGPT also doesn't actually read the papers and can't use any kind of, well, I guess maybe to a limited degree, but they're not going to be able to use the critical thinking skills like a human can. So, yeah. None of that horse shit really made any sense. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Irishman. Sadie N-word donated $2. Imagine getting offered this much money by Muslim men to defile you.
The guy tell me.
Yeah, nice try. Parties are directed to contact the blah, blah, blah. So they're yeah, so they're gonna debate what the compensatory damages are. Exhibit B. So come to our attention, the following videos about Dr. Saladino are still available online. So Frank was ordered to take down the defamatory videos, and he still hasn't done it. I don't know if this guy is even listening to any of these court orders, and he's just throwing the shit out in the trash. Does he even know that he's on the hook for like $3 million? Alawali Blue Vegan donated $2. What is this? 3 possible causes of sudden rise in trans identity.
One or more of at least 3 things going on here with the rise in so-called trans identity. Now, it's a return to regressive gender norms. There's social contagion, and there's also some mental illness. Usually the mental illness is wrapped up in the social contagion, but the fact, you already mentioned this, but often, parents are told, well, if you don't
or it's possible that people are just comfortable with coming out as trans.
Support your child's trans identity, their chances of committing suicide go way up. And what is in fact true, because that's not, is that people who become convinced that they are trans are separately also very likely to have a number of other diagnosable mental concerns, such as depression and anxiety and various other things that have been named in the last 20 or 30 years. I'm not trying to trivialize them, but there's a cluster of these sort of social anxiety things that include even the darkest of the dark, and that can sometimes lead to people committing suicide, that are clustered in among people looking for a home, looking for identity. And looking for identity is a large part of what a lot of people are doing, looking for meaning and looking for identity in adolescence, right? And frankly, I'm just like, to be very honest, I don't recognize from myself, nor do I remember the friends that I had in high school, which included you, focusing so much on like identity. Like I was focused on meaning. Like what are we doing? What is this about? How do I make meaning in the world? And how do I make it a better place and make my life have had meaning?
Yeah.
And increasingly, frankly, it's a move towards the narcissist.
Yeah, right. Because teenage kids aren't trying to look for an identity. That's why, like, emo, goth, heavy metal, rocker kids, skateboard kids, football teams, and all this shit. Yeah, that's not looking for identity.
Narcissistic. It's a move towards the interior, like, oh, how do I figure out who I am and how I'm presented to the world? That's more about identity. And like, there's always some of those, but it does feel like adolescents now are expected to be focused on identity and not on meaning. And frankly, I think if we move more towards how is it that you can make meaning for yourself and for the world through your life, rather than how is it that you can make sure that everyone knows who you are as you understand it by making sure they get your made-up pronouns correct, for instance, that's not going to be nearly as good a choice for you. But regardless of whether or not the anxiousness and the sort of debilitating concerns about how the world views you that are so common now, that are associated also with the rise in social media and cell phones and not spending time moving.
What's ironic is this is the exact type of person who's going to end up getting assaulted in the women's bathroom because all these transphobes are going to think she's trans. Like, she's the type of cis woman to get mistaken for a trans woman.
Your body and outside and actually physically engaging with your friends, like in real space and time. It's all of that is sort of a rise in mental illness, if you will, and wrapped in the social contagion. We get people who have the one thing that the guy on the side of the playground in your vignette goes like, that's the one that we're going to prioritize. That's the one that we're going to name and decide that that's not social contagion. That's not mental illness. That's the one.
That's not a trend.
That's not a trend. That's reality. That's a reality that all of humanity until now has been missing. We never saw it.
This exact same argument was being used when I was a kid in the 90s, when you saw an increase in kids identifying as gay.
Before, but suddenly in 2013, something like that, we're going to have this uptick and it's going to be happening. And the press secretary now,
Go ahead.
The press secretary now refers to what is being done to children as treatment, as in trans treatment. No, that's wrong. It's not treatment. We don't treat anorexia by taking away food from anorexics and telling them that they're fat. That's not how we treat anorexia.
Anorexia has nothing to do with gender dysphoria. So I don't know how treatment for anorexia relates to treatment of gender dysphoria. Just stupid, just nonsensical claim. Like this is like me saying, oh, well, we treat like an infectious disease with antibiotics. So why are we treating cancer with radiation therapy? Do you use radiation therapy to treat an infection? So clearly we shouldn't use radiation to treat cancer. Like, stupid.
We don't treat people who cut themselves by supplying with sharp knives in private space in which to get in touch with their feelings. That's not how we treat people who cut themselves. This is the opposite of treatment. But the confusion on, yes, the other...
Make an argument that allowing for gender transition is antithetical to treating gender dysphoria.
Other side is they are revealing their true selves. They're screaming for help into the abyss, and if you don't listen to them and honor their delusions, then they will kill themselves. No. There is separately suicidal ideation among some people, and those concerns need to be dealt with, but it is not this way. It's not this way.
So I want to add a couple other things.
You'll literally find trans people telling you, I can't live like this, I'm in the wrong body, and I want to kill myself. And then when they get treatment, all of that goes away.
And I want to get back to what the press secretary said and why. But not only are we identifying something that might be a fad on a playground and identifying as, oh, that person is actually a victim of a kind of oppression that we are now morally obligated, all of us, to support them in something that we understand about them.
I love how they say this, like, oh man, kids these days, like, it's so cool to be, like, really, really gay and to gender transition. Like, all those kids that we used to make fun of in school, call them a faggot, like, for dressing up in girls' clothes. Those are the cool kids now. If you're a dude and you want to be a girl and you start wearing dresses, Oh man, all the kids are like, oh my god, that's so fucking cool. I wish I was like a fag too. It's just so retarded. Like, what a fucking idea.
Et cetera, et cetera. But we are also handing people who need two things from us, the inverse of the two things that they need.
Yeah.
A, we are handing them a weapon with which to get that which they want at this instant, which they may, in the present context, urgently want. And it may be their parents' obligation to say, no, honey, I'm going to have to override you on this one because that's my job. My job is to create the environment that makes you into the adult that you can be and that you want to be.
Yes, just like how parents have decided not to give their kids measles vaccines, leave it to parents to decide what the best course of treatment is for their kid. That's why there's children dying from measles, because parents know best.
Not to cater to what you think you want as a child. Sometimes you know what you want, sometimes you don't. And this is the time when I need to say no. So handing them the idea that, oh, well, if you allude to suicide, then you get what you want, right? A, that's going to create terrible parenting because the parents can't counter it. And B, it's going to create more suicide, right? It is going to turn this into something, an arms race, where they're going to have to be, a credible threat. And a certain number of people are going to lose their lives because of this cynical ploy.
Yeah, a secondary contagion is being created by the people who are claiming to be trying to prevent just that.
Right.
But they're creating it. They are creating it.
Now, the other thing is, and this is going to get back to the press secretary in a second, but the thing that people need, imagine the collection of truly well-intentioned women, role models, who are encountering the Heather-like girl who is expressing some boy-like preferences in the world and are motivated to think, oh God, we know who the good people have been in history and who the villains have been. We're going to be the good people. We're going to be as supportive as we can, yada, yada, yada. Those people need to hear from women who maybe did travel a route more like yours, where they discovered actually they could do whatever they wanted, right? It's not even that you chose a male-like life. I mean, you have two kids. You've done the mother thing beautifully. And
having masculine tendencies has nothing to do with gender dysphoria. So liking sports and wearing pants does not mean you have gender dysphoria. Like, they literally do not understand what gender dysphoria is. Bend over 22 layers. Can we watch this at 1.5x speed? You don't have to do it now if you can't want.
Hey everyone, last year I published a piece expressing some things I would have said on a Piers Morgan panel had I not been gender identity aligned trans women in addition to literature describing this.
It's too long and I already know all the answers to that. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
And you've also been a jungle biologist. You've chosen what you wanted. You can do that. Somebody needs to tell the girl who discovers that she has...
Oh, I like science. I must really be a man. I really like cell biology in school. I'm going to have to, like, chop my breasts off and take testosterone and get a penoplasty. This guy is literally claiming that girls are getting confused that they're men because they like biology. This is like the most sexist, retarded boomer shit I've ever fucking heard in my life.
Man, I hate this idea. Parents and the government know the best for your lil Jai brownie. Yeah dude, all the parents beating their kids want their kids' well-being. Just the other day there was a case of a mother imprisoning her son for 20 years in the basement.
Yeah, parents very often do not know best. Thanks for the donation, broski.
Some things she wants to do that aren't traditionally girl things, but that's fine, right? And the problem is that those...
We used to do that.
Right. Those women who are supposed to be the role models for that girl who is in need of advice might find you and hear from you or somebody else who's got a similar story, right? But they're not going to, because as soon as somebody, the environment, the political environment, has been deliberately charged so that you are not an authoritative source on this because do you know what?
Who the fuck is she? I've never heard of her before. Like, why would anybody listen to you? Like, she's not a public figure. She's just nobody. She's some dumb bitch on fucking Brett Weinstein's podcast. Somebody no one fucking takes seriously. This guy was claiming Joe Biden made members of the U.S. military take the COVID vaccine because he thinks the COVID vaccine causes diseases and makes you weaker. And this was some sort of conspiratorial plot by the Democratic Party to weaken the U.S. military. And this is somebody we should be taking seriously when it comes to gender dysphoria.
What else is wrong with your perspective? And then a list of phony things that mean that somehow you're a cryptic conservative despite having never been a conservative for a minute in your life, right? So
I don't follow the right science.
I don't follow the right science. That's a doozy of a statement. But yes, it's...
Okay, that was just stupid. As you know, under the court, under Mr. Tufano, is direct to forthwith remove and delete all of the defamatory videos on the defendant's YouTube channel. This is not limited to those videos referenced in the complaint, but includes all videos such as ones he posted about Dr. Saladino after the complaint was filed. In addition, Mr. Tufano is prohibited from making public statements referring that plaintiff copied, plagiarized, stole, or otherwise improperly used defendants or any other third party's work, engages in, and then sexually raped kids. Please direct your client to delete the referenced videos along with any other videos that reference Dr. Saladino within 24 hours. Oh, so Frank did end up getting legal representation? Yeah, direct your client. So he literally didn't bother defending himself. Allowed the court to just make a default judgment because he didn't defend himself, then he got a lawyer? Why in the fuck? And then here's another back and forth with Tufano's lawyer. My client is willing to comply with the order. What exactly do you want from him? He does not have any money. He has become destitute. What the fuck? Oh. They literally, how is this happening? They literally told him what specific videos to take down. And then Frank's lawyer, supposedly? What do you want from us? He's broke, he has no money. Like, what kind of response is that? Alawali. Alawali donated $2. Let me see.
With the fluidity of these things, how do I know if I'm a woman? You know, I
That's a great question.
I like scented candles. And
Yeah.
I've watched Sex and the City.
Yep. Yeah.
So how do I know?
Yeah, Matt, that question right there, like that question is like when it's asked with a lot of curiosity, right? That's the beginning of a lot of people's like gender identity development journeys.
If my mom who gave birth to me is a woman, and my wife is a woman, though I haven't asked her, maybe I should. But if they're all women, and also the boy who sits down with you and says, I think I'm a girl, actually is one, then what is a woman?
Yeah. Great question. I'm not a woman, so I can't really answer that.
I don't care if you think you're a sheepdog and you come into my store. It don't matter to me. Just don't come in and try to shove that shit down my throat.
If it makes someone pansexual, do you think?
Yourself in the interview.
How about
who cares? Thanks for the donation, dude. So this has to be Frank Tufano's lawyer because they're referring to Frank as my client. He does not have any money. He has become destitute. Please advise when your client intends to comply with a court order. As of today, the referenced YouTube videos are still up. Please also contact the domain name registrar to effect an immediate transfer of the domain name. And then there's more back and forth with Paul and Frank's lawyer. So, subject, activity in case, default judgment. So, order of default ordered, adjudged, and decreed that plaintiff is hereby entitled to and is granted a judgment of default as to each and every claim as against each named defendant, Frank Tufano, Frankie's free range mate. Like, by the way, so, like, this is so insane, too. Frank probably could have gotten away with some of these things if he defended himself, like accusing Paul of plagiarism. Like, I don't know if it would have really mattered, but I mean, he probably could have defended against some of this. So this is just going over the default judgment. Exhibit D. This is insane. His lawyer's claiming he's broke. Proof of service. I served the subpoena by delivering a copy to the named person as follows: Robin Hux Banks, who is designated by law to accept service of process on behalf of Frankie's free range mate. I delivered the document subpoena to produce documents, information, or objects, or to permit inspection of the premises in a civil action. To Robin Hood Banks, who identified themselves as the persons authorized to accept with identity confirmed by subject, stating their name, individual accepted service.
Hello vagina gains, it's me nipple guy. You should blast 400 milligrams of test per week so you can look like Arnold did in 1974. I guess people would still say you can't get enough protein, but you should do it anyway. Do it for nipple clamps.
I'm not gonna take that much test. That is ridiculous. Thanks for the donation though, nipple clamps. Gummy, stop moving my monitor. Optical illusion donated $2. Let me see. What's the illusion here? What the fuck is that?
What? You don't have to ask me, and also I have the right to respond to you. But when you come with aggressive, it's not fair no more. Do with you. Okay. I don't disrespect people. Very careful. Hold on. Very careful. This is what I said. I said be very careful.
Why is this guy trying to start a fight with like a jacked black dude who's twice his size?
An educator with
19-year-old high school freshman. Those things don't seem to...
Frank Tufano could have wrecked Saladino if he got a good Jewish lawyer. Instead he got a Comic Sans lawyer off Fiverr. Another L for anti-Semites.
Yeah, apparently. Frank was saying the most insane, unhinged shit. Like, I followed Frank pretty closely for the longest time. He was literally accusing Paul of being a child rapist, so there was no way he was gonna just get off. I mean, he didn't even bother defending himself. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking. Like, if Frank had gotten a lawyer, he could have at least argued that, like, Frank is a retard and nobody takes him seriously and he has a meager YouTube following, so who cares? That could have at least saved him money when it came to damages. Because, like, shit, dude, he's on the hook for $2.8 million. Like, that's crazy. Thanks for the donation, retard.
punches are repeatedly
Two 19-year-old high school freshmen arrested for attacking and beating a teacher.
thrown in this video, all against a teacher who was already
If you're 19 and a freshman, you probably shouldn't be allowed to go to public school.
on the ground. The man violent fight. Cover seen on the left and Roderick McQueen on the right. Both are 19.
A man, a teacher, and
I
we were
think Frank
repeatedly
can't claim
punching the
plagiarism against Saladino because isn't a specific diet like carnivore just an idea like a recipe for a cake, for example? You can't patent that. The ingredients you could patent, I think, but that doesn't work with meat. Rip Frank.
The plagiarism claim is more of like a personal opinion sort of thing. So like if you were to argue that in court, I don't think it would really mean much, but I mean, the best legal defense Tufano could have had would be, he's a retard, nobody takes him seriously. Like, one aspect of criminal libel is, or civil libel, is that the person making the claim has to be taken seriously. Because, like, if you just run into some schizophrenic crack addict that everyone knows is a crazy liar, you can't really claim damages because they're not a person that's able to harm your reputation. But it just sounds like Frank didn't even bother making any kind of defense. It's really weird. Trans women are just retarded fags. Changed my mind. Yeah, whatever. Thanks for the donation. So he was subpoenaed. Exhibit E. You have received this form because you have either A, accepted payment cards for payments, or B, received payments through a third-party network that exceeded 20,000 gross total reportable transactions, and the aggregate number of those transactions exceeded 200 for the calendar year. Merchant acquires and third-party settlement organizations as payment settlement entities. Is this like an IRS tax document? Merchant acquires third-party, must report the proceeds of payments, card and third-party network transactions made to you on form, 1099K under the Internal Revenue Code. The PSC may have contracted with an electromagnetic payment facilitator. Box 1A shows the aggregate gross amount of payment, card/third-party network transactions made to you through the PSE during the calendar year. Box 1B shows the aggregate gross amount of all reportable payment transactions made to you through PSE during the calendar year. Merchant category code. So these are gross payments that he was receiving from Shopify. So so this is for the calendar year 2019. He made $500,000 in gross revenue. So this isn't profit, this is just gross revenue from Shopify, and he uses Shopify as the payment processor for his sales on his website. So if you deduct, like, he has employees, he also has to pay for the product from whatever supplier. So I don't know what his, like, actual take-home money is. But yeah, it's $500,000 in gross revenue. He made $100,000 in December. I'm assuming that's people you know, getting shit for holidays or something. Whoa, and in 2020, 1,200,000. So yeah, it shows $0 January, February, March. So I guess the business launched in April. And then the next year, he more than doubled his gross revenue. And then 2021, he made less. That was just under 1 million in gross revenue. Yeah, he had to supply. So this has to do with like estimation of damages. So usually the sort of stuff gets subpoenaed so that they know how much money you make so that they can determine damages. 2022, he made more, 1.3 million gross revenue. I'd like to know how much he's actually taking home. 2023, for some reason, 2 million gross revenue. I'm surprised he's, like, who the fuck is ordering from his business? 2 million in gross revenue. That's fucking bizarre. 2024, 3.5 million. So this is hilarious. His fucking lawyer he does not have any money. He has become completely destitute. And then he's getting 3.5 million in gross revenue as of 2024? How the fuck did he run out of money? What is he doing? Like, either his lawyer is lying and... Oh, and this is money that he's making from PayPal.
I noticed Americans are much more unhinged. It's easier to sell shit on Shopify to Americans and they buy without questioning anything. Many online dropshippers say they tried most countries, only Americans buy shit like meat of an website like Frankie's. Haha.
I could believe it. Americans are pretty goddamn stupid. I don't know who the fuck would buy anything from Frank. Thanks for the donation though, Miles. So he made 259,000 in 2019 from PayPal alone in gross revenue. So I don't know what these PayPal. Yeah, pays name Frank. Yeah, Frank Tufano. For that's a little weird that he. This isn't under his LLC, it's just under his name, I guess. Doesn't really matter. And then payee name here is the same, Frank Tufano. I'm assuming this is from his business, where people can pay through PayPal. So he's making even a bit more, so that would mean in, let's see, 2019, he made, yeah, 500,000 in sales from Shopify. Then he got another 259,000. So he made like 60,000 or something, or about 800,000. from PayPal and Shopify. I don't know how this works. So, I don't know who the fuck is... This can't be from, like, his live streams or anything. So I'm assuming this is just PayPal buying meat, and it bypasses Shopify or something. For some reason, they don't have 2020. They only have 2021. And again, 346,000 from PayPal alone. 2022, 500,000 from PayPal alone. And then 2023, 591,000. 2024, 525,000. Yeah, I don't... Unless he has, like, I guess he is in debt and everything, and he has, like, a lot of overhead costs. How in the fuck could he have been financially destitute? Exhibit G. So this is Frank Tufano purchasing the paulsaladino.com domain. And he purchased this under his Frankie's Free Range Meat LLC. So this is the website he was using to defame Paul Saladino and posing as Paul. Exhibit H. I think these are Paul Saladino's legal expenses.
People in chat pointed out he probably gets that huge amount of money from escorting his ass out or webcams sites. No way in any reality he gets that much revenue from his meat business. He gets chargebacks all the time. The money listed is 100% from escort.
There's no way Frank is making that kind of money from an escort business. And there's also no way that could come from Shopify if it was an escort business. He wouldn't bother doing any of this if he could make that much money escorting. Thanks for the donation, though, Miles. Yeah, so these are Paul Saladino's legal fees, totaling to $76,514. And Exhibit I. This is an action for money damages and corrective and injunctive relief due to defendant's wrongful and malicious campaign over the last year to attack Dr. Saladino and Dr. Saladino's businesses, or business and services as a licensed physician and certified functional medicine practitioner in order to promote their own competing health consultancy business. Defendants have created and published over half a dozen defamatory videos and contain numerous false statements of fact as well as misrepresentations about Dr. Saladino and his services. Furthermore, upon information and belief, defendants created and registered the domain name Paul Saladino on October 23rd, 2020, and immediately began pointing it to a defamatory website containing inter alia sexually graphic and homophobic images of Dr. Saladino, as well as links to the defamatory videos created and published by defendants on defendant Tufano's publicly available YouTube channel account, Frank Tufano, defendant's YouTube channel. What a fucking idiot. Yeah, so he was literally making images showing Paul Saladino conducting gay pedophilic sex acts. And then linked to his YouTube channel. Dr. Saladino is thus forced to bring this action to recover damages and for injunctive relief to seek redress for and stop the blatant harassment, defamation, and other wrongdoing as described herein by defendants, and to order the removal and destruction of the defamatory videos, website, and domain name that encompasses Dr. Saladino's distinctive Paul Saladino mark in its entirety. Facts relevant to all claims. Dr. Saladino is a licensed physician, passionate about understanding corrective roots of chronic disease, offers fee-based private consulting, best-selling author of The Carnivore Code, maintains a social media presence, owner of all common law rights to Paul Saladino trademark, created and registered paulsaladinomd.com, and shortly thereafter appointed the domain to a website that promotes his business and services. Dr. Saladino operates San Diego-based business, blah, blah, blah. Defendant Tufano also maintains a presence on social media. Upon information and belief, Defendant Tufano is the founder and owner of Defendant Frankie's Free Range Meat LLC, a food delivery business. Defendant Tufano promotes Defendant Frankie's Free Range Meat LLC. Upon information and belief, Defendant Tufano is not licensed or qualified to provide medical nutritional therapy. Dr. Saladino and defendants are competitors. They compete for consumers and viewers in the same industry. Upon information and belief, defendants saw the growth of Dr. Saladino's presence on social media and the spread of Dr. Saladino's good reputation as a threat to his own enterprise, which is similar in vision to that of Dr. Saladino's. Defendant undertook a malicious campaign to spread false information and attack Dr. Saladino's good character and reputation. The coordinated and persistent advertising campaign included a half-dozen videos directly attacking Dr. Saladino, making numerous false representations of fact. More recently, on October 23rd, 2020, defendant, upon information and belief, created and registered the domain paulsaladino.com, immediately began pointing it to a defamatory website containing inter alia sexually graphic homophobic images, false misleading statements about Dr. Saladino. Defendants use their social media to attack. Yeah. Published a 15-minute video on Defendant Tufano's YouTube channel and it titled Copy Pasta Salad, which featured Defendant Tufano speaking directly to the camera and talking almost exclusively about Dr. Saladino. Video includes a pinned top message which states franktufano@gmail.com for fitness diet consulting. Describes himself as the source of all of Dr. Saladino's carnivore diet information, and describes Dr. Saladino as a dishonest and uncaring thief and drug user who is unqualified to provide dietary advice. Specifically, Defendant Tufano made the following statements. Dr. Saladino has to copy me word for word. Dr. Saladino is willing to blatantly lie. Well, that's true. Every single thing mentioned on Dr. Saladino's podcast was ripped directly from Defendant Tufano's video. All Saladino cares about is making money and promoting himself. Say that's true. Sole purpose is to steal other people's information. Not one word comes from that comes out of Dr. Saladino's mouth as an original thought, plagiarized. You can pay this clown doctor $1,000 for a half-assed explanation of Tufano's videos. Someone has to pay for Dr. Saladino's Adderall prescription. Defendant also published a video on Defendant Tufano's YouTube channel titled Carnivores Don't Cover Their Tracks, which features Defendant Tufano speaking directly to the camera. Saladino pays people to downvote Defendant Tufano's videos on social media. Failed to build a supportive audience to such an extent that he still needs to pay people to dislike my videos. Think Dr. Saladino's brain is literally destroyed from all the amphetamines he's been using for the past 20 years. Why would he say that? Admits that he has been banned from all the carnivore communities on Facebook and Reddit, but then further admits to creating a new account on Reddit and posting messages regarding Dr. Saladino on the two most popular carnivore forums on that social media site. The Reddit messages were titled Popular Carnivore Questions Answered by Paul Saladino, MD, and Great Q&A with Paul Saladino, and included timestamps of content from actual Dr. Saladino videos, such that the included hyperlinks appear to link to Dr. Saladino's videos, but the disguised hyperlinks actually link to Defendant Tufano's first November 7th, 2019 video on his YouTube channel. The messages have since been removed by Reddit. More videos on the plagiarism thing. Saladino copied his way into Joe Rogan. More stuff about plagiarism. Plagiarism. Paul Saladino sued me and lost, still out 13,000, which has over 13,000 views. What a retard. Defendants wrongfully registered paulsaladino.com. Defendants created or registered the domain name, taking their malicious campaign against Dr. Saladino to a whole new level. Within days of being registered, the domain name began directing to a defamatory website. First claim for relief. Defamatory videos, domain name, defamatory website. So basically just wants him to take all the videos down. Second claim for relief, violation of 15 USC cyber piracy. So he's claiming that he should be the owner of the Paul Saladino domain. Third claim for relief, violation of New York Genbus L148, unlawful registration of domain name. So apparently he unlawfully registered the domain, and he wants him to be slapped with some sort of damage for that. And that's basically the same thing. Defamation per se. Saladino repeats, alleges, defendant intentionally made false statements. Yeah. Prayer for relief. Wherefore, by reason of the acts and circumstances alleged herein, an award of compensatory damages according to proof at trial, but in an amount no less than $500,000, as well as punitive and exemplary damages where authorized, including from the Layman Act and common law, due to defendants' willful and wanton behavior. An award of statutory damages, $100,000. An order adjoining defendants and those in active concert with defendants from publishing any further defamatory statements. Order directing defendants to delete, remove videos, take down the website. Remedial effort as the court deems necessary. So he might want Frank to just apologize. Order directing defendants to transfer ownership of the domain. Prejudgment and post-judgment interest at the applicable rate. Award for reasonable attorney's fees. Demand for trial by jury. So they're going to have a jury trial to determine damages. Assuming the judge accepts the request. Holy fuck, dude. What a fucking dumbass. So... So Paul himself wants seems like around $600,000-$700,000 from Frank, but again, it looks like he's gonna be on the hook for $2.8 million. Since they have his tax forms, yeah, dude, especially for 2024, like this guy raked in $3.5 million in gross revenue. If a jury sees his tax forms and they see him making like 3.5, well, it's actually more if you include PayPal, like $4 million in 1 year in gross revenue, they're likely going to like make him pay this. If he's able to make that in gross revenue in 1 single year. Dude, he's fucked. Let's see. Haha, donate $2. Don't click around the site. Just watch the vid. Watch people die. There's no video here. It's just a website, and it looks like a forum. Thanks for the donation, haha. Teacup donate $2.
This is the first question.
Oh wait, let me see. That is a pretty horrific beating. Armed 5 thugs chased and beat up one guy holding a baseball bat. Yeah, hope that doesn't happen to me. Thanks for the donation, dude. Teacup donated $2.
This is the first question, and I promised to get to it last week. As a lesbian who has never conformed to sex stereotypes, I'm curious what makes real trans. Woman is not something to identify into. Live not by lies. And that last a reference to both Solzhenitsyn's essay and
there we go, turf.
Perhaps also Rod Dreher's book of the same name that we talked about extensively in episode 50. this is a conversation for longer than a Q&A, and I think we may go there a little bit. Is determined in mammals by your chromosomes, which then affect things beyond your steroid hormones, but the steroid hormones.
So this claim is fucking stupid. Sex is bimodal in the human species. You can be intersex, so they're going to have to admit that you can either be neither male nor female. And there are people with XY chromosomes who are female. You know, given the fact that they have primary female sex characteristics and can give birth. So unless they're going to say men can get pregnant, and this has nothing to do with trans identities.
Being sort of primarily androgens or primarily estrogens or progesterone, being highly descriptive of whether or not you're going to become, like the white matter and gray matter, but also how it is that you perceive what sex you are. We are so complicated, and there's so many things going on that is not that is what gender dysphoria is. That you have a mismatch, and generally, it's talked about between sort of your brain sex, what it is that your brain is assuring you of, as opposed to the other demarcations of sex, which are of course the actual biological sex that you are.
Yep. I would say, this gets more difficult to deal with the more trans is taken to be, which doesn't rule out the possibility.
Okay, whatever. I don't know why you keep sending me
Before
this
her
shit.
name went viral and became a hashtag for anyone claiming a race constructed a life around black culture.
Okay, great. Somebody pretended to be black. Don't care.
Musk to receive top secret briefing on U.S. war plans for China. The Trump team denied those reports, but as they started to get blowback, why on earth Musk would have access to this classified briefing, Trump then insisted he didn't clear Musk to see the United States' top secret contingency plans for a possible future war with China.
You guys are denying this New York Times report that Elon Musk was going to be shown a 20 to 30 page presentation about a theoretical war plan against China. Why not just show it to Elon?
Because I don't want to show it to anybody.
Okay. So still, Musk spent 90 minutes today with Hegseth at the Pentagon. You can see them shaking hands as Musk left. He reportedly told the defense secretary, if there's anything I can do to be helpful, I'd like to see you. Moments later, when a reporter asked what the two had discussed, the billionaire responded, why should I tell you? Afterwards, Hegseth joined Trump in the Oval Office, where they gave contradictory statements about how Musk was a true blue patriotic American and also a deeply conflicted businessman with overseas interests who can't be trusted with American war plans.
I don't want to show that to anybody, but certainly you wouldn't show it to a businessman who is helping us so much. He's a great patriot. He's paying a big price for helping us cut costs, and he's doing a great job. He's finding tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse. But I certainly wouldn't want, Elon has businesses in China, and he would be susceptible perhaps to that.
Elon Musk is a patriot. Elon Musk is an innovator. Elon Musk provides a lot of capabilities our government and our military rely on, and I'm grateful for that. We welcomed him today to the Pentagon to talk about DOGE, to talk about efficiencies, to talk about innovations. It was a great informal conversation. The rest of that reporting was fake. There was no war plans. There was no Chinese war plans. There was no secret plans.
I might add that I think Elon, if they ever wanted to do that, I think Elon wouldn't do it. I think he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't want to put himself in that position.
You follow all that? I think I did. It was all fake news, but also they wouldn't do it, but also maybe they canceled it when the heat got too hot. You catch Trump's last point there? Elon would never put himself in that position. For the record, the Wall Street Journal reported that Musk, according to one person familiar, was going to receive the top secret briefing on China because he asked for one. Nobody can say for sure if Musk's sensitive Pentagon briefings today did include Chinese war plans or what they included. Trump and Hegseth deny it. They aren't exactly the most credible sources when they just yell fake news. But here's what's interesting. This is really the key point. All of this sort of weird back and forth, self-contradictory sort of, oh no, we would never do that. Those denials do show they do understand the problem here, right? Even Donald Trump. It would not sit well with most Americans because, as Donald Trump notes, Elon's business in China makes it a gargantuan conflict of interest.
No, 115-pound barbell shoulder press is not good for a male. I would say at least 150. Probably 165 is where I'd consider that to be pretty decent.
China is the second largest market for Musk's Tesla car business. Did you know that? Do you know that Musk has multiple Tesla factories in China, including the company's largest production facility in the world, which you can see in this video, produced by China's state-run media company, okay? That facility produced half of all Tesla cars in the world last year. Musk has staked Tesla's futures on its operations in China. And this is an enormous vulnerability for him because right now, Tesla sales are plunging, especially in China. They used to be the hottest electric car in the world, but now they have lots of competition. They are getting their butts kicked in China by homegrown cars.
Haha, donate $2 and though there's girls that can do overhead press 115, dude. What's the website called? Shoulder press, pounds. A 170-pound male would be considered to have
Trump is Russian asset Kranov and Elon Prali is a Chinese asset Thamps. Also, what gay images of Saladino did Frank create? Can you show or describe?
I think he had one where he photoshopped images of Paul Saladino giving massages to what looked like underage boys, something like that. So just crap like that. Elon is definitely a Chinese asset. He sort of has to be in order to do business in China. But, yeah, that was basically what Frank did with Paul. Thanks for the donation, Miles. Yeah, so 170-pound male, which I think is roughly average for an American male adult. It's 136. That advanced is 180, and elite is considered 227. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, a 100-pound woman at the elite level can do 114. So 115 overhead press for a man is very weak. Cringe $92. Do you think these three idiots are cringing sellouts that don't believe anything they say? Also, trans women are men.
The country because they looked through his phone and they found out that he had criticized Trump's elimination of grants.
I think there actually is.
Yeah, that is so fucking stupid for them to do anything with Hassan at this point. It makes me think they really don't care. Like, they have no ethical standards if they're willing to work with Hassan. They're just thinking, oh, Hassan has a big viewer base. Let's just work with Hassan, even though he's a Nazi anti-Semitic terrorist. He's big on Twitch, so let's just do a video with him. Like, as bad as Destiny is with, you know, the whole, nude leak thing, I'd much rather work with Destiny than Hassan. Sharing nudes is scummy, but I mean, openly supporting a genocide against Israel, like, he's literally plainly stated he would love to see innocent Israelis get massacred by jihadist Muslims. He's supported 9/11. He supports Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, like every fucking terrorist organization you can name. Like, they're not willing to do videos with Destiny, but they're willing to work with Hassan. Like, it's just... I can't take Bernie Sanders or AOC seriously. Like, they're just not serious people if they're willing to work with Hassan. But thanks for the donation, Cringe.
Car maker BYD, company started as a battery maker, who has eaten Tesla's market share with cheaper cars that don't regularly combust or plow into traffic. This week, BYD unveiled a battery system that can charge an electric car in 5 minutes, roughly the same amount of time it takes to fill up a tank of gas. As a result, Tesla's China shipments dropped by half in February from a year earlier, just over 30,000 cars. That's the lowest monthly figure since July of 2022. And of course, this is part of a bigger story about just how brittle Elon Musk's wealth really is. Tesla is spiraling everywhere. The company just announced a recall of all of its Cybertrucks to repair body panels that won't stay on. That recall also tipped reporters off to how many Cybertrucks the secretive company has actually ever sold, which is less than 50,000. Then there are the protests, not just in the US, but worldwide demonstrations and boycotts of Tesla to oppose Musk's one-man war on the federal government, including his dalliances abroad, where he, like, for instance, endorsed the far-right party in Germany. Competitors are now encouraging Tesla owners to trade in their cars, and owners are doing that at a record pace. Tesla had accounted for a majority of Musk's wealth until this week, but now stock has plummeted. Over 40% of its value gone in the last 2 months. 40%. In an all-hands meeting this week, Musk, back at Tesla, begged employees to, quote, hang on to your stock. But get this, okay? In the past 3 months, top officials in Tesla, people at the top of the company, they have sold more than 745,000 shares in the company. In that same period, they have bought 0 shares of the company they work for. Not even a shameless Tesla sales pitch by the American president on the White House lawn can goose Musk's sales numbers.
Legacy's Valent Donatillers. Heard of him? He is much smarter than apostate prophet and eloquently destroys Islam. Number 1, critical message him on IG. He wants a debate with you.
Late home from night out. On train, 2 drunk men arguing. One said, I drank soup from you dead mother's bones. They started rolling around on floor. Some jacked guy broke it up, but they ran away from him. I thought that was it, but police kept us all there.
I drank soup from your dead mother's bones? How in the fuck could the police keep you there? You don't have to give a statement, and you're not a part of the crime. I would have just fucking left. That's retarded.
To give Bernie the benefit of the doubt, he is an old geezer boomer. He probably doesn't watch Twitch and doesn't know Hassan. I doubt he is on the internet at all. People probably told him this left streamer has a large platform corporate with him.
I find that hard to believe. I know he's a boomer and everything, but there's no way his, like, media team wouldn't have told him. So I don't believe that. And certainly AOC would have no excuse. So again, they're not serious people. These are not people who are going to lead some sort of cultural revolution against, you know, big oligarchs and shit if they're willing to work with somebody like Hassan. They're just shameless career politicians who are trying to take advantage of a situation. Thanks for the donation, though, Blake. And thanks for the donation, Sing. Apostate Aladdin wants to debate me.
This video is sponsored by me and you. Find out more at the end. The author of the Quran is quite fond of hell. At least that's the impression I get when I pay attention to how often he invokes it. Jahannam this and Nar that. It's hard to read a page of the Quran without stumbling upon a verse reminding you of hell, or more horrifyingly, the graphic details of how God will inflict pain upon you forever if you don't believe what you're reading. Instead of confining the divine revelation to convincing and rational statements, the author resorts to these threats to cover up for the deficiencies in his argumentation. Kind of like the da'wah men with an affinity for chest thumping and escalations to violence. Yes, I mean people like Muhammad Hijab. Clearly Allah created da'wah men in his image. And this scare tactic is unfortunately effective to some extent at keeping the masses obedient and remaining in their beliefs. It's hard to get the statistics on this, obviously, but there are millions of Muslims who are held back from questioning because they fear hell, or they have doubts to the point of no longer believing in Islam, yet they're still held back by the trepidation. But I'm here to assure you that there is a way out of that frightful trap. And I know that on good authority because I have been there. I was a God-fearing, hell-fearing, submissive Muslim. I was the buzzkill who might not get invited to a hangout because I'd remind everyone of how haram their actions were. I used to ask myself before every decision, will this bring me closer to hell? I used to feel weighed down by the ever-looming threat of eternal torture for billions of souls, and that's certainly no way to live a happy and fulfilling life. But look at me now. I'm a blasphemer whose interpretation of making the world a better place would land him in the deepest pits of Islamic hell, and yet he remains unfazed. Why am I talking about myself in the third person? That's so Allah of me. Since it's Ramadan, I feel like it's a good time to tell you about my experience with the Islamic hell and how I got over it. During this month, Allah does us all a solid and locks up the devil, so theists can't say that the devil is speaking through me, which is so mean, by the way. I work so hard and the devil gets all the credit. Get the hell out of here. I get that it's a serious topic, and I use humor now to disarm the religion, but when I first learned about hell, it was no laughing matter. As a child, it was initially introduced to me as a place where sinners go. Adults wouldn't just say that lying and stealing are bad. They'd say al-kadhab biruh an-nar or al-harami biruh an-nar, meaning the liar and the thief go to the fire. And an-nar, meaning the fire, is one of the most common Arabic names for hell. There was no ambiguity about it being a flaming pit of burning flesh, unlike in some other religions where it's viewed as a state of unrest or separation from God. As you can imagine, it's not so healthy to link eternal torture to a word that is commonly used in everyday vocabulary, because every lit stovetop can be a reminder of the horrors of hell. And it wasn't just used to scare kids out of committing crimes, it extends to anything and everything that could be considered sinful. In fact, it wasn't uncommon for preachers, parents, and teachers to say the following to children. Imagine putting your hand over the stove. You can't even hold it for 1 second because it's so painful, and that's just a tiny flame. You'd be crying and whimpering, begging for it to be over. Now imagine how agonizing it would be to burn in hell from head to toe, over and over with no end in sight. So, you better not miss a prayer. Some people had it worse than I did. Though I attended Quran classes, I didn't go to an Islamic school where I'd be fed this rhetoric daily, and my parents didn't threaten me with hell all the time, unlike some other parents. But they didn't need to. The Quran alone terrorized me. And that's the kind of widespread religious terror that most people don't acknowledge. There's no campaign against threats of harm as long as they're attributed to a god. Since I was about 8 years old, I had been reading and
Bro,
memorizing
are
the Quran.
pandas even real? WTF is this? But I love them.
Let me take a look. Hate the fucking music they add. Oh. Oh, there he goes. I don't know how they don't hurt themselves more. Oh. Well, those are nice pandas. Oh, wait. Did it replay the same? Yeah, it's replaying the same thing over.
I could kiss Joey's face until it's gone. His face would simply not be there anymore from all the kisses. I just gave him about 20 and I'm gonna go back for about 30 more. That's every hour. Imagine times 24 hours a day. No sleep, no rest, just kisses.
Oh my god, that's so nice. Make sure when you kiss him, you also tell him that I love him too. Thanks for the donation, thee than thou.
Quran, starting with the shortest surahs, meaning chapters, at the end of the book. And the way I memorized it was sequential and cumulative, meaning the good thing. It made me feel insane and unique in all the wrong ways, because of our human tendencies comes from shaitan. Not neurological, might not be the smartest man out there.
Boring.
The Quran, the holy text that Muslims believe is the literal word of God. It is so perfect that I missed the last one. Let's start with Ibrahim's hate for idolatry and polytheism. According to the Islamic narrative, Ibrahim was a monotheist, a believer in one God. Despite his father and the people around him being idolaters and polytheists, Ibrahim always just sensed that there's something wrong with the beliefs he was expected to have. And trust me, as an ex-Muslim theist, he was affect us even if we can.
Yeah, these are fucking boring.
Like his wealth, Musk's mystique rests largely on the success of Tesla. And listen, that success is now anything but assured. Imagine how desperate and erratic that can make a man who's already, I don't know, at least by my perception, kind of desperate and erratic. A man who's been deputized to act as an extra-legal government enforcer, whose operatives are tapping into all of our data and sensitive systems, who, at least this morning...
Cringe, donate $2. Let me see.
Justify. That's not...
I don't care. It's very old Q&A section from a debate, and you linked me the same thing twice. Thanks for the donation, dude.
morning seemed headed to the Pentagon to hear all about our secret war plans with China, a country that represents Elon Musk's last best hope for saving his shaking business empire.
Account with a screen grab of the article on the New York Times' website saying the New York Times is a propaganda machine that desperately needs to clickbait people into reading their fake news articles, saying Elon Musk and Doge are doing great work to help the Department of Defense. President Trump also saying this today, that Elon Musk will be briefed by the Pentagon about the USA's top secret plans against China should there be a war. According to the failing New York Times, one of the worst and most purposely inaccurate newspapers anywhere in the world. Their all-caps fake concept for this story is that because Elon does some business in China, that he's very conflicted and would immediately go to top Chinese officials and, quote, spill the beans. He says, all caps, ratings-challenged fake news CNN immediately picked up on this absolutely ridiculous and false story, which is probably libelous, and went heavy with it. Fortunately, nobody was watching Maggot Hagerman, the really dumb quote-unquote scammer, who constantly writes about me for the Times using anonymous, made-up, parenthetical, non-existent sources, and who I haven't spoken to in ages, is a big part of the scam. She led the Russia hoax, only to realize she was duped and got it wrong. She owes me a totally discredited Pulitzer Prize for her bad reporting. The fake news is, all caps, the enemy of the people, and Elon is, all caps, not being briefed on anything China by the department.
I haven't gotten any vegan cat treats for Gummy. He used to give Prismo cranberries with some nutritional yeast sprinkled on, but I haven't actually used any cat treats for Gummy.
Of war here. In the meantime, we do want to bring into the conversation right now our friend and colleague there, national security analyst and expert and retired Marine intelligence officer, Hal Kemper, to talk about this story. Hal, good to see you here. I know there's a lot to get to on this Friday, and we made it to Friday, but I want to put this video up here so we can kind of talk over it and watch it. The Pentagon put this out of Musk's visit there to the DOD today. Now, Hal, this was a 5-reporter byline story in the New York Times. I'm going to keep reading from the New York Times, and they go as follows, that another official said the briefing would be China-focused without providing additional details. A 4th official confirmed Musk was to be at the Pentagon on Friday. Of course, he was. We're seeing the video put out by the Pentagon today. You see there Secretary Hegseth chatting there with Musk. Now, the New York Times says this. It was not clear if the briefing for Musk would go ahead as originally planned, but providing Musk access to some of the nation's most closely guarded military secrets would be a dramatic expansion of his already extensive role as an advisor to Trump and a leader of the efforts there at Doge. So, Hal, I got to ask you this. I guess it may come as a surprise to people that the U.S. military has drafted plans in the event of a head-on war between the U.S. and China. What goes on there?
I can't get into all specifics, but I can tell you this. The Pentagon has drafted plans for a lot of things, all right? There's plans for a number of contingencies around the world, number of possible, if you want to call them wars, military actions, stuff like that. So that there would be a plan out there, and I'm not saying there is, but there would be a plan out there. I would be very surprised if there was not a robust plan out there. And I can tell you that depending on how you define the term planned, there were a series of war games that were very well publicized last year or 2 years ago, where it was very clear what the U.S. would confront if it dealt with a war in the South China Sea, defending Taiwan thing. So that may have been part of what they intended to discuss. Obviously, after the New York Times discussion, it didn't come out. I would point out a couple things, and I'm not saying that the administration is trying to cover up something or whatever it is. It could have been there was a more expansive briefing in there, and somebody inside the Pentagon was very uncomfortable because they saw, Elon Musk and particularly Tesla has huge economic interests in China, huge production lines, and so someone may have said something, and one term that came out, they said this is false, it's not true, but they called those who released the information the term leakers.
Yeah.
Leakers kind of implies that they were leaking something. And I find that the juxtaposition of this is completely false, made up, and then that there's leakers that have to be prosecuted. I just look at those two things, I'm like, there's something inconsistent here. I don't know what it is. Yeah.
Hal, that's what we in the business would call a non-denial denial. In the meantime, Hal, I want to focus on another major announcement today there in the Oval Office by President Trump with Secretary of Defense Hegseth standing right by his side here. I want to put up on the screen for our viewers. This is all we got from the White House, all we got from Boeing. President Trump announcing Boeing will build the next generation fighter jet, the F-47 for the U.S. Air Force. Defense Secretary Hegseth joining Trump in the Oval for that very announcement. We do have that announcement. We want to just play.
Because of this 6th generation fighter. We've had the F-15, we had the F-16, the F-18, the F-22, the F-35. Now we have the F-47. Which sends a very direct, clear message to our allies that we're not going anywhere, and to our enemies that we will be able to project power around the globe unimpeded for generations to come. Mr. President, this is a gift. to my kids and your kids, to my grandkids.
How long has the F-35 been in service? Um, 2016. Oh, first 35 flew in 2006, entered service 2015. Hasn't been that long. Yeah, just 10 years. I'm surprised they're making a new one. Cringe, donate $2. Would you side with the Muslim in this debate?
William Lane Craig believes the Islamic standard over and above 1,500 years of Christian belief, because no one took his belief. For 1,500 years of Christianity, no one took his belief that the Son was not eternally begotten. And the Quran does say that.
Now you have exactly the same sort of doctrinal evolution.
I have no idea, dude. I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, Cringe.
And your grandkids. This is a historic investment in the American military, in the American industrial base, in American industry that will help revive the warrior ethos inside our military, which we're doing, rebuild our military, which the previous administration did not do, by the way, Mr. President. They paused this program, and we're prepared to potentially scrap it. We know this is cheaper, longer range, and more stealthy. President Trump said we're reviving it, and we're doing it. And then we are also going to reestablish deterrence. Under the previous administration, we looked like fools. Not anymore. President Trump has reestablished American leadership. The F-47 is part of it. And Mr. President, thank you for having the courage to do it and leading the way for all our warfighters.
Thank you very much, Pete.
All right, back on now to this tweet there from General David Albin. He is the Chief of Staff at the Air Force. He says, POTUS, SecDef, and I just announced the U.S. Air Force will build the world's first 6th-gen fighter jet, the F-47. It will be the most advanced, lethal, and adaptable fighter ever developed, designed to outpace, outmaneuver, and outmatch any adversary that dares to challenge our airmen. So, bringing back here Hal Kemper. Hal, you heard there Secretary of Defense Hegseth essentially say this, that the Biden administration was, quote, prepared to potentially scrap this program. This will be built as part of the next generation air defense, and it was paused under the Biden administration. Well, why was it paused? Why were they potentially going to scrap it altogether?
Well, Andrew, there's a lot to this. All right, this program's been around for a very long time. 2014, they announced the next generation air dominance fighter. Now, this falls on the heels of the F-22 and the F-35. The F-22, air superiority, stealth, a lot of other things. There's a lot of discussion out there that really never turned out to be what they'd hoped it would be. There was a lot of disappointment when it finally came out. In fact, even had a problem with its internal air system, oxygen system for the pilots, where some of them were actually falling unconscious during flight. So serious problems with the F-22. So it never really panned out, but it was very expensive. And then the F-35, which again was a very expensive system, came out. Again, there has been a lot of discussions, although a number of F-35s. We have a lot of F-35s in inventory, but there was a feeling it had been oversold. Now, this one is coming from Boeing. The F-35, the most recent one, and certainly one you see in the news with strikes and stuff, that is a Lockheed manufactured aircraft. The Biden administration had put this on pause because we are at a kind of a strange point. We weren't sure, and I say we, the defense world, if you will, wasn't sure if going with another manned fighter was the way to go. You know, the improvement with AI and everything else, and certainly with drone technology, and the ability of that was, and certainly limitations. When you put a person in the cockpit, a human body can only take so much. So there's a certain limitation on the number of G's you can do in a turn because the human body will just simply knock them unconscious. That's not a problem with a completely automated system. Of course, the problem with a completely automated system is if they find some way to jam the signal or to somehow do some sort of electronic warfare with it, they could potentially knock out our advantage where a human would be able to overcome something like that, hopefully. So that was the issue. It was paused. Okay. So that is absolutely correct. And pilotless somewhere.
It's often reported that people just decide to have fewer children when countries become more prosperous. But according to Alice, the decline is most pronounced among societal groups with less education rather than more. Her data shows that coupling is not only declining in wealthy Western countries, but also in East Asia, Latin America, and most severely in the Middle East and North Africa. In Turkey...
Yeah, the Chinese ain't having any kids. What do they call it? I forget the Chinese name, but it's like laying flat. That's the term they use, where people are just completely checking out of society, laying flat, not getting a job, just living with their parents. And it's because they figured out, you know, society in China is like some stupid Ponzi scheme. As soon as you try to make money, the Chinese government is just going to take it. So, yeah, people in China are also not having kids. I think it's expected that the Chinese population, within the next few decades, actually, is going to be like cut in half. They're going to lose something like 2 billion fucking people. So, I don't know why we can't just roll with it. People just don't want to have fucking kids. So, just make some adjustments. You're going to have some economic slowdown because there's going to be less people buying shit, less people working, and, whatchamacall, yeah, less tax revenue for social services. So, yeah, just prepare for it, make some adjustments. Who fucking cares? There's probably too many people on the planet anyway, so whatever, just, reset, whatever.
Turkey and Tunisia, the fertility rate has fallen to 1.5 children per woman, which is a bigger problem than the 1.44 in the UK, as the replacement rate in the...
Like, by the way, this really only negatively affects the super wealthy. So, yeah, you're just going to end up having labor costs increase, and then the cost of a lot of assets are going to go down, so like houses and shit. This is only really going to negatively impact the super wealthy. This is why, there's this like freak out about, oh man, we need people to have more kids so we can enslave them and get tax revenue and force them to pay for shit, that we're artificially inflating the cost of.
Developing world is much higher than in the developed world because of higher mortality rates. In countries with different wealth, different cultures, different religiosity, and where people face very different problems, fertility has gotten very low and is continuing to fall. So, why should we be concerned about this? For decades, people were worrying about overpopulation. Well, from a financial perspective, as countries face both aging and declining populations and a smaller workforce in relation to the number of retirees, it could cause all sorts of economic problems. Charles Goodhart and Manoj Pradhan wrote a book, The Great Demographic Reversal, on the economic effects of these demographic changes and how governments and policymakers have not prepared for this issue. Long-time viewers know that I often rely on my sponsor, Ground News, in researching these videos so that I can gather factual information stripped of partisanship. Recently, the news broke of a new investment in making informed decisions. The situation, according to Pradhan and Goodhart, is that birth rates began their decline in Europe in the 1950s and have gotten worse since then. The low birth rates, combined with the extension in lifespans that we've seen in developed countries, have meant a rapid decrease in the ratio of people in the labour force to people over the age of 65. This ratio has already reached levels where the fiscal sustainability of the social contract of financing healthcare and pensions has come under threat, but this ratio will continue to decline in the future. According to Lant Pritchett at the London School of Economics, if no migration occurs by 2050, Italy will have...
Regret runs deep, the truth untold, false names signed, the lies unfold. Coins sent in shadows, words untrue, now the guilt comes breaking through. If time could turn, I'd make it right, but past misdeeds still haunt the night. Sorry, vegan runner.
You got that from ChatGPT, didn't you? That sounds like a ChatGPT poem. Thanks for the donation though, Justin. Can China make up for the technology gap by mass producing military equipment? No. This is a problem that Arab militaries have. They do things like buy very expensive military equipment in high quantities, and it doesn't help them at all. Unless you're able to use that military equipment and include it into some effective strategy, it doesn't matter if you have more. So, You can make as many long pointy sticks as you want. You're never going to defeat like a machine gun. So no, that wouldn't do anything. I'm just gonna go take a piss and get a drink, but I'll be right back. Dodo donated $2. Do you think this could be Trump's real strategy? Let me take a look.
So much. What does he see in a deal with Putin that makes it worth abandoning Ukraine, a country that once received unwavering bipartisan support? Is it a genuine strategic shift or just reckless deal-making? Well, to understand Trump's goals, we have to look at the bigger picture.
The one thing you never want to happen is you never want Russia and China uniting. Well, I'm going to have to ununite them, and I think I can do that too.
That's Trump forecasting his approach in an interview from October 2024. The war in Ukraine has dragged on longer than many anticipated. It has taken a toll on US resources and focus. Trump and his security advisors see a need to shift priorities, believing that Washington should focus on containing China rather than engaging in endless conflicts in Eastern Europe. In many ways, Trump's policy toward Russia mirrors an old Cold War strategy designed by none other than Kissinger himself. The logic behind it is simple. If two of your enemies are close, pull one away. It worked in the 1970s when the US courted China to isolate the Soviet Union. Now, Trump looks to pull the same trick in reverse, flip Russia to contain China in the decades to come. Seen in this light, Ukraine has now become a pawn, set to be sacrificed on the grand chessboard. That's how it goes in geopolitics. Some alliances last only until a better deal comes along. Of course, Russia and China know perfectly well what Trump is trying to do. In anticipation, Beijing is now on a charm offensive of its own. It wants to strengthen coordination with Russia, it is hosting nuclear talks and holding joint naval drills while promoting Russian goods at home. Meanwhile, more Russian oil was imported into China than ever before, and trade between the two hit a new record high. But a lot of these events are also somewhat artificial. Take the story of China and Russia strengthening coordination in international affairs. It seems reasonably objective at first, but when you look at the ownership of the sources, 54% comes from government sources. So yeah, a lot of things are all happening at the same time. To keep track of things, I use Ground News. Its tools allow me to compare. Gets you 40% off the Vantage News. The link is below.
Look who I've got. I've got a big gum-gum. You guys see this? Here's a big gum-gum. Hey, gum-gum. How's my gum-gum doing? You're a beautiful, sweet kitty. I love you.
Details about Trump's peace plan for Ukraine are scarce. Both American and Russian diplomats have revealed little about the extent and reach of the negotiations. All we know with certainty is that the talks are taking place during the most dangerous phase of the Ukraine war. This requires some clarification. In November 2024, the Biden administration permitted Kyiv to use long-range missiles against targets inside internationally recognized Russian territory, including US-made ATACMS and UK-made Storm Shadow missiles. Ukraine has put these weapons to use, hitting targets in Bryansk and Kursk. These attacks have the Kremlin on edge, not because of the damage they inflict, but because of America's disregard for Moscow's nuclear deterrent, something which the Russians have communicated many times over. Putin, for instance, has said that Ukrainian forces cannot use weapons like ATACMS and Storm Shadow without technical assistance from NATO personnel. And so, from the Russian viewpoint, when Ukraine uses these weapons, it's as if NATO itself is attacking Russia. While ATACMS have been used against targets in Crimea without much retaliation, hitting targets within Russia's mainland borders is a step up the escalation ladder. So, in response to what it sees as NATO aggression, the Kremlin published a new nuclear doctrine in November 2024, one that lowers the threshold for the use of nuclear weapons. This new policy makes it easier for the Russians to use nuclear weapons against non-nuclear countries like Ukraine. As a show of force, Russia then fired a nuclear-capable missile at a military base in Dnipro. The damage was...
So, this guy doesn't really know what he's talking about. Russia used missiles that are capable of having a nuclear warhead many times before this. Yeah. So this was nothing new.
Relatively minor, so the missile probably had no payload and instead served as a demonstration of Russia's resolve. Still later in February 2025, the Russians used a drone with a high explosive warhead to hit the former Chernobyl power plant in Ukraine, which damaged its radiation shield, though there were no signs of radiation leaks. Regardless, these incidents show the growing nuclear risks and the necessity of negotiating a ceasefire. This is why Trump is in a rush to settle some sort of deal with Putin, a deal where Ukraine would surrender territory, resources, and sovereignty to Russia. In return, Trump hopes Putin will ally with him against a much bigger, more powerful adversary in the Far East. As calculated as it may seem, Trump's divide-and-conquer policy toward Russia and China stems from a flawed misreading of the past and a misunderstanding of the present. Kissinger's trilateral policy succeeded for two reasons. Firstly, by the time of his secret trip to China in 1971, Moscow and Beijing had already been bitter enemies for years, and China sought to improve relations with America as a counterweight to Soviet power. Secondly, at the time, Moscow wanted to patch up ties with Washington to reduce the pressure of both the arms race with America and its standoff with China. Fast forward to today, and the dynamics have changed. Neither of those past conditions exists now. Sure, Russia and China aren't ideological soulmates, but they are strategic partners. They share a mutual disdain for American hegemony and have found a way to work together based on shared interests, and that's good enough. For added context, China steadily became Russia's largest economic partner following the annexation of Crimea in 2014 and the Western sanctions that followed. The Ukraine war then cemented this relationship. As the United States and the European Union applied even harsher sanctions, Russia came to rely almost entirely on China. Trade between the two soared. In the last 2 years, for instance, Russia got about 40% of its imports from China and sent over 30% of its exports there. Military cooperation has also ramped up, with joint exercises and intelligence sharing mechanisms now firmly in place. The two complement one another's strategic shortcomings. Russia is an abundant source of natural resources and has provided China.
Dragon $20, are you anti-theist? Yes. Why hate religion so much? Because it's retarded. Why is it such a big deal to you if people do it when it gives them hope, peace, and purpose instead of living life without religion? It does none of those things. Watch off stream. Who the hell was that? That was a video of a guy blowing his own brains out with a pistol. Who was that? Thanks for the donation, Dragon.
China with cheap energy and technology transfers. Meanwhile, China is an industrial powerhouse and has offered enough economic backing to keep Russia afloat in its war against Ukraine. By combining their assets, Moscow and Beijing could well dominate Eurasia, which is precisely what America fears the most. Admittedly, Russia doesn't like playing second fiddle to Beijing, but it recognizes the economic lifeline that China provides, especially since it has been cut off from many global financial markets. What's more, as Beijing's power and influence continue to grow, Russia sees this as an opportunity to leverage its alliance to maintain geopolitical influence in a multipolar world. So, Russia's pivot toward China is not just a reaction to US policy, it's part of a broader realignment in the global order. Today, the partnership with China has become a strategic imperative for Russia, and its modern-day leaders see no alternative to it. Trump's objective to flip Russia isn't just theory, it's been floated before. During his first tenure, Kissinger reportedly encouraged Trump to improve relations with Moscow to counterbalance China's rise. But here's where reality sets in. The Ukraine war has made any American-Russian reset nearly impossible. The West has levied heavy sanctions on Moscow, and the Europeans see Russia as an existential danger. So, if Trump wants to split Russia and China, he has to make Putin an offer that outweighs what Xi provides. And right now, that's a tall order. Beijing offers economic support, diplomatic backing, and a growing tech sector that Russia desperately needs. This is not to say that the United States has nothing to offer, though. On the contrary, Trump's team is reportedly negotiating the withdrawal of American troops from NATO countries that joined after 1990, including Poland, Romania, the Baltics, and others. From the Russian point of view, NATO's eastward expansion at its doorstep is a threat to its survival, and the Kremlin would like nothing.
Is this guy a pro-Russian bot? Because all of this is total bullshit.
More than the exit of American troops. As of 2022, the United States has over 100,000 troops in Europe, with 10,500 troops stationed in Poland, 4,000 in Lithuania, 1,700 in Latvia, 2,200 in Estonia, 2,100 in Slovakia, 800 in Hungary, 3,300 in Romania, and 900 in Bulgaria. If Trump presses on with the withdrawal of US troops, it should be taken as an attempt to court Russia with the goal of containing China. However, relations between Washington and Moscow are at their lowest. Rolling back NATO's eastern flank may not be enough. This then explains the recent shutdown of US aid. You see, since the end of the Cold War, promoting democracy through US aid has been a staple of American foreign policy. Institutions and organizations backed by US aid have frequently and publicly criticized Russia and China for their lack of democracy, but the two have always resented this rhetoric as a violation of their sovereignty. So, by closing US aid, Trump is looking to make another concession to Russia. No more democracy promotion from now on, which means reducing US soft power in certain parts of the world. These two major concessions, degrading NATO's eastern flank and the shutdown of US aid, are in addition to Trump's sacrifice of Ukrainian territory, resources, and sovereignty. So, what Trump is essentially negotiating is to redesign the global order. He's making room for the Russians so that they join the Americans to box in China. This framework is critical to understand. Otherwise, none of what Trump does will ever make sense. Even so,
he's doing this because he's a Kremlin asset, not because it's advantageous for him against China.
It's questionable whether the Russians will take the bait. Unlike the Cold War era, when ideological rifts created political divisions, today's world is shaped by economic interdependence. Sure, Russia will gladly accept concessions.
That is not true. There are clearly ideological differences
From the United States, but there is little reason to believe that the Russians would reciprocate in a meaningful way, let alone do a 180-degree turn and suddenly become hostile towards Beijing. China has proven itself to be an irreplaceable...
This guy is a fucking moron. Like, he literally just spouted flat-out misinformation. Like, about, oh, Russia used a nuclear-capable missile for the first time. That's totally not true. They used nuclear-capable missiles many times throughout the war.
Ally. Another point to consider is that even with Trump's back-to-back concessions, Putin knows that this will be Trump's final term. By contrast, Putin plans to stay in power well beyond 2029, but by then...
What is this guy's ethnicity? Like, is this a Russian? Like, he's a fucking retard.
A new US president could take over and cancel the deal with him. For the Kremlin, this makes any agreement with Trump feeble at best. Meanwhile, relations with China are stable, predictable, and too valuable to replace. Framed this way, Trump's peace deal with Russia seems short-sighted and unlikely to work as he hopes. In fact, Trump is more likely to hurt American interests in the...
Yeah, this guy's dumb.
Have 0.88 people in the labor force for everyone over the age of 65. No economy in history.
Send us $22, iconic.
Soldier boy in it, oh, watch you take it.
I see you try to... Yeah, great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Has ever had dependency ratios that high. In the post-war period, when European social programs were introduced, there were 8 workers for every retiree. Pritchett points out that because the elderly require a lot of care, there simply won't be enough workers to do that work in the near future. He says that if you want...
Yeah, the elderly can learn to lift weights and do shit themselves. Who the fuck cares?
...wanted to maintain the support ratio of workers to those over the age of 65 at its current level, the rich world would need to import 450 million workers in the next 25 years. Japan currently has the lowest ratio of workers to retirees, with 1.83 workers per person over the age of 65. Jesus Fernandez Villaverde from the University of Pennsylvania analyzed the GDP of advanced economies per working age adult instead of growth per capita, and found that Japan is a surprisingly productive economy once demographics are taken into account. Since the global financial crisis, he found that Japan has the highest growth rate in output per working age adult in the countries he studied at 1.49%, surpassing the US growth rate of 1.34%. But the problem is the country's terrible demographics. Based on his research, this is the cause of Japan's malaise. Unfortunately, without migration, every rich country in the world will have a lower ratio of workers to retirees by 2050 than Japan has today. This isn't really based on projections either. 2050 is just around the corner, and most of the people who will be of working age by 2050 have already been born today. You might think that the solution is just for people to extend their working lives. After all, if we're living longer and we're healthier than ever before, maybe we can work into our 70s. While this might be necessary, it would be very difficult from a political perspective. In 2022, the French president announced that he would gradually raise the retirement age from 62 to 65. Retirement age would be extended by 3 months per year from September 2023 to September 2030. This led to massive demonstrations and strikes. Raising the retirement age in the developed world wouldn't help very much anyway, as according to Pritchett's analysis, there's aging amongst the aged. Most of the people over 65 are well over 65. A lot of the growth in the population is people in their 80s and 90s. Pradhan and Goodhart argue in their book that the demographic changes that are occurring will have massive economic effects. They point out that while global inequality has declined,
Vision Musings, $22. It's so annoying how a lot of the time when I buy contacts and do an eye exam, the doctor always gets it wrong. The axis is off and vision isn't as crisp and clear, but it's good. Didn't you say Muslims are dumb? What is this? I don't know what the fuck that is. Thanks for the donation, Vision Musings. Are you going to retire from streaming? I don't think so.
Over the last 30 or so years, within country inequality has increased. This increase in inequality in the developed world has led to the rise of populist leaders who promise to fix it. Pradhan and Goodhart say that this inequality dynamic is mostly explained by a shock in the supply of labor brought about by globalization. They say that we've already reached peak globalization a few years ago, as there was nowhere else to go to build factories staffed by cheaper labor. They argue that globalization over the last 30 years or so was deflationary, as while working wages didn't rise in the developed world, the cost of goods that we consume fell in price and increased in quality for the price we pay. They point out, much like Lamp Pritchett does, that the services required by the elderly can't be shipped in from abroad the way clothing and electronics can, as the consumption of
Sadie N. Word donated $2. Let me see. We committed the terrorist attack because, yeah, Mossad did it. Lol, you sheep. Yeah. Yeah, the history of Sweden. I'm sure. Sweden is highly, highly cucked. I would never want to live in that stupid gay-ass cucked bitch country. They pay some of the highest fucking taxes of any nation, and this is what they get for it. I mean, somebody's got to do it, right? The police won't do it. Yeah, send in the Slavs. Iranian man who raped his lodger in London can't be deported in case he is persecuted in his homeland for being a convicted rapist. Dude. Okay, then. Wouldn't that be a shame? Yeah, that's the UK. Get out while you still can. Thanks for the donation, Sadie Unward.
Western consumer switches from physical goods towards healthcare and personal services, they argue that the deflationary effects of globalization will reverse. On top of this, as the supply of workers falls, their bargaining power in wage negotiations will grow. We're already seeing shortages of labor in the developed world, and as the working age population declines and the consumption basket changes, this can be expected to become more of a problem, especially if immigration restrictions stay in place or grow. Goodhart and Pradhan expect to see a decline in inequality in the developed world, but unless there's a major productivity boost, they say that we can expect to see reduced output and suffer many of the problems seen in Japan today. These economists have a very different worldview to the Silicon Valley visionaries who are telling us that AI breakthroughs will cause mass unemployment in the near future. Alice Evans points out that South Indian states have seen a collapse in fertility equivalent to in Western countries. Tamil Nadu has the lowest fertility rate at 1.4, but in Tamil Nadu, only 29% of women work outside the home.
Bro, have you seen India? Like, is it any surprise there's a big anti-natalist movement in India? Like, they've only just gotten toilets. Is it a good thing that, like, these people are having, like, too many kids and everyone's shitting everywhere and getting fucking polio and nobody can make any fucking money and they're all poor? Like, when people say things like, oh, the GDP is gonna go down and oh, there's gonna be economic fuck you. I mean, especially when you're talking about places like India, you do not know traffic jams and congestion and smog and just filth and decay until you've seen India. Like, as if it's a fucking bad thing if their population were to be cut in half. Is this all that matters? Like, GDP and economic growth and horseshit like that? Or should people just live better lives? I'd rather just, like, farm potatoes and not make much money than have to live like that, where there's just millions and millions and millions of people in this crammed ass fucking place struggling to fucking get by on, like, just dealing with all this bullshit like smog and pollution and just shit everywhere.
Do you or anyone you know have experience with escorts? Would you recommend? It has to be cheaper and more time efficient than getting to know a girl and paying for multiple dates.
I've never personally used an escort service. I don't think I have any friends who have ever used an escort service. So I wouldn't be able to tell you. Thanks for the donation though, Majin Buu.
So, while you were streaming, I got cravings for cookies and came across vegan cream cheese made by the brand Laughing Cow that were on sale for half off. I decided to get them and buy Triscuits to make vegan cheese and crackers lol so delicious. I know you beg to differ.
I hate cream cheese. Cream cheese is fucking gross. Usually vegan versions of those things are better tasting, but yeah, still not my thing. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. I also just do not have an interest in eating anything like cookies. Yeah, the last like month or two, I just have not been able to even think about eating anything like that. Just want relatively plain food generally. But thanks for the donation, Ben.
This means that the average man will be supporting himself, his wife and kids, along with 2 sets of elderly parents. This is quite a burden for one.
No, HIPAA puffs are pretty gross. I never liked those.
One wage earner who also has to presumably prepare for his own retirement. Goodhart and Pradhan point out that as society ages, we can expect to see retirees spend down the savings that they've accumulated during their working lives. They argue that this should push up interest rates in the coming years. They argue that retirement ages will have to increase and tax rates will have to go up to pay for senior benefits. They say that if tax rates stay the same, the expectation is then that there'll be lower payouts for retirees. They say that lower retiree benefits might incentivize.
Guess who's gonna have to pay those taxes? It ain't gonna be the fucking billionaires. It's gonna be the poor and middle class. All of your savings are gonna have to get sucked out so that a bunch of fucking elderly fucks who never bothered exercising, never bothered eating healthy, you know, can get their fucking soup fed to them by a fucking nursing home because they decided to become overweight diabetics, drank and smoked their whole lives, never picked up a fucking dumbbell. Yeah, how about go fuck yourself?
The working age population to save more for retirement as they see the social safety net failing. So what's causing this fertility decline all over the world? According to Alice Evans, and I'll put a link to her blog in the description as it's a really fascinating read, it can't be explained by many of the factors that we've heard in the past, as it's happening all over and in parts of the world where those factors don't apply. She argues that the decline in birth rates around the world is not driven by the decisions made by couples to have fewer children, but
33 donated $2. He makes more money than you, yet you make negative assumptions about his kind based on his religious background and race. That's great. I don't know what the fuck that is. You make it seem like being Muslim is a crime even though it's freedom but promotes retardation. Okay, great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
From a decline in the number of couples. She says that had US marriage rates and cohabitation rates remained constant over the last decade, America's total fertility rate would actually be higher today than it was in the past. The issue is not declining rates of childbearing, but declining rates of coupling. Some have put forth that this could be driven by women outpacing men in college enrollment and graduation, and that maybe they're refusing to pair up with less successful men. The thing is that we see this decline in fertility rates in the Middle East.
That is just sheer cope. Total cope. No. It's dudes not wanting to deal with nonsense. That's what it is. Men are sick of putting up with nonsense, and that's why there aren't any relationships. Women are not going to go out of their way to not have a relationship. Men will. So, no, it is entirely driven by men not wanting to put up with nonsense. I can guarantee you. Trans Panic donated $2. Do you think the trans panic defense is a valid defense for self-defense? How would you feel if this dude convinced you to smash thinking he's a woman? Is this fraud? No, that is not a valid legal defense, and it is insanely transphobic. If I found out a chick was trans, I would either just break off the relationship and go on about my day, or if I found them particularly attractive, I'd just continue the relationship. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
The vegan cream cheese I purchased were regularly priced at $3.99 but were on sale for $1.99. I'm also topping it off with a couple of Ghost Energy drinks, lol, Welch's grape and Swedish fish, yum.
I don't know if I've seen this in stores yet. Yeah, I don't know if I've actually seen this yet. But, yeah, that's not something I'd eat. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
East and North Africa, where female educational attainment is lower than male educational attainment. One of the few places where fertility rates have not declined is in North India, and in North India, the ratio of male to female university enrollment is the same as in the United States, where more women enroll in universities and more women graduate. Well, is it that women have been more economically successful in recent decades and they just don't need a man to support them? That doesn't seem to be the case either. South Korea has the largest gender pay gap in the OECD, but South Korean women are still choosing to go it alone and have a fertility rate half that of the United States.
Yeah, I doubt it's women choosing to go alone. It's dudes not wanting to put up with nonsense.
Is it the cost of living or the cost of educating a young child? After all, I have friends who tell me that they couldn't have another child.
Dude, what's hilarious? I can bet you some of this horse shit that these economists are looking at is like data on women self-reporting choosing to be single. Don't ever rely on women self-reporting on anything. They are so full of shit. They don't know what they want. They're just filled with nonsense. It's entirely men choosing not to date these women. Chicks will fucking cope and say, oh yeah, I just want to stay single and crap like that. That's rarely ever the fucking case. It's just men not wanting to date these chicks. Trans freaks don't need to tell us this dude has a grating voice. I swear that trannies have a distinctive voice. They don't sound like men or women.
Do you think that those people wish that they were, majority of them who got those, medical interventions, testosterone and the like, do you think that the majority of those people then wish that they were like a gender conforming cis woman with breasts and long hair and femininity? Or do you think that it's more likely that those were women who were probably already, queer, lesbian, however they want to identify themselves, and would present in a gender non-conforming way to begin with? Because I know a lot of people like
Heart attack incoming.
What is the non-fallacious argument for your case?
Well, I have 120 more examples where the Bible reveals it's non-divinity.
Ron, you said you knew what a syllogism was.
You're calling it...
Ron, okay, I'm fucking muting you now. You're never, ever, ever, ever going to be able to talk over me on my fucking show. Ever. I'm going to unmute you. And when I do, you are going to present a syllogism, because you claim to know what one is, that is not fallacious, that demonstrates your case. Otherwise, we're going to all point at you, call you weak sauce, and let you go. I'm unmuting you now. Please present your syllogism for your case.
Well, I'm making an inductive argument. And my inductive argument is strong.
You're weak sauce. You're weak sauce.
Okay, thanks for the donation.
Because of how expensive private schools have become. This might explain lower birth rates in expensive cities, but it doesn't hold in the Middle East and North Africa. And when we look at a list of the least expensive countries to raise a family, we can see that they all have declining fertility rates too. To be clear, I'm not saying that the cost of living crisis is not a problem, just that it's not the primary cause of declining birth rates. Surveys of parent attitude show that the cost of living is on their list, but it's rarely near the top. And there are large parts of the world where the cost of living has not exploded, and in those places, people are not coupling up and birth rates are in decline. It's often claimed that young wealthy people are waiting longer to couple up and have children as they're having fun and spending their income on themselves. But the numbers show that
I am relatively certain it's the internet. It's got to be access to the internet. People know how fucked the world is, and they're just not paying into Like, everyone's just figuring out that society is a Ponzi scheme. They realize how fucked their situation is and how fucked things everywhere, and they're just not having it.
Drop in relationship formation is steepest amongst the poorest in society, so it's not about wealth. The trend is global. According to Alice, around the world, falling birth rates are increasingly driven by a relationship recession amongst young adults, which leads us to the question, have humans become like pandas who just refuse to reproduce? Now, it's long been my opinion, though I've done no research on this, that the reason pandas don't breed.
Yeah, I've tried Canada Dry Zero ginger ale. It's the same as just normal, diet ginger ale.
In captivity is that zookeepers keep feeding them bamboo. And let's be serious, that's not going to be easy to digest, and the zookeeper wouldn't be in the mood either if he'd eaten a 2x4 for lunch. One of the interesting things that Alice Evans has found is that in countries all over the world, a wide political gap has opened up between young men and young women. John Byrne Murdoch covered this a few months ago in the FT, where he writes that tens of millions of young people who occupy the same cities, workplaces, classrooms, and even homes no longer see eye to eye politically. In the US, Gallup data shows that after decades where the sexes were each spread roughly equally across liberal and conservative worldviews, women aged 18 to 30 are now 30 percentage points more liberal than their male contemporaries.
Yep. Women are all entitled and men are more realistic, so...
And possibly more surprisingly, that gap took just 6 years to open up. German data and British data also show a similar gap between increasingly conservative young men and progressive young women. He writes that in Poland last year, almost half of men aged 18 to 21 backed the hard-right Confederation Party, compared to just a sixth of young women of the same age. Similar political divisions can be seen all over the world, where studies show that the political divide between genders has grown massively for those under the age of 30, while older age groups remain evenly matched, and the political division between the genders is particularly wide in China and South Korea. While studies show that young men have become more conservative and young women more liberal, that doesn't mean that falling fertility is due to a shift in women's preferences. Alice writes in her blog that while right and left both assume that men would love to have more kids, but fertility is being dragged down by women, surveys show that women have a greater preference for having children than men. It is possible that politics is having the same effect on young people as a high-fiber diet is having on pandas. An interesting fact is that in the United States, while the overall fertility rate has fallen, women over the age of 30 are having more children than they did in the 1990s. It's only younger women who are having fewer children, and even that decline is concentrated amongst teenagers, where teenage pregnancy has almost entirely disappeared in the developed world. There are some positives associated with waiting longer to have children. According to The Economist, each year a woman goes without having a child, her expected lifetime earnings increases. A woman who has her first child in her 30s can be expected to earn more than twice what she would have earned had she had her first child aged 22.
Wow, that is a huge disparity. Holy shit. Yeah, dude. When fucking people like Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson tell you, oh, have kids as young as you can. Yeah, right. So that I'm broke. That'll make my life so much better.
While most politicians and policymakers are ignoring their country's demographic problems, some countries are offering to pay their citizens to have children. The Economist writes that working-class women's fertility is more responsive to financial circumstances than that of their richer peers. Zhejiang, a province in China, is offering newly married couples a lump sum, but only if the bride is
Yeah, no, there's no evidence that microplastics are causing a decline in fertility. None whatsoever.
Below the age of 25. In Russia, women who have a child before they turn 25 will soon be exempt from income tax. Hungary offers a similar benefit to mothers who have their first child before 30. The reason that these incentives are being offered to young women is that women who start having children young tend to have more children over their lifetime. According to Alice Evans, while these baby bonuses may be well-meaning, they are putting the cart before the horse when a growing share of young people are without a partner to begin with. So what is the driving factor then? Why are we seeing a worldwide decline in coupling, political division between young men and women, and why are young people staying at home rather than meeting up with each other all at once all over the world? The last two questions there possibly gave you a hint to the answer to the question. The huge change that took place in recent years all over the world that changed how people interact with each other and changed the media they consume was the proliferation of smartphones and social media.
Yep. Childless fags and retailers hope you enjoy withering away as a lonely childless fuck because you're too selfish to give the gift of life that was given to you. There's a big difference between being alone and being lonely. You bastard, you rather just goon in your basement.
You see the ONS data that came out a couple of weeks.
Oh, Jordan Peterson's a fucking retard. We'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, dude.
According to Alice's research, geographical differences in the decline of coupling amongst the young broadly track mobile internet usage. John Byrne Murdoch writes in the FT that this is consistent with research showing that social media usage has driven the spread of liberal values worldwide, mostly amongst women. One of the few parts of the world where marriage rates have stayed high is South Asia. Alice writes that in South Asia, caste and kinship networks are secured through marriage, which remain vital for status and social inclusion. Young women are constantly being asked by their relatives, when are you getting married? This chart shows that not only is mobile internet usage lower in South Asia than in the rest of the world.
South Asia is a fucking shithole. Like, what are you talking about? So, yeah, that's Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, Nepal, Bangladesh. Oh, all the countries we want to live in. Yeah, Afghanistan. Gee, I wonder why the birth rate is so high in Afghanistan. Go fuck yourself. Like we give a shit. Sure, have them breed. They can blow themselves up in a fucking... Like, what are they gonna do with their kids? Fucking fly another fucking airplane into the fucking Empire State Building or something? Like, go fuck yourself.
World, but on top of that, the gap between male and female internet usage is particularly wide. According to Pew Research, 46% of American teens say that they use the internet almost constantly, up from 24% of teenagers who said the same a decade ago. Young men and women watch different content and report that they would often prefer to stay at home on social media or playing video games rather than going out and spending time with friends. 40 years ago, Neil Postman wrote the book Amusing Ourselves to Death. The idea behind the book came from a talk Postman gave on George Orwell's book 1984. In his talk, he argued that the contemporary world in the mid-1980s was better reflected by Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, rather than by George Orwell's 1984. In Brave New World, the public were oppressed by their addiction to amusement rather than state violence. Postman saw television's entertainment value in the 1980s as being equivalent to the fictitious drug Soma in Brave New World, which citizens took, exchanging their rights for entertainment. At least in the 1980s, we didn't carry our televisions around with us wherever we went. I'm sometimes amazed when I see young people out with their friends, all staring at their phones rather than talking to each other, or more worried about photographing their food at a restaurant for social media than enjoying it. About 10 years ago, my friend Adam Robinson was using Google to try to work out what people were trying to learn on the internet. He typed in the search term, "How can I learn?" and then allowed Google to autofill the rest of the question. He wanted to see the list of Google suggestions.
Fucked Canada, donate $2. How does it make you feel that these terrorists got acquitted of the crime that everyone knows they did and they are still living amongst you in Canada? These guys would be in Guantanamo if it was America. Khalistan. Most of these Khalistan protesters don't do shit. Yeah, that was the worst terror attack in Canada, that plane crash, but most of them just do annoying protests, so, and the people who perpetrated the attack died, didn't they? Thanks for the donation, Cuck Canada.
Searches. The top responses were mostly languages. I did a similar check right before making this video, and the top search was "How can I learn AI?" and then Python, but after that a few languages. But the thing that really shocked Adam at the time was the number 5 suggestion was "How can I learn to love myself?" Because these suggestions are customized to the user, Adam wondered if this suggested search term was just for him, and so he texted some friends and asked them to follow the same steps. He found that while the order of suggestions shifted around a bit, almost everyone had that question in the top 5 of their suggested searches. So why did he find this so interesting? Well, all of the other search engines, he points out, were about classes and were things that you could ask a friend. But he noted the shame embedded in that search term. He was also...
Why bro sound like RFK if he didn't have his condition lol. Also check out this, sounds like more evidence for your female psychosis theory.
Open up to a woman, at least as a man, there's like a 98% chance that she's probably gonna ghost you or move on to a different man, okay? This tends to perplex a lot of people, and they often ask the question of why, and some people are just so jaded they stop asking why. They just decide that women are just like this and they live with it. But women often see men as ideas, not really who they are as an individual. So essentially, if you open up to a woman, you're becoming a real person. You can no longer fit in the confines of the idea, the box that she has placed you in. If you open up...
Yeah.
We're just going to take our pasta and put it in the pot. What we're going to do is if you just wait 5 seconds, it's going to soften. Sometimes you got to help it along a little bit. And you always want to keep track of which side was sticking out, because at the end we're going to compensate. I remember when I was a kid growing up, my friend Justin and I wanted to make a roller coaster, so we started saving money by putting our lunch money in a shoebox. And after about 6 months, we had a couple $100 in there, but it turns out that my friend Justin's sister's boyfriend had found the shoebox and he stole the money to pay for an abortion. Okay, this is looking just about ready.
That is a very strange thing to share on a cooking show. Wow. Thanks for the donation to PayPal, Buck.
So shocked that so many people were searching it that it was being algorithmically suggested. He felt that it was a terrifying glimpse into the loneliness epidemic all around us. A recent paper in Nature magazine shows the importance of social connections, not just for happiness, but also for health. The researchers found that while being educated, employed, wealthy, and physically active are all amongst the most life-extending factors, living with a partner is almost as beneficial in terms of longevity as exercise is. The researchers found that regular visits with family or having someone to confide in appeared to lower mortality rates. A paper by Platt and Sterling argues that social isolation has led to an epidemic of despair that's driving down fertility rates worldwide. They pointed to a catastrophic rise in anxiety, depression, and obesity-related diseases that correspond with the rise of digital culture, where people are interacting with screens more than with each other. The problems, they say, are worse amongst teenage girls who are reporting high rates of depression and a desire to end it all. The real takeaway from this video is to put down your phone and get out there in the world and interact with real people. If you can't do that, well, you should check out our sponsor, Ground.
No, real people are assholes too. All you need is a nice kitty. Like this kitty on my lap. You can see his arm right there and his little kitty paw. Rather just hang out with my cat and watch cartoons because that's nice.
Weeks ago that said for the first time ever since records began, 50.1% of women are childless by 30. So there are more women without children at 30 than there are women with children. The first time ever.
Well, so this is somebody clipped a part of one of my podcasts, I believe it was, where I was talking about what our society does to 19-year-old women or 18-year-old women, 19-year-old women. We just lie to them all the time. You know, the first lie is there's nothing more important than your career, more or less by definition. So that's the first lie. The second lie is there will be nothing more important to
Women are not told that.
You in your life than your career. So that's the second lie. And then the third lie is there should be nothing more important in your life than your career. So that's the third lie. And then implicit in that is the idea that children are a burden and that the idea that women...
children are a burden. And, like, again, women are not told this.
Should have children is part of the oppressive patriarchy and should be resisted. And who are men to tell me what I can do with my body? And, hey, fair enough. And et cetera, et cetera. Now, I've worked in female-dominated occupations my entire life. I worked...
Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. Oh... Oh my god. Oh. What a nice cat. Oh, look at the kitty giving them high fives. Oh, that is a nice kitty. Yeah, somebody sent me this already. That's nice. That's a nice cat. So nice. Wow. That's totally worth it. Such a nice cat. That is nice. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
For example, I worked as a daycare worker way back when that was like probably 80, something like that. And there were no men doing that, but I really liked kids, and so that was fun. And I worked for social services in Alberta in the childcare department, and then I've been working as a psychologist, either training or as a psychologist since then, and that's been a female-dominated enterprise increasingly as the years went by. But even when I first entered it, so I'm in the post-female in the workplace generation firmly. I never experienced the world except as that, and so I've watched women progress through their professional careers at every level of attainment, from the lowest to the highest, and observed what happened, and relatively, I would say, bias-free, because I didn't know. And what I've seen is that as women progress towards their late 20s, there's a psychological transformation, and what happens is that they place less emphasis on their career and way more emphasis, particularly on having a child. And that really reaches a crisis point around 29 or 30 for the vast majority of women, and their attitude flips. And I've seen it flip very dramatically with many women. And I suppose the most most convincing evidence of that, I worked with high-end lawyers in Toronto for about 10 years. I was part of an organization. We went to law firms, high-end law firms, and said, send us your most productive people, and we'll help them iron out whatever wrinkles there might still be in their life. And the advantage to them is that things will go better for them, and the advantage to you is they'll be even more productive. And there's a good management dictum, which is pay the most attention to your most productive people because they're bringing in the bulk of your revenue disproportionately. And so I worked with men and women who were at the peak of their careers in a very difficult enterprise. And so these were women who were generally very attractive, well put together physically, pretty stable psychologically, extremely conscientious, very, very smart, and high achieving from like junior high all the way through high school, university, law school, onto the top firms, rocketing up through the ranks, full partnership by the time they were 29 or 30. And all the law firms, all the women bailed out, all of them. The law firms couldn't keep them. And I was really, and I talked to the women a lot about this because I was very interested in it, because I knew the law firms were bending themselves over backwards and tying themselves into knots trying to retain these women, because why wouldn't they? Just being greedy capitalists is enough. They don't want to lose their high performing women because they're performing at the highest level, and they couldn't keep them. The women wanted to have 9-to-5 jobs. They wanted to bind the job so they could have a life. And that was especially true once they got interested in having a child or had one. And what they really came to was a very interesting realization. So because they were highly conscientious women, they sort of did their duty and worked hard and diligently and didn't pop their head up to ask questions. They're in junior high, they got the best grades. They were in high school, they got the best grades, and so on, all the way through, right till they reached partnership. But that's sort of an apogee, right? You hit partnership in a senior law firm, it's like you're at the top of your profession. Well, then what? Well, so then they looked around and they thought, here I am with all these like hyper-competitive men, perfectly willing to work 80 hours a week nonstop to stay at the top. What the hell are they doing? Because that's the real question. What is it that characterizes this small percentage of hyper-competitive men? It's not. You can assume that that's how everyone should be, but first of all, that isn't how everyone is. Or you can flip that and say, well, there's only a small minority of human beings that are willing to do this, to work flat out 8 hours a week. I mean, they're certainly being paid for it. Let's make no mistake about that. But well, what about the rest of life? Well, that's what the women asked. Why am I doing this? And that's a great question. Well, for men, there's a different answer than for women. It's a really different answer. And it isn't like the men are exactly thinking this through. It's more like this is an integral part of male motivation.
Has he ever stopped to think that maybe men who work that much actually like their jobs? Like, do you think if somebody does something for very long periods of time willingly, when they could retire earlier or do something else, maybe they actually enjoy doing it? Is that something that ever crossed his fucking mind? Like, maybe the reason I work out so much is because I enjoy doing it. I don't know. Like, weird concept, right?
The more successful you are as a man, the more women like you.
But the problem that you have now is that as women are getting better educated, with more employment, more status, more prestige, they compete themselves out of their ability to find an attractive mate. As women raise up through the dominance hierarchy, and this is
competence hierarchy,
sorry. Who's going to tell women
Yeah, so what he's getting at is women are fucking entitled and ridiculous and just filled with nonsense in their brains, and rather than just making any kind of rational judgment for finding a partner, they just think of dumb things like, I make $800,000 a year, so I'm only going to date men who make $1.5 million per year and who are also 6 feet taller or taller and also have like at least a 7-inch penis. And also, even though they make $1.5 million a year, they have to make sure that they have time for me and they don't like work too much. And also, they have to have like hobbies that align with mine, like stupid bullshit that men hate, like literally no men have any interest in whatsoever, like ballet, knitting, maybe reading stupid romance novels or watching stupid romance movies that every guy hates and are complete trash. Like that's literally how a lot of women think.
Equal access to opportunity that you have recently just acquired, actually what that's doing is it's making it more difficult for you to find a mate that you're fundamentally attracted to.
Yeah, well, it does a lot of things. I mean, it does provide women with a lot more opportunity on the economic front. It does decrease their dependency on their mate in relationship to economic security. And educating.
Did you ever use the Casey butt maximum muscle calculator? Was it accurate to what you achieved? I've never heard of that. I'm gonna search that in a different tab just because that sounds like it could be pornographic. Casey Butt. Is this guy's last name actually Butt? What kind of fucking last name is Butt? Like, are there people who have last names like Nutsack or Asshole or Foreskin? Let's see, 75 inches wrist. Do I have my measuring tape here? It's okay, Gum Gum. I don't have my measuring tape. That's probably just some stupid horse shit. Sengoku donated $2, then women will say, why don't men approach women anymore? What is this? U.S. District Judge Anna Reese exploded at a DOJ lawyer in a hearing on Trump's transgender military ban. I'm not going to abide by government officials. What does this have to do with any of that? Every time I click the link, something different pops up. I don't think he gave me the right link. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Educating women, countries that are willing to educate women, that's the best predictor of their future economic success. So if you look at developing countries and you want to find out what about a developing country is most likely to predict the fact that they will continue to thrive economically, it's their attitude towards the education of women. And
wrong link. Okay, let me see. I don't think Threads is working in the way you think it might be working. Yeah, it's a different link each time. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
But a couple more things. Women's educational status predicts their children's educational status, but men's educational status doesn't. So that's also an important multi-generational effect. I released a video. I was going to...
What did he say here?
Educate women. That's the best predictor of their future economic success. So if you look at developing countries and you want to find out what about a developing country is most likely to predict the fact that they will continue to thrive economically, it's their attitude towards the education of women. And a couple more things. Women's educational status predicts their children's educational status, but men's educational status doesn't. So that's also an important multi-generational effect.
I find that remarkably hard to believe, and I think he's completely and utterly full of shit here.
I released a video. I was going to conclude that other story. I released a video, or someone released a clip of me talking about some of the things we just talked about. And it went out on YouTube Shorts, and it's got like 5 million views in a month or something like that. And the comment section is unbelievably vitriolic. Every single comment is vitriolic, and it's all from women. It's like, who is this old white bastard telling us what we should do with our bodies? And I wasn't being judgmental. I was just saying exactly what I said to you, which is, well, I've watched women over the entire course of my life with, I would say, an affectionate eye. You know, I love my sister, I love my wife, I have a daughter, I love my mother. I'm pretty happy about women, all things considered. I don't have an axe to grind in relationship to how they should conduct their lives. I don't even know how they should conduct their lives. I've watched what happens. And I've also watched what happens to women who hit 29 or 30 and then can't conceive. And that is not fate I would wish.
Women who are 29 or 30 have the highest fertility rates. So what the fuck is he talking about? You become most fertile in the age range of 29 to 30.
On anyone. It's awful. And 30% of couples fall into that. 30% of couples have difficulty conceiving. It's a lot. And the probability that you'll have difficulty conceiving increases with age. And so, you know, c'est la vie. But it's very interesting to me to see how vitriolic those comments have been and how uniform that is. Because usually, on my YouTube channel in particular, 95% of the comments are positive. And this is...
Jordan Peterson has like a grade 7 level understanding of like every fucking topic. Just everything he says is complete bullshit.
Completely the opposite of that. So you brought this up at the beginning. You said 50% of women now at 30.
50.1 are childless by 30.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's not good. That's a sign of something profoundly wrong with the entire culture at an extremely deep level.
I don't think that women need to take it as...
Yes, people using their free will. Something profoundly wrong.
Us trying to tell women what they should or shouldn't do, but I think that it would be very fair to say that you need to be an incredibly unique woman to make it to 50 without a family and look back and think, yeah, I did this right. That's not to say that those women aren't out there. They absolutely are. I know some of them. What's happening to you?
Women who choose not to have children, on average, are happier than women who do have children. And that's because most women who do have children usually had children by accident. Most children are born unplanned. So when you have two different people, one who did not plan major life decisions and one who planned major life decisions, as you would expect, the person who made educated decisions on, you know, their life choices and where their life is headed, is probably going to be happier because they made rational, self-interested decisions. And also, women who choose not to have children are wealthier. They have more money. And wealth and money is a huge determinant of happiness.
Out there, they absolutely are. I know some of them.
Well, that was nice and stupid. I think somebody wanted me to watch this last stream.
Russia put me on the international wanted list for filming the footage that you're about to see. Not for smuggling weapons, not for espionage, not for breaking any laws, but for showing the truth.
Oh my god, this is already terrible.
Wild. There are FPV drones, there are countless types of munitions hitting the road that connects here to Suja. That's the main supply line for all the stuff coming into the region. So we're going to drive at a really high speed, but again, drones constantly hit cars in this area. So it's going to be pretty dramatic.
Is there civilian close on?
When we get there.
Do some music. Weapon.
This is the checkpoint.
That's the green layer you see, that's the checkpoint.
Drone blocker because there's a lot of stuff.
Like over.
This is unwatchable trash. Yeah, put a really annoying music in your video and really stupid, pointless fucking edits.
Fiction. Drop grenades on people, so... Hey, what's... We were standing...
My fix. Yeah, this is unwatchable trash. I don't know why somebody sent me that. Just garbage.
Our primal ancestors and their testosterone used to be between 1,500 and 2,000.
And what did those cavemen become? Me and you. That's what they became. That is what they wanted.
Range. Today I'm going to be going over what got my testosterone to the top 1%, 934 specifically, which is outside of the reference range. I'm aiming to get this around 1200.
And so his testosterone levels are already at 934 nanograms per deciliter. That's in the top 1% elite level testosterone levels, but he's not satisfied. He needs to get it to 1200. But why?
I have a few things I want to try. I'm not going to tell you them yet.
And so the first thing you notice when hearing this guy is listen to his voice. It's literally the opposite of Coach Greg. And so you're thinking, hey, if you have higher levels of testosterone, you're going to have a higher voice. I abused steroids for 10 years and listen to me.
Right now.
No. If anything, steroids lower your voice. You can see this with many people who go on TRT. They do not elevate your voice, they lower it. This can also happen naturally as men age. You can go through almost a second puberty where your voice just lowers. That's without TRT. There's also a lot of men who basically go through second puberty because they go on TRT. And just from TRT making you have more muscle mass and your neck becoming thicker, your voice naturally deepens. So, no. If anything, TRT or steroids is going to have an effect on deepening your voice.
So listen to his voice here in this 2019 video.
Again, I don't really have canned openers.
And now listen to him in this video.
What's up, guys? In this video, we're going to review the mystery.
Yeah. So, TRT lowers your voice.
How to help you judge your testosterone.
All right, and so right now he's telling us to judge your testosterone, so I'm going to expect him to say, go and get your blood work done and see a baseline of testosterone. But what instead does he suggest?
I want you to write down 4 factors. First, your energy.
And so first things first, do you have enough energy? If you do, it's a good sign that you have enough testosterone.
Second, your sexual desire.
And second, if you have enough sexual desire, perhaps you want to have sexy time every single day, or you have it often enough, you're not dissatisfied with that, also a good sign that you have enough testosterone.
Third, your muscle in your upper body, specifically your shoulders, traps, and upper chest.
The third sign, look at your upper body muscle, in particular, the shoulders, the traps, and the upper chest. Why? Why are we looking at our upper chest to decide if we have enough muscle, enough testosterone? Last I checked, when Larry Wheels was younger, his upper chest was not as developed as it is today. Does that mean he had low levels of testosterone as a teenager? I certainly don't think that when he was bench pressing 500 pounds as a teenager, he had low levels of testosterone. And
he went on steroids when he was like 16.
Really is a myth. People think that if you take testosterone, suddenly your traps and delts and upper chest are suddenly going to grow faster than weeds. I can tell you, when I first used steroids, the first thing I noticed was my legs. My legs above everything made tremendous improvements. My quads, hamstrings, calves, everything got bigger and leaner in comparison to the rest of my physique. And so for me, no. When I used steroids, it wasn't shoulders and traps and upper chest that was noticeable. It was, in fact, my legs.
And then fourth, how much do you like working hard?
And fourth, a great point, do you enjoy pushing yourself? Because higher levels of testosterone are conducive to making effort feel better. If you're training harder than last time, you actually enjoy it more when you're on testosterone. This is an obvious sign of testosterone. If you have higher levels of testosterone, it feels better to push yourself hard. And when you have lower levels of testosterone, it feels worse. Just because you don't feel like training hard doesn't mean you don't have high levels of testosterone. You might just be unmotivated. You might not like what you're doing. For example, when I was in high school, I did not like studying history. I did not like memorization. And so just because I didn't like studying history, because I didn't enjoy it, didn't mean I have low levels of testosterone. But ask me to go for a run, a swim, a bike, I could train for hours. And so one thing we need to consider is that we don't just want higher levels of testosterone to build more muscle. There are many other factors. For example, le joie de vivre, enjoyment from life, enjoying putting in effort, whether it's exercise or studying or simply going about our daily chores. If you have higher levels of testosterone, perhaps even if it's only 1 or 200 nanograms per deciliter, and you were previously too low, it's going to feel much better to be alive.
Most people think testosterone is mostly genetic, and while genetics do play a role, testosterone did not used to be a thing that was low.
How does he know this? Where does the data come from? Is he studying a meta-analysis on caveman testosterone levels? Because you can't just say, oh, but back then it was this. We simply don't have the long-term epidemiological data to draw from. And also, the testing that was done in 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s.
There's no way to know what, like, caveman testosterone was. There's no cavemen living today. They're dead. They're fossils. You can't test the testosterone level of a fossil. And in all likelihood, because they so often suffered from malnutrition and frequently suffered from starvation, they probably had lower testosterone on average.
Those tests were not as accurate as those today. And consider, who are they using for their tests? Were those people morbidly obese? Were they healthy? Were they eating correctly? And so when you compare data from 50 years ago till today, are we comparing apples to apples or apples to oranges? If you take 1,000 people and compare their testosterone in the 1950s to 1,000 people of today, well, guess what? In the 1950s, those 1,000 people were not playing Nintendo and gaming and swiping left and right from morning till night. And so just because their testosterone levels were perhaps higher back then than they are now, is it applying to everyone? Or perhaps just the fact that people don't eat healthy, they don't exercise, that is why they have lower levels of testosterone. And so World Obesity Atlas 2023 states that global study predicts that more than half the global population will be living with overweight and obesity within 12 years if prevention, treatment, and support do not improve. And so clearly, we know that genetics affects your testosterone levels, but environmental factors also do that. And so if you want to raise your testosterone levels, try doing some cardio and try not being morbidly obese.
Test has dropped by around 50% since 1950. The average testosterone used to be my score right now.
I don't know if I'm going to go with that. The average score in 1950 was in the 900s and now it's much lower. Is this true? Is it false? What people were used in the studies? Were they only testing fit men? Were they studying people who were perhaps sick? Consider that with modern technology, many infants who would have died at an early age are now living beyond that age. And so are we drawing from the same groups of clients? Think of it. If you were born 100 years ago, for example, the chance of you making it to your teen years or in your 20s was a lot lower. You died of certain illnesses, diseases, and perhaps people with those illnesses had lower levels of testosterone. So again, you need to compare apples to apples.
I'm not going to...
Check out this recent lawsuit filed by Frank against Paul.
Frank Tufano. Plaintiff, Paul Saldino. Jeffrey Davis, is that his lawyer? White plaint. Oh. The Illuminati. Well, this is gonna get thrown out. Good going, Frank. What a retard. So, yeah, this is gonna get thrown out. Frank Tufano, YouTuber, blah, blah, blah. Frank Tufano was the first YouTuber to follow the carnivore diet? I don't think that's even true. 2019, Frank Tufano realized that Paul Saladino, MD, was copying Frank Tufano's nutritional research. He does not conduct nutritional research.
Don't get me wrong, I love Maui more than ever and just as much as Joey. And I would kiss Maui's face off until that orange face took off and ran down the highway never to be seen again. Given the chance, I would even kiss Gummy's Farchi off.
Yes, Gum Gum's a good kitty. He's very nice and I give him lots of kisses. 'Cause he's so good. Thanks for the donation, thee then thou. I don't know why Frank is doing this because he literally lost to Paul Saladino via default judgment. So why would he bother doing this? Frank Tufano has come to the conclusion that Paul Saladino is an industry plant. Actor that is being used by the elite secret societies to funnel money and attention into their own businesses. All wealthy and powerful people are members of various secret societies. So we saw Frank Tufano's tax forms. He collected about $4 million in gross revenue from his meat business. Like, what exactly is he fucking complaining about? Frank Tufano recognized the presence of Freemasonic lodges in most cities throughout the United States, as well as the common symbolism that Illuminati members used to interact with each other on social media. Despite Paul Saladino being a newly minted doctor with no social media presence, I'm pretty sure Paul was practicing medicine for a while. He was quickly in the spotlight as a health and nutrition expert, mingling with celebrities such as Bear Grylls and George St. Pierre, even appearing on the Joe Rogan podcast. Paul Saladino's supplement company, Heart and Soil, uses a logo with horns, emulating Baphomet, a satanic figure commonly worshipped by various secret societies. Whether Paul Saladino is a member of these specific secret societies or other unknown ones is irrelevant to the fact that it would take a team of highly experienced and organized people to campaign against Frank Tufano in the manner that has occurred over the past several years. Is this real? Is this real? He did this? Dude. All wealthy and powerful people are members of various secret societies, the Illuminati and Freemasons being two of the most well-known.
Frank is a professional victim times 77 quindecillion 777 quatuordecillion 777 tridecillion 777 duodecillion 778 undecillion 888 decillion 888 nonillion 888 octillion 888 septillion 888 sextillion 888 quintillion 888 quadrillion 888 trillion 999 billion 999 million 777,777.
Yeah, he is. Where does he think he's... Like, this accomplishes nothing. Thanks for the donation, even though. In the case, Saladino MD versus Frank Tufano, so that's the lawsuit we just saw. Frank Tufano was denied several amendment rights and also fell victim to malpractice by Jeffrey Davis. He literally didn't bother to represent himself.
You know that Frank wants to say it's the Jews that are coming after him lol, given the fact that Nazis, anti-Semites, etc. blame Jews for Freemasonry, worshipping Satan, being a part of the elites, globalists, and many more, but it would be instantly denied lol.
Yeah, he definitely wants to blame the Jews. This is all just dog whistling. Thanks for the donation, Ben. So this is the lawsuit we were covering earlier. He never bothered defending himself. And then he's claiming, oh, I fell victim to malpractice. He never defended himself. That's why Paul was granted default judgment. Frank Tufano's First Amendment right to freedom of speech and Seventh Amendment right to a jury trial in civil lawsuits by the premise of the lawsuit just mentioned, and denial of any Frank Tufano's attempted motions. He didn't defend himself. He's just lying. Jeffrey Davis was retained by Frank Tufano initially in the case, but failed to communicate court proceedings, resulting in default judgment. That's just a lie. I don't even know what the fuck that has to do with this lawsuit he's making. He's just going on and on about Freemasons.
Fell victim? That document was written like it was written by Frank himself. It's more of an unintentional self-diagnosis than it is a legal document.
Well, yeah, it was written by himself. He can't afford a lawyer, so... Yeah, it was written by himself. Thanks for the donation, the now. What is the claim? First claim for relief, civil conspiracy. Paul Saladino, MD, met in secrecy with Freemasons, Illuminati members, and other relevant secret society parties. Influenced them to conspire against Frank Tufano. He's never going to be able to show any evidence of that. Conspiracy against rights. So again, more secret society bullshit. Economic damages for all stolen business ventures, an amount determined by 50% of Paul Saladino's gross business sales. Economic damage for stealing proprietary material, an amount determined by 100% of Paul Saladino's gross income from social media monetization. Economic damages for impersonating Frank Tufano's material. This is psychotic. What a fucking delusional retard. There's no helping that retard. He's just gonna go broke. Roadkill donated $2. You always say that it's ethical to eat roadkill, but if you eat roadkill that you find, aren't you increasing the demand for more meat in nature and necessitating that another animal could potentially die to satisfy the calories that you took away? I don't think it fucking matters. Like, animals that eat roadkill are like vultures and shit. I don't think it makes a difference. Thanks for the donation, Roadkill.
Gonna be covering the basic stuff you hear every day, like don't drink, work out, get your sleep.
And so he says he's not going to cover the main things that you need to hear about. For example, work out, get enough sleep, don't drink alcohol, don't abuse recreational drugs. Why aren't we covering those things? Those are the most important things. Everything else, not going to make that much difference. Do you really think he's going to go from 900 plus nanograms to deciliter to suddenly 1200 by doing things with minor differences? You see, this is the problem. People worry about the 10% rather than the 90%. You're going to focus on all these small minor details that are going to basically do nothing. Perhaps you'll go from 924 nanograms to deciliter to 925. Is that going to make a difference? No. Worry about your sleep. Worry about your exercise, reducing stress, about taking in proper vitamins, minerals, having having a healthy diet.
I also wanted to say testosterone doesn't just have physical benefits. A lot of it is the cognitive benefits, making you more productive, making you work towards a better future.
And so absolutely, higher levels of testosterone, it's not just about the physical, but the mental as well. Think of it, you can think more clearly, you're more focused, your effort feels better, you want to work harder. These are clearly very better.
Jalen donated $2 and says hi. Hello, Jalen. Thanks for the donation, dude.
So Neanderthals were our primal ancestors, and their testosterone used to be between 1,500 and 2,000.
No, there's no way of knowing how high Neanderthal testosterone was. There's no living Neanderthal specimens. They're all fossils.
And so primal ancestors, their testosterone levels were between 1,500 and 2,000. Is this guy, in fact, Jeff Goldblum? Was he, in fact, making a next version of Jurassic Park, the caveman edition, where they're going to reinstall cavemen with testosterone?
The more recent skulls have traits that indicate lower testosterone levels, which may have allowed ancient humans to live together in larger groups and interact peacefully with outsiders. This is just skull shape.
I gave Joey a real decent number of kisses in your name. I told him that you love him very, 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 very much, but not an amount that would be more than you love Gummy.
Well, that's nice. That's nice that you gave Joey kisses. Thanks for the donation, even though. This is just based on stupid skull shape bullshit. There's no way of knowing what their testosterone was. And, like, there's other hormones that influence skull shape, like growth hormone.
Testosterone levels of 2,000 nanograms per deciliter. This is ridiculous.
And a common misconception is today we are healthier than our ancestors. We're really not actually any healthier. They were much healthier. They felt much better.
And so
yes, they died by age 35, but they were much healthier.
So, to me, that is debatable. And so your ancestors with no doctors and no dentists who had to literally pull out their teeth and didn't have any surgeries, didn't have any medications, no Tylenol 3s in case you were sick, no surgeries, so they felt way better. Yet, when they got sick, what did they do? If they got stabbed, did they go to the hospital and perhaps get surgery to get better? Or did they just die? And so I'm not going to debate quality of life. You can debate me if you want. I would argue that having a roof over your head and a bed to sleep on and perhaps a heater, a stove to cook your food is better than freezing to death in the winter, day in and day out. But hey, maybe they had it better.
First, I want to talk about sunlight. You could imagine our ancestors stepping outside of a cave and being in the sunlight first thing in the morning. Now, this has testosterone benefits and
Sunlight does not increase your testosterone.
Cognitive benefits.
And so the first thing he's suggesting is get out, like Andrew Huberman says, and get out in the sun first thing in the morning. There's nothing wrong with this. I do agree with this. This is nothing bad. And so when you wake up, open the blinds, look at the sun, and try to get up at a regular, consistent time. Many people are waking up at noon, perhaps staying up all night partying. So clearly, if you go to bed at dark and get up in the morning, it's going to be much healthier. You're going to get higher levels of testosterone.
Now I want to talk about
the fucking bullshit about Neanderthals being stronger than humans, like, again, there's no evidence for that. They just look at their, they just look at the size of their bones and then estimate how much muscle mass they would have had. Like, again, there's no specimens where you can actually know this. It's just an assumption. Like, wasn't their average height like 5'5" or something too? Like, it's just so stupid. Also, this is a cat. This is a very nice cat. See this cat? He's a really good cat.
Yeah, you're my kitty. You're very nice. It's a very nice kitty. I love my nice kitty. Look at how nice he is. He's very nice. Oh my goodness, he's so nice. I love my kitty. So good.
The not so obvious diet stuff. So first of all, at night, it's important to get a source of fat consumption. This is because when you're asleep, that's when your body produces testosterone.
And so he claims that your testosterone.
Yeah, so there's no need to do that.
Testosterone is produced at night. It's actually produced all day long. And also, if you eat fat, it can take up to 12 hours to digest. And so if you just claim that you need to have fat before bed to allow your testosterone levels to be released at night, does that actually make sense? Would it not make so much sense to have fat earlier in the day to allow it to digest and absorb so that it's with you at night? And so I don't think this makes any sense. Eat fat throughout the day. My personal opinion is you should eat 3 to 5 meals a day. Healthy fat should be included in each and every meal if possible, but if not, hey, the more often, the better. And so here's the reality. Everyone says something different. People are like, don't have carbs in the morning. Just have fats and protein. You'll think better. Only have fats at night. Only eat carbs at night. Carb backloading. Carb up, carb down. Carb load. Don't eat this. Don't feed the gremlins after midnight. What are you going to do? I'll tell you what to do. Just eat healthy. This is not going to make any difference. Just eat healthy.
Studies were done on people with high fat compared to normal fat, and just by increasing your fat intake, their testosterone was increased by 30 nanograms.
30 nanogram per deciliter increase is literally nothing. That's like, it's nothing. That's... If you tested the same people again, it's like a margin of error. You'll have daily changes in your testosterone score that are above 30. So if you test your testosterone every day, you'll get daily fluctuations that are around 100. So that's nothing.
A deciliter.
And so there you have it. If you don't have any fat in your diet, you're not eating enough fat versus eating plenty of fat, 30 nanograms per deciliter. So what is my advice? Don't cut out all healthy fats. Have enough fats. I think this is obvious. I think everyone knows this. Don't just eat one macronutrient. Don't just eat protein. Don't just eat fat. Don't just eat carbs. Have a mix of everything. You know what is much easier than listening to all this advice? You can do this, do that. Wake up in the night. Eat fat here, eat fat there. G-test.
Yeah,
you know what's
right.
You want to have sexy time? Is that not good? First one was more G. So what I to
Why
this
cats are fickle with tummy rubs.
Let me see, Rusty. Oh.
You are so much more than what you have become. Remember who you are.
Gum Gum's good with tummy rubs. Isn't that right? You'll lay down and let me rub your tummy. It's because you love me and I love you and you trust me. We trust each other. You let me rub your tum-tum. That's a good kitty.
Thanks for the donation, Rusty.
this level so that they could do.
When people consume sugar, their testosterone drops by 25%.
I'm gonna.
Sugar does not make your testosterone drop, so that's not true.
To disagree. Just because you're having sugar, your testosterone's dropping by 25%, and even if it is it being sustained? Is it going to be lowered for the rest of your life? If I'm in a bike race and I'm racing harder than last time, and I just burn off 1,000 calories in an hour, and I have another hill to climb, and if somebody says, here's some sugar, or here's some fiber, here's a salad, I'm eating the sugar. Give me the freaking chemical-filled candy bar, because I need some energy to get up that hill. And so technically in the literature, what sugar does is it decreases your SHBG, sex hormone binding globulin, which increases your free testosterone. And so just because this guy says don't eat sugar because the study said so, doesn't mean that eating sugar is ruining your life. It all depends on when and how much. If you're an athlete, I'm telling you it's okay to have sugar. Do you really think that eating strawberries, which has sugar, is going to be detrimental to your health? It's going to lower your testosterone? Pretty sure the cavemen out there were eating fruit. Fruit had sugar. And so if you're interested in checking out this guy's full-length video, his name is Jacob Ruker. He did an excellent job. Very entertaining. It has...
That guy is a retarded dumbass who doesn't know shit. So, yeah. Let's see.
But the question is, did humans already come up with the best experiments that we could think about? Or are there many experimental techniques out there that could be built which are potentially too unintuitive for humans? The possibility of the different combinations of experiments that one could theoretically build in a laboratory is just absolutely amazingly large. And this is where artificial intelligence comes in. How can we get new scientific understanding using artificial intelligence? When I started my group here at the Max Planck Institute, I've decided to choose the name.
Hey, much love.
Well, thank you, Nut Muffin. Appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Artificial Scientist Lab to force myself to think every day about what is actually the big goal. We want to know how to build an artificial scientist. When humans design experiments, they rely on their intuition. They rely on what they have seen in the past. Let me give an example in my own work. We wanted to build a new experiment. We failed. We couldn't find the experimental setup. And I thought maybe the human intuition is actually somehow in our way of finding the right way to build the experiment. So I wrote a computer program that basically just has experimental equipment that we have in the laboratory in its own little toolbox, and then it can shuffle around experimental components and compute its results. So I started this algorithm, and I came back in the morning, and I actually saw exactly the solution that we as humans couldn't find for several months. The combination of experimental equipment, that's definitely not that we could not have thought about it. The surprising thing is that the way how the machine assembled the components was highly asymmetric. It put in this unintuitive element, which we as a human just kind of couldn't grasp. Let's imagine the space of all possible experiments. Each tiny point in this diagram would be a different experiment. Humans have spent the last hundreds of years to find some of those points, for instance by building better microscopes, better telescopes, better high-energy physics experiments. We want to use artificial intelligence to find new experiments that we have not discovered yet. In my group, we have a number of different projects. Several of them are building new AI tools for designing new experiments. What we are using is scientific knowledge. This has all been published in papers, and we use this and encode this in our algorithms. PyTorch is an algorithm that can design new quantum experiments. The underlying process of PyTorch, it goes a step away from quantum physics and goes to a much more abstract space that is built just of graphs. Graphs are mathematical constructions that have vertices and edges between vertices. We found in the last years that quantum experiment can be translated into this abstract graph. And this abstract world is way easier to handle. We can use modern AI tools. Then we can ask and answer questions in this much more abstract world. And then when we have a solution, we can translate the solution back into a real quantum experiment. We were interested in building a specific quantum state that is interesting for quantum computers. So entanglement is one of the strangest properties that quantum physics predicts, where two particles seem to be correlated over large distances. The normal way how one creates entanglement is that you produce entangled particles at one location. They can be generated at completely different locations if you have the ability to do something extra called entanglement swapping. If you generate two pairs of entanglement, they can be very far away. One of the two particles from each of the pairs you bring to one location and you perform a specific measurement. The partner particles have never been at the same location, but still they can be entangled. So we wanted to have our algorithm to come up with new ways to perform entanglement swapping. So one of the students was working on it, and he has coded it up using PyTorch. He got the first results. So I saw this result, and I knew it shouldn't be possible. For creating entanglement swapping, the belief was that you actually need entanglement to start with. Our solution seemed to not need it. It turned out that the result is correct. So that means the limit that I thought needs to be there was wrong. There is no limit. You can overcome it. What did the machine find to overcome this limit? We found out that it uses a completely different technique using very different physical principles, but is still able to entangle two particles that have never been at the same location. One of the reasons why we are excited about this technique is because it changes how we think about generating entanglement. we wrote a paper where we explained the idea that we understood from the computer algorithm. And the cool thing is, the idea came completely implicitly from a machine. And we as humans, we just try to understand what the machine has actually done. This is definitely a component of the future of science, that humans will not maybe discover all things, but maybe the machines discover, and humans have to interpret what the machine has done. A couple of years ago, I got an email from researchers at the LEGO collaboration.
Cats are invasive in Australia, so they have mass cat killing programs. See if you want.
Well, I'm not gonna watch people killing cats, but yeah, I know they also kill wild dogs and stuff. It's kind of sad, but, you know, thanks for the donation, Luke.
And the LIGO collaboration is the one collaboration that has built gravitational wave detectors and actually observed the gravitational waves. And they were thinking about whether one could design new gravitational wave detectors that are beyond human intuition. We are trying to use AI systems to come up with completely different experimental setups. Actually, quite a lot of the ideas that the machine has put in are completely alien to us. They are totally weird, and we are not sure how to really think about them yet. Some of those designs seem to beat the best human designs, in some cases even quite significantly. Now, it's a task of the human to understand the solution that a non-human intelligence has provided. There are different projects in my group where we actually try to use a huge amount of scientific literature to predict what scientists will do. And
researchers at the University of Toronto suspect that a Canadian law enforcement researchers at the University of Toronto suspect that a Canadian law enforcement agency has used spyware known as graphite to hack into phones and eavesdrop on messages. For more, we're joined by Kate Robertson, senior researcher at the University of Toronto's Citizen Lab. Kate, thank you very much for joining us. I'll just tell viewers a bit more about what your group has discovered. You allege that the Ontario Provincial Police, the OPP, has used graphite. Graphite is a tool that uses WhatsApp, the popular messaging platform, to record messages and record data on cell phones. All correct?
That's correct. Our investigation that has led to a report this week is the first of its kind in terms of exploring the forensics and infrastructure associated with this tool that's linked to an Israel-based company called Paragon Solutions.
How strong is the evidence that the OPP has used this software?
Well, our mapping of Paragon's infrastructure led to a number of findings. On the one hand, we've uncovered with cooperation with WhatsApp, dozens of spyware victims, including some who are linked to an all too familiar pattern of targeting, whether it's human rights organizations, civil society, government.
They're talking about pro-Palestine protesters.
Critics and even a journalist. But our investigation also led to a Canada-based customer, which was finding that was of some surprise, given there was an awareness previously that Canada is a customer of a company like Paragon Solutions. And it led us to an IP address that is traced to the address of OPP's general headquarters here in Ontario. And that led to our finding that the OPP is a possible Paragon customer, but we also uncovered public records that point to a growing ecosystem of spyware capability among Ontario-based police services beyond the OPP itself.
Do you have any names of other Ontario police services that you believe are using the tool?
We have public records linking services like the Toronto Police Service to technology that Canadian-based authorities call audits or on-device investigative tools. Those are commonly...
Sadie N-word donate $2. Let me see. I see that she has very well-known serial killers tattooed to her leg. He's not the hero we want, but he's the hero we need. Wakes up after 70 years to find a black guy giving him orders. Yeah. The Japanese are awake to the blackwashing. Black people may not be able to create, but they can plagiarize. Okay, well, thanks for the donation, Sadie. Dodo donations. Remember when Smosh used to be funny? VG be like, Smosh was never funny.
For the first time ever, Disney will be re-releasing the classic film Snow White, with all the scenes that were cut for being too progressive.
Now don't tell me who you are. Let me guess. I know. You're Duck.
Why, yes, that's true.
And you're bashful.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's not funny, and yes, Smosh was never funny. Tattoos used to justify deporting Venezuelans to an El Salvador prison last weekend. The Real Madrid logo, a clock with the time of a daughter's birth, the rainbow-colored ribbon of the autism acceptance movement. Yeah, these are clearly gang-related tattoos. That makes sense. Dude, I love how Trump's in court and he's like claiming that he didn't sign the fucking Foreign Enemies Act when he's the only one who could sign it? And then he's like claiming Marco Rubio did it? You don't need to speak Spanish to understand this joke. The Onion of Venezuela, which for years has made jokes about that country slide into authoritarianism, coming for Trump's deportation of Venezuelans based on their tattoos. It wouldn't surprise me if they'd... Like, they fucking deported a guy for a autism rainbow color tattoo. Can guarantee you if somebody had a Thomas the Tank Engine tattoo, they'd deport him. Like, this clearly isn't based on, like, tattoos that are interpreted as gang tattoos. This is just racial prejudice, nothing more. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. How you doing, little buddy? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Unironic video the US Gov released.
Is that fucking real? Like, the entire time I was waiting for it to be like a Tim and Eric sketch. Thanks for the donation, Luke Skywanker.
Understood to involve spyware, but the court record that we uncovered doesn't document the source of that tool. We've also learned through informal consultations that other services like the Hamilton Police Service, New York Regional Police are also linked to potential spyware capability. The sources of those tools are also unknown at this time.
Bloomberg News, in covering your findings, says Bloomberg, reached out to the Ontario Provincial Police and didn't immediately receive a response from the OPP. Have you reached out to police services asking them about this?
A number of the services, including the Ontario Provincial Police, have been contacted by various journalists and have, as I am aware, provided responses that refer to their historical and continuing use of lawful authorities without denying the particular use of Parallon Solutions product in particular.
In your understanding, are police forces, would they be breaking the law if they're using this tool?
Ordinarily, when you have a device that a commercial actor has developed to hack a mobile device, particularly one as sophisticated as this, it does contravene a number of criminal laws in Canada, which is why law enforcement has to obtain particular authorities through the courts. However, Parliament has previously studied the use of spyware in Canada and has pinpointed the need for law reform in a number of respects to address the specific security and human rights risks associated with a tool that is unprecedented in its capability and power compared to previous surveillance technologies that are currently regulated in Canada.
At the beginning of our conversation, you listed a number of targets of this tool, human rights groups, journalists, and so on. I believe you were speaking in the international context in that conversation. Do you have any evidence that suggests that in Canada the tool has been used by Canadian police forces to investigate people or organizations that are simply exercising their right to protest?
Certainly, and that, certainly in the sense that you're right, that's a separate part of our investigation, as I noted. And right now, what we have are findings that show a growing ecosystem of capability. The extent to which it's been used, how it's been used, and how those capabilities have been sourced are currently unknown at this time in Canada. And so it points to the need for questions and answers about the extent to which spyware capability is being procured and deployed in Canada, what processes with the privacy regulator in Ontario, the Information and Privacy Commissioner of Ontario has been consulted, if they have been consulted, and whether advice has been followed. There's also been a recognition at the federal level of the need for Canada to prohibit the use of spyware that's been linked to human rights abuses abroad. And while Canada has signed on to a joint statement with the United States and others who've taken similar measures, Canada has yet to do so here at home.
Are these appropriate tools to use in investigations that are clearly aimed at criminal activity and criminal entities, drug trafficking investigations, terror investigations?
Well, the scope and scale of spyware as a capability, as well as the marketplace that's driving its proliferation internationally, raises questions about how we as democratic societies will treat the marketplace itself. And so it is a question of how, if it's going to be used by law enforcement, what are the strict guardrails that are necessary to...
Valve already has...
Well, fucking
So we have
Popo being Popo.
What's up, everybody? My name is Tall, the Traveling Cloud. I'm your favorite Zionist prince, white colonizer, coming to you live from the USA. Let's take a look at this clip.
Nut Muffin donated $2. Let me see.
Nah. This won't give me mouth cancer, will it? Oh, this will probably kill you.
That is quite a reaction. Just vomits. The fuck? Yeah. Dogs are very sneaky. Yeah, that's a smart dog. Dumb human got fooled. I love how dogs can just outsmart people. It's great. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
On February 8, 2025, I was released. I weighed 44 kilograms. This is less than the body weight of my youngest daughter, Yahel. May her memory be blessing. I was a shell of my former self. I still am. I couldn't believe how I looked. I stood at that Sikh Hamas ceremony, surrounded by terrorists and a crowd of so-called uninvolved civilians, hoping my wife and daughters were waiting for me. At the handover, I met a representative from the Red Cross. She told me, "Don't worry, you are safe now." Safe? How could I feel safe surrounded by terrorist monsters? Where had the Red Cross been for the past 491 days? Then I arrived home. They told me my mother and sister were waiting for me. I said, "Get me my wife and daughters." And that was when I knew. They were gone. They had been murdered.
Yep. Oh, Israel's committing a genocide. Oh, mass starvation. Bro, they will literally show you food lines of Palestinians that are supposedly starving. They are all either normal weight, many of them are overweight, and they have been claiming they're starving. Why are they all overweight? Or at the very least, normal weight? And then you have these Israeli hostages that are released. They are literally starving. They are starving to death. Nobody says shit. Nobody, not a peep, don't hear anything. Like, it's so ridiculous.
I'm here today because I survived and I prevailed. But that is not enough. Not when Elon Oil is still there. Not when 59 hostages are still there. Right now, Elon is trapped underground, alone, surrounded by terrorists who torment him. He doesn't know if he will ever see his mother, father, his entire beloved family again. I will not leave him behind. I will not leave anyone behind. Their time has almost run out. I'm here before you now to give my testimony and to ask, where was the United Nations? Where was the Red Cross? Where was the world? I know that you discuss the humanitarian situation in Gaza very often.
They don't care. The UN has been so ridiculously biased against Israel since the very beginning. The amount of nonsense that the UN has done. Like, bro, they told Hezbollah to demilitarize and pull back from that whatever river. They basically just told them they can't be in southern Lebanon. They have to go towards the north. UN never enforced that mandate, never did fucking anything. And then when Israel went to war with Hezbollah recently, after Hezbollah had been firing fucking rockets into Israel, killed about a dozen fucking people, forced nearly 100,000 to evacuate northern Israel. What does the fucking UN do? They literally act as human shields to try to disincentivize Israel from attacking Hezbollah targets. They passed a resolution, never enforced the resolution, let Hezbollah do whatever the fuck they wanted, and then when Israel attacks Hezbollah, perfectly justifiably, they literally acted as human shields for fucking Hezbollah. Like, it's just fucking insane. Like, fuck the UN. They're a complete joke.
But let me tell you, as an eyewitness, I saw what happened to that aid. Hamas stole it. I saw Hamas terrorists carrying boxes with the UN and UNRWA emblems on them into the tunnel. Dozens and dozens of boxes, paid by your government. Feeding terrorists who tortured me.
Yep.
And murdered my family.
Yep.
They would eat many meals a day from the UN aid in front of us, and we never received any of it. When you speak of humanitarian aid, remember this. Hamas eats like kings, while hostages starve. Hamas steals from civilians. Hamas blocks aid from reaching those who truly need it. 491 days. That is how long I starved. How long I was chained. How long I begged for humanity. And in all that time, no one came. And no one in Gaza helped me. No one. The civilians in Gaza saw us suffering. They cheered our kidnappers. They were definitely involved. I was freed less than 6 weeks ago. I met President Trump at the White House and thanked him for securing my release and many others. I appreciate his efforts to free those still held hostage by Hamas. I told him, bring them all home. I met with Prime Minister Starmer at 10 Downing Street. I told him, bring them all home. Now, I'm here before you at the United Nations to say, bring them all home. No more excuses. No more delays. If you stand for humanity, prove it. Bring them home. My name is Eli Sharabi. I am not a diplomat. I am a survivor. Bring...
Richard. The poor Palestinians just want to paraglide into music festivals and gun everyone down and throw grenades into crowds. Their aspirations don't matter. The deaths need to be one-to-one. Don't you see? IDF needs to sacrifice their own soldiers to match.
Yeah, that's how a lot of people think. Unfortunately, if only you could wipe those fuckers out. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner.
Bring them all home. Now. Thank you.
When we have hostages taken, nobody is fighting for them. There is no Red Cross. There is no UNRWA. There is no aid agency that helps Jewish hostages, Israeli hostages. There's nobody to care for them, and there's nobody fighting for them. Hell, if you put posters of them up on the streets, they get taken down.
Yep.
In Western cities. That's the reality of being an Israeli. So the IDF is not perfect, but damn, is it the only place, the only organization, the only army that's fighting for me, that's fighting for us, that's fighting for our family. Eli has another clip here I want to play.
On February 8th,
I believe he spoke outside of the UN.
My name is Eli Sharabi. I am 53 years old. I've come back from hell. I've returned to tell my story. I used to live in Kibbutz Be'eri with my British-born wife, Liane, and my daughters, Noya and Yahel. It was a beautiful community. We were all passionate about creating the best life for our children and for our neighbors. Liane and I was married for 23 years and had two wonderful daughters and a dog, Mocha. On October 7, my heaven turned to hell. Sirens began. Hamas terrorists invaded, and I was ripped away from my family, never to see them again. That morning, after the sirens began, I tried to reassure Liane. The army will come. They always come, I told her, but they didn't. The terrorists infiltrated our community. The terrorists broke down our door. The dog barked, and the terrorists opened fire. My wife and I threw ourselves over our daughters, screaming for them to stop. They dragged me away as I called out to my girls, I will be back. I had to believe that. I didn't know I should have said goodbye forever. Outside, my peaceful home was gone. Over 100 terrorists were laughing, celebrating, filming themselves in our gardens. They beat me as they dragged me towards Gaza. My ribs were bruised. My face was swollen. And when we reached the border, a mob of civilians trying to lynch me. They put me from the car, but the terrorists rushed me away into a mosque. I was their trophy. For 491 days, I was kept underground in Hamas terror tunnels, chained, starved.
Oh, the terror tunnels don't exist. Oh, it's all an Israeli psyop. Oh, how could they build all those tunnels without Israeli knowing? The IDF's lying about it.
Beaten, humiliated. The chains they kept me in tore into my skin from the moment I entered until the moment I was released. I was given almost no food, no water, and no mercy. I was treated worse than animal. I was fed a piece of pita a day, maybe a sip of tea. I had to beg for food, beg to use the bathroom. Begging became my existence. And through it all, I held on to the hope that I would see my family again. When I was released on February 8, 2025, I weighed just 44 kilos. I had lost over 30 kilos. I arrived home and they told me my mother and sister were waiting for me. I said, get me my wife and daughters. And that was when I knew. They were gone. They had been murdered. My brother Yossi was murdered in captivity. He is still being held in Gaza, denied the dignity of burial. Just before my release,
Hamas took pleasure in showing me a picture of my brother Yossi. They told me he was dead. It was like they had brought a massive hammer down on me. I refused to believe it. Where was the Red Cross when we needed them? Where was the United Nations? 491 days of torment, 491 days of starvation, of being chained underground. And no one came. No one in Gaza helped me. The civilians saw us suffering, and they cheered our kidnappers. They were definitely involved. I'm here today because I survived. But survival is not enough. Not when 59 hostages are still there. I was freed less than 6 weeks ago. I've come here to be the United Nations with a simple message. Bring them all home.
Yeah, fucking insane. And, yeah, there's the UN, fucking, oh, Israel's committing a genocide. Oh, why do they have to go in and kill everybody? What's the point? It's not that big of a deal. Oh, Hamas only killed 1,200 Israelis. What's the big deal? People are just pieces of shit, dude.
Has the PC audience cornered, essentially. They have plenty of companies that have tried to compete with them over the years, but they all seem to come up short, at least in my opinion. And no matter what these other companies seem to do, Valve somehow they continue to quote-unquote do
Times
nothing.
of Israel article on October 8th.
For years, Netanyahu propped up Hamas. Now it's blown up in our faces. Treating a terror group as a partner at the expense of Abbas and Palestinian statehood as a result in wounds. Well, again, Netanyahu has, said his reasons. They were democratically elected in Gaza, and, he thought he could make some good relations and whatnot, but yeah, it didn't work out. Thanks for the donation, Luke.
And win, although I don't really think it's fair to say that Valve does nothing. I think that they do.
Nutmuffin donated $2. Let me see.
Wanted to, apologize for my behavior today. Wasn't right what I done, and I realized I hurt the feelings of someone I care about. You still there? Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for the donation, Nutmuffin.
A lot, most of it behind the scenes, some of it good, some of it bad. But Valve just published their 2024 year in review, and the numbers that they have posted are staggering. According to Valve, 2024 was the Steam platform's best year ever in terms of customers buying newly released games. And this is not a fluke. This is a pattern of growth over time that other companies would be very happy to have. Check out this graph of the last 8 years of what Valve calls new release revenue. Every single year, with the exception of 2023, was a big improvement over the previous year, with 2023 being a slightly lower year than 2022, and then 2024 being an absolute massive mammoth jump over the previous year. Valve classifies new release revenue as gross revenue from the first 30 days following a product's release, plus pre-purchase revenue if there is any. For clarity, a game is only counted once. So if a game launched into early access, they use the early access initial date rather than a future 1.0 date. According to Valve, this number has increased nearly 10 times over since 2014. That is 1,000% of growth over 10 years, which is absolutely nuts. Plus, on top of that, in 2024, more than 500 titles exceeded $250,000 in revenue, which is up 27% over 2023, and more than 200 titles made more than $1 million in new release revenue, which is up 15% since 2023. Now, someone might wonder why customers like you and me might care about this. I mean, it doesn't really affect us, right? And I think that that is a good question, and perhaps we shouldn't care about how well Valve is doing. But I think the pattern of growth and success that Valve is experiencing is what allows Valve to take risks like the Steam Deck or their upcoming console Fremont, because even if those big risks, and those are expensive risks that Valve is trying to take here, even if those risks don't pan out the way that Valve wants, their business is still making plenty of money. So without growth like this, we probably wouldn't have devices like the Steam Deck. And honestly, I don't know that we would see non-Steam Deck PC handhelds either, as in my opinion, the Steam Deck kicked off the PC handheld market. And as somebody that likes playing my PC library on handhelds, I am glad that Valve is doing well. But I'm not a fanboy. I don't want them to sit atop the mountain looking down at their vanquished competitors, because right now, yeah, Valve is doing great things for customers, but ridiculous lead. After getting bloodied over and over in the console wars, Microsoft is currently putting things in place to move away from competing with Sony and PlayStation and compete more directly with Valve. And while it's possible that Microsoft's latest moves can make an impact, what I think will happen instead is that most people will just install Steam on the next Microsoft console, if that's actually a possibility, which is what Phil Spencer has alluded to in the past. I have a video all about this that I posted recently. You can check it in the description down below that like button. By the way, while you're down there, if you want to see more news videos like this, hardware reviews, or podcasts from me, click on that subscribe button and set notifications to all. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Anyway, back to Valve. The number of people who are logging into Steam just keeps going up. There's a lot of reasons for this. For instance, both Xbox and PlayStation have been pushing their games to Steam. This is because consoles have essentially hit the maximum addressable market that they can. What I mean by that is, for the most part, anybody that wants a console pretty much already has one if it's sold where they live, which is why we always seem to see the same number of consoles sold each generation. That number is flat. It is not increasing. And this would be fine for a company like Valve, but for companies like Sony and Microsoft, which are publicly traded companies, flat growth is a really bad statistics. Investors always need to have growth. This year has to be better than last year, and next year has to be better than this year. Yes, those companies sell video games and video game related things, but I don't consider them to be gaming companies. Someone might think I'm referring to the fact that...
Why in the fuck would you get a Nintendo Switch? That's just stupid. There's already Switch emulators, so why in the fuck would you bother?
Both Microsoft and Sony are well-diversified companies that make a lot of money in other places, but that's not why I don't consider them to be gaming companies. Even if Microsoft and Sony were companies that solely focused on video games, I still would not call them gaming companies. They're shareholder companies. Their entire existence is married to the fact that they are publicly traded, and therefore, we are not their customers. Their customers are investors, people that do not give a damn about video games. They just want to buy low and sell high, and they want the time between buying and selling to be as short as possible, which forces Microsoft and Sony to do things to give shareholders a return on their investment quickly, even if it's bad for the company in the long term, and therefore also bad for us in the long term. So with the reality setting in that they cannot get growth from new customers for the boxes that go underneath your TV, they've had to find other ways to capture new customers. Microsoft decided to become the biggest publisher in the gaming industry, but that cost them a stupid amount of money. I think it was like $70 billion. So now they have to start shipping their games on other platforms in order to make up for that massive $70 billion cost, including other platforms like PlayStation and Steam. Microsoft is also pushing cloud streaming of games, kind of like Google Stadia tried back in 2019. Essentially, Microsoft wants everything to be an Xbox, which is why they're partnering with TV manufacturers to get xCloud pre-installed on TVs, so all you have to do is buy a controller. At the same time, if that means that your Steam Deck is an Xbox because it plays Xbox games, then so be it. Though, as somebody who has used all the different cloud gaming solutions out there, or at least quite a few of them, I will say that xCloud is the worst experience of all the ones that I've used. Sony is currently dominating the console space if you take Nintendo out of the equation, which honestly, they're kind of their own thing anyway, so it makes sense to do that in my opinion. I don't see a world in which Sony starts putting their games on Xbox, but PC is another matter. Sony's been putting games on PC for a while, and the lag time between when a game is released on a PlayStation system and when it releases on Steam has been getting shorter and shorter. But Microsoft and Sony are not the only ones trying to compete with Valve. Third-party publishers tried to make their own stores. They saw that Valve was getting 30% of their income, and they thought, well, this is bullshit. Why should we give that money to Valve? We'll make our own store. And what they didn't understand, in fact, none of them understood, that Valve isn't just a store. It's also a social media network, a place to discover games, a library of games, and a trophy case all rolled into one. Now, that is not me saying that. That is Ethan Evan, former vice president of Amazon's Prime Gaming, talking about why they couldn't compete with Valve, even though they are a massive company and Valve is, comparatively, a tiny one. All the big third-party publishers tried and failed to make their own stores, taking their games off of Steam, and then one by one, they came crawling back because the user base, us, we didn't want to have 27 different solutions to the same problem. Valve solved the problem for us just fine, in my view, and we weren't really interested in trying the other stuff. The phrase Valve does nothing and wins, it's a phrase that I see get bandied about a lot here on YouTube, and hell, I've said it myself. As I write this, it might even end up being the title of this video. But in reality, it isn't that Valve does nothing, it's that Valve does things that are pretty good for end users, and they don't do it because they're not doing it just to be nice. They're doing it because they realize that since they are not a publicly traded company, they don't answer to shareholders. And since they don't answer to shareholders, they can play the long game. And the long game is, if you treat customers right, we will keep coming back. So what things did they give us last year, 2024, that they didn't charge us a dime for? Let's take a look at the list. First off, they continue to make it easier for us to find the diamonds in the rough. With thousands of games published to Steam every single day, it is hard to find the good ones because a lot of it, quite honestly, is not great. But with things like Steam Next Fest, which encourages devs to make demos so that we can try the games out for ourselves, you know what? I've said this for years. If a publisher believes in their game, then they should put out a demo. A demo will show players that this is a great game and it will lead to sales. And if you don't believe in your game, then don't put a demo out. So a lot of times when I see a publisher not put a demo out, I understand that it could be because of costs, but it could also be because they don't believe in their game and they're hoping it's awesome. Of course, they also did limit family members to be required to be in the same geographical region, which I think it's not necessarily for everyone. It's not because they're altruistic. I think it's because they know that when people use Steam, they make a bunch of money. And while the people using Valve's hardware are a tiny.
Breaking news, a judge has put a restraining order on Elon Musk and Doge. I want to go through the details of this and other things, and let's just jump right in. So this is the headline. Judge blocks Doge's access to Social Security systems with personal information, and also says temporary restraining order is the latest setback for cost-cutting group championed by Elon Musk. The details are actually pretty crazy when you read this stuff. I mean, this whole thing is crazy and it's hard to keep track of.
Halo is the best franchise ever created. You pathetic nicotine-addicted, monster-drinking scum. You will never own an aerial atom. You will never own a BMW motorcycle. How long can you survive on the calories or nicotine lozenges provide? Also love you.
Halo sucks. It was never good. Dude, I remember people were freaking out about Halo 3 and saying it was like the best game ever and like, oh my god. I played it when it was new. I got a fucking Xbox 360 and I'm like, okay, I'll try it if people say it's so amazing. Dude, the graphics were so fucking shit, even for the time period. Just looked like absolute fucking dog water. It looked like a fucking PS2 game. The level design was absolute fucking shit. And the online multiplayer just sucked ass. I don't know, like, I totally understand why people like Gears of War. Like, Gears of War is cool, but Halo just sucks fucking monkey fuck. You have to be a deranged, retarded, inbred fucking, like, just piece of shit to think fucking Halo is any good. It's just bad. Like, you have to be a tasteless fucking retard to like Halo. It's like liking pineapple on pizza. Honestly, liking Halo is even more retarded than liking pineapple on pizza. You have to be like a special kind of retard. Imagine just running into somebody who's a Halo fan and enjoys pineapple on pizza. Like, that is a fucking scumbag that needs to be part of a fucking eugenics program. You should not be allowed to breed, let alone live, if you like Halo and pineapple on pizza. That is a subsection of the population that needs to be fucking erased. Thanks for the donation, though, Walla Wally.
All of it. But I'm trying my best. And, here it says, a federal judge on Thursday temporarily blocked members of Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency from accessing the Social Security Administration systems containing personal information
of American history.
Pass Through is the Neil Breen mega blockbuster hit movie where he showed the world desert tigers.
Something incredible is about to happen.
No, it isn't. We'll start off with these stupid kids who are complete garbage even for a Neil Breen movie.
How strong is that signal? Let me see.
How about you get off your ass and go to him?
I'm following it. I lost it.
Way to go, you fucking idiot. Nothing they do matters, and they only exist to pad the movie's runtime.
Have you written any songs lately?
I've been working on a couple new songs.
Oh, fuck off. Nobody gives a shit. They spend most of their time annoying this professor.
I've realized that I've called you a lot in the past.
Instead of just letting him die with dignity.
I can't go.
I think that guy might be an acting professor. Let me look up wait. Viad? Who the fuck is Viad? Kathy Corpus. Kung Fu martial artist and certified Tai Chi master. She was in a Neil Breen movie? What the fuck? Who's that old guy? Weird. Okay, no, that guy looks a lot like an acting professor I've seen.
Go without me.
I wish the professor was here.
These idiots seriously asked him to go fucking hide.
Do a Fallout New Vegas stream and we decide what you do in game and pay you. I'll do that later. We'll definitely play that game at some point.
Hiking. They come across Breen, who's
I'm not playing that game without like a trainer or mod or just turning God mode on or something. I can't be fucked. It's just way too fucking slow otherwise.
dying in the middle of the desert.
Hey, have you found anything?
And they finally do something right.
Some homeless bum.
Somehow, they all three forgot to charge their phones, and they all die at the same time.
Oh my god, the power's out on my phone!
My power's out too!
Oh my gosh, me too!
Which is too bad, because the professor's rolling on Molly right now, and is amped the fuck up.
Hello? Do you see anything?
Nobody's even on the other end of that.
What do you see? Hello? Hello?
Play Time Splitters. People have told me to play Time Splitters. I don't know. It doesn't look great. Is it not on Steam? Time Spinner. No Time Splitters on stream. Weird.
Hello?
Then they're magically back home and realize if they want the professor to go hiking, they can just fucking kidnap him.
Professor, you're coming with us!
And there's nothing that shriveled old fuck can do about it. Then we find out not only can he walk just fine, but he has clearly never used a wheelchair in his life. This is just embarrassing. They show him that creepy homeless guy, and then things get really uncomfortable.
Take me!
Sorry guys, he's not Steven Seagal. You're way too young for him.
No, I can't take you.
Then he charges their phone batteries and their story just ends.
This is amazing.
Oh, fuck you. That was awful. Now for the awesome. This is Dana.
What the hell are you doing in my house?
She is by far the greatest character to ever appear in a Neil Breen movie.
Give me a second. Very orangutan-like.
Movie.
I will kill you!
She does human smuggling and trafficking.
I own you!
But wait, it gets better. She has this crazy fifth sense and can pick up on things nobody else can. Take this very pregnant lady.
It's not racist if you actually look like an orangutan.
Lady, for example.
How many months pregnant are you? 7.
Turns out she's not really pregnant.
I think Time Splitters is available on PlayStation. I don't know what that does for me because I don't have a PlayStation.
She's actually smuggling burritos. How did she know? In case you think that was just a lucky guess and she stabs pregnant women at random, which definitely sounds like Dana.
Don't even think about trying to sneeze without asking permission.
How do you explain how she knew this guy wasn't pregnant either? But the best thing about Dana, by far, is how she treats the elderly.
You two are of no value to me on the street.
And children.
Why'd you shoot her? Because I have absolutely no value for you two on the streets.
Did she fucking stutter? She spends the entire movie just shouting the craziest shit.
You ran away and tried to escape.
That never happened.
Get out of the shower!
She ends up in a shouting match with Breen, and after the deepest dialogue you will ever hear.
You are done!
No, you are done!
I'm
done! Done!
Breen gets terrified and backs away as she just fucking disappears. Dana may be gone, but she'll live in our hearts forever. Next, the immigrants. We're never told where they're from, other than it's one of the many countries that borders Nevada.
Whoa.
We're supposed to sympathize with them.
I'm empty inside.
But 1, we all saw that whole burrito thing. And 2, they're dumber than shit. This guy makes a break for it.
I'm getting out of here.
And decides the best time to make his move is when the guy with the gun.
This gives me an idea. Have like a movie about how rather than like cocaine being illegal, burritos are illegal. And like there's Mexican burrito gangs that traffic burritos. And then they find a way to like smuggle burritos from Mexico into the US. That'd be pretty hilarious.
Is right on top of him. This lady really needs to work on reading the room.
They killed my husband?
I was being abused by my boyfriend, and I thought that he was gonna kill me. They killed my friend.
I'm pregnant!
I'm glad you could make this all about you, selfish bitch. This guy is the only one who has their shit together.
I hate the politicians in my country. They're so corrupt.
Then you came to the right place, sir. We don't have any of that shit here.
They killed my wife.
Nobody gives a shit. Anyways, Breen shows up to lead them to a better life. Just kidding. He tells them to pack their shit and get the fuck out.
Now go back. Get out of here. Go back to where you came from. Now go.
Yeah, this is a real movie. Neil Breen. You should check out Neil Breen movies. He's legitimately crazy, and he thinks he's like an actual filmmaker, and he makes these like so bad they're good movies. And the reason they're so entertaining is because he genuinely tries. He actually puts effort into this, and it just makes the world of difference. When people like deliberately make bad movies, they're just not good. Like, in order for a movie to be so bad it's good, there has to be like some actual real intent for it to be good. I think The Room is still like, you know, top tier, so bad it's good, but yeah, Neil Breen films are terrific.
Have you seen The Walking Dead? Your opinion? The earlier seasons are so nostalgic for me, but Im said that the last few seasons and most of the spin-offs are absolute ass.
Never watched The Walking Dead because they're very stupid. So this is like an issue for me specifically, but there's a lot of dumb shit in the series that, how do I... The people who made the show don't understand how guns work. Let me see if I can find an instance. Walking Dead Season 1. Rick killing zombies. No, that's not it. Yeah. Oh my god. It's so bad. Like, running around, one hand, and then all headshots. Like, that triggers the fuck out of me. And I mean, you can see him aiming the gun at the ground, and then he'll like hit... Yeah, there you go. Like, so stupid. There's his gun aiming right at the ground. Like, literally aim the thing at the ground and then headshot. Like, nobody cared when filming and trying to coordinate this shit. Yeah, just point your gun whatever. Just go like this all over the place. And, you know, we'll add the, you know, effect in post that the gun's shooting, and then, you know, the squibs will go off or something, and then no one cared. And, they, like, it was so cheap, too. They didn't even use a gun that's using, like, blanks. They didn't even bother using an airsoft gun. They could have, like, literally just gotten an airsoft gun, loaded it with CO2, so that you'd see the action cycling. They didn't even bother doing that. You can see after each shot, the gun doesn't actually cycle. They just have some inert prop gun. All they did was add in that little flash sound effect and the sound effect in post, and it's a really bad sound effect too. And you don't even see any casings. Like, look at this. It's just terrible. Like, it's... And just over and over and over again, there's also another scene where, that one chick, kills her friend that got bit, and she literally holds her friend's head to her face, takes the gun's barrel is literally right next to her head, pulls the trigger, doesn't even blink, doesn't even flinch, gun goes off, and then it's like she'd be deaf. It's so, yeah, that shit triggers the fuck out of me. Whoever was responsible for, like, directing and filming all of this shit, like, literally did not understand guns at all. It's just the stupidest fucking show. And then there's all these gay, retarded, interpersonal problems that I just don't give a fuck about. Like, it's all stupid horseshit. Yeah, look at this. Yeah. Pulls a trigger, like, right next to his face, doesn't even blink. Like, there's so many stupid scenes like this. Like, this guy's a police officer, I know he's used to guns, but, like, if you shoot a gun right next to your face like that, you're blinking. So, yeah, just so much stupid... Oh, I think this is the scene I'm talking about. Wait, does she shoot her? No, that's not the one. What's this character's name? These people are so old now, I don't even know if I'll... Lorraine Holden. What was her character? Andrea Harrison. Yeah, this is it. Literally holds the gun right next to her face. Who kills somebody like that? Watch how she reacts. Doesn't even blink. .45 caliber handgun. Literally holds it right next to her face, pulls the trigger, doesn't even blink. Look, eyes open the whole time. Doesn't even blink. Like, this show is stupid. I just can't take it seriously. It's so dumb. Luke Skywanker, $92 relevant.
Facebook issued an apology on behalf of its artificial intelligence software that asked users watching a video featuring black men if they wanted to see more videos about primates. The social media giant has since disabled the topic recommendation feature and says it's investigating the cause of the error, but the video had been online for more than a year. A Facebook spokesperson told the New York Times on Friday, which first reported on the story,
Labels black men as primates.
that the automated prompt was an unacceptable error and apologized to anyone who came across the offensive suggestion. The video, uploaded by the Daily Mail on June 27, 2020,
That's fucking hilarious, dude. Thanks for the donation, Luke Skywanker.
So this entire thing.
Oh yeah, I love how in Walking Dead season 2 there was also that they did so many stupid episodes. It got dumber in season 2 as well. Walking Dead well zombie. Yeah. They were considering drinking out of this fucking well. There was a zombie in the fucking well, and they're talking about, how do we get the zombie out of the well so we could drink the water? Why would you drink the water when a zombie has been rotting and shitting in the water? Like, if there was a dead rat in the water, would you drink it? Why would you drink water with a dead zombie, like, pissing and shitting and rotting and spreading infected zombie juice in the fucking water? It's, like, what are the writers thinking? Like, there's so many stupid fucking episodes in this show where people do things that are just such retarded, nonsensical horse shit. Like, The Walking Dead is just fucking stupid. I think people watched it because, like, what else are you gonna fucking watch? Like, you know, SpongeBob kind of ran its course. People like people liked Breaking Bad, so I don't know, maybe people are just fucking stupid, but yeah, The Walking Dead is fucking stupid. Breaking Bad is fucking stupid. I think people just like stupid horse shit, honestly.
Was completely fucking pointless. Now for these two, who are just like the other immigrants, only not as smart.
Why are we running?
I'm pretty sure it's because this guy was fucking shooting at you. Anyways, Breen is such an amazing writer that he's able to sneak in their entire backstory in the most subtle and realistic way possible. Let's see if you can catch it.
Your mother's my sister. She was murdered. You're my niece.
Simply breathtaking. They come across Breen's home that he's lived in since the 40s or some shit, and she is such a stuck-up bitch, she demands that he cleans it.
No way in hell we can stay here, no!
Before he can save her life.
I'll clean it for you.
Then she freaks the fuck out when he actually does.
Oh yeah, that's the woman who's the martial arts expert. I don't know how the fuck she ended up in this movie.
God, how did I get here? Oh my goodness! What is this? What are you doing?
I swear to God, she could really use some Dana.
I will kill you!
Now that they live there, they spend most of their time huddled in the corner like they're afraid Breen wants to wear their skin as a mask. And I'm pretty sure they're right. The niece catches Breen doing everyday Breen shit, which is more than she can handle, so she deals with it the only way she can, by laying down and going to sleep. Murdered mother's sister doesn't even know about that shit, but accidentally makes the right call.
I'll kill you, you fucker!
By smashing his face with a fucking rock.
I won't.
The thing that triggers me is that they always just have shitty hunting rifles when they're in the USA, and we all have AR-15s and shit. Can you explain that? Well, yeah, so if they gave everybody AR-15s and plenty of ammunition, you wouldn't have, like, contrived plots where, oh my god, we're getting overrun by zombies. I have a gun that's only bolt action and I only have 7 bullets. Oh no, what are we gonna do? Like, yeah, in a zombie apocalypse, if you were in the United States, even if you weren't a gun owner, you'd be able to find an AR-15, go to a gun store, get just thousands and thousands and thousands of rounds of 5.56. You would be perfectly fine, and then, yeah, with those sorts of circumstances, too, how would there ever even be a zombie apocalypse? Like, in order for any of these zombie apocalypse stories to even make sense, like, they just can't. Let's see. Zombie that can, like, barely walk faster than a fucking crawling toddler versus people with fucking automatic AR-15s. Like, brains. And then you have a fucking AR-15. Gee, who's gonna win? The zombie that can barely move? Or, you know, the 10 people with fucking AR-15s with 30 round fucking mags? So, yeah, these zombie stories are usually just fucking stupid, and again, they have to create, like, these stupid fucking situations where people living in the fucking United States somehow cannot ever find a fucking AR-15 and any ammunition. Like, maybe it would make sense if they were living in New York or some fucking shithole like that, but I mean, weren't they in Texas or Arizona or something? Like, it's so stupid.
I won't hurt you.
For no reason.
I won't hurt you.
I could watch that all day.
Hurt you.
Anyways, then they're suddenly best friends.
You know, I'm very sorry for hitting you in the eye.
And the movie never explains how they got there. She finds out that Breen lied about his...
What do you mean I underestimate how stupid people are? Okay, buddy, have you ever seen, like, the Zulu War? So, dude, this is a situation... Bro, this is a situation where the British Army were outnumbered like 5-1 or something. I think it was even crazier than that. No, it wasn't even 5-1. Wasn't it like fucking 50? I swear there was like 50 British soldiers versus thousands of fucking Zulu warriors. Some guy literally made a 3D animation of this. I don't know if he used like Totally Accurate Battle Simulator or something. There were like fucking 50 British troops against like 2,000 Zulu warriors. And these British troops were just using muskets. Or no, they had trapdoors, right? Yeah, they were using trapdoor rifles. These are fucking dudes using trapdoor rifles, no magazine. You have to manually load each shot. And they were up against like 2,000 Zulu warriors. Guess who fucking won? The fucking dudes with the fucking trapdoor rifles. These are fucking... They aren't even zombies. Like, you could say they're dumb. They were, like, fucking village people running into, like, fucking, you know, gunfire. But they weren't zombies. Like, you could probably teach them to read and write. You know, like, they're people. Maybe stupid people who run into fucking bullets, but they're people. Fucking 50 dudes with trapdoor rifles annihilated fucking 2,000 Zulus. Like, you're fucking telling me a group of people with AR-15s wouldn't be able to just fucking rape the ever-loving shit out of zombies? Like, it's stupid. Like, the amount of undermining you have to do of, like, the power of, you know, just guns in order to make these zombie plots make sense is just so fucking stupid and crazy. So, yeah, like, guns work. Just ask the, like, fucking Zulus who just... thousands of them ran into just, like, 50 fucking British troops how good guns are. So, yeah, like, The Walking Dead is just fucking stupid. Like, at least with The Last of Us, it kind of makes sense because not only are the zombies, like, the kind of fast-moving zombies, but on top of that, the mushroom spores are airborne. So, as soon as these mushroom spores get into a population, like, you have massive, ridiculous rates of zombie infection. So even if you have firearms, like, yeah, you're gonna be very quickly overwhelmed by, like, you know, these mushroom spores and shit. And on top of that, the plot in The Last of Us 2, like, it starts off very deep into the zombie infestation plague thing, and it's not like humanity is... They don't have a plot where humanity is literally on the brink of complete failure and everyone's dying. Like, people found a way to just live relatively fine. Like, you know, there's just people with these cities that are, like, kind of reinforced, and you have security or military with machine guns that are able to just, you know, fend off zombies. But Walking Dead is just fucking stupid. You're talking about complete and utter societal collapse. Huge existential threat to humanity. And it's from just dumb zombies who can barely fucking walk, and the only way to get infected is if they bite you. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, Walking Dead is just stupid. Luke Skywanker donated $2. Have you seen 28 Days Later? I have. Aren't they coming out with 28 Years Later? When's that coming out? 28 Years Later. Has that already come out? No, June 20th. I'm actually looking forward to that one. The 28 something later movies, again, it made more sense. It wasn't like the virus was an existential threat to humanity. And it took place in the UK, where great thinking UK, ban guns when there's a zombie outbreak. Like again, the plot was plausible. So the US military had to come in to contain the zombie outbreak in the UK because all you fucking dipshit retards banned guns. So, again, plausible. The virus is, like, insanely fast spreading. The zombies are extremely fast and aggressive. And it happened in a country, the UK, where you would expect that to happen, where all you retards gave up your guns. So, yeah, the 28 whatever movies made a lot more sense. Oh, yeah.
I checked the shed and I can't find him anywhere. Not in the cellar or the attic. I can't. No, you'll lead him right to him. We can't stay here.
The zombies are barely moving. Like, you could literally just get a piece of wood with a nail sticking out and just easily kill them all. Like, what are they worried about?
But that's my boy!
Like, they're in an open field and everything, too. It's not like they're in a cramped warehouse where you could just get squeezed in. You're in an open field. Like, why is he even wasting ammo? Just get a fucking 2x4 with a nail in it and just hit them in the head.
Have to trust if he
So, yeah, Walking Dead is just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Luke Skywanker.
His name,
That isn't your name.
which can only mean one thing.
Have you seen the future?
What? No, the serial killer thing. You know what? Fuck it. She tries to out-stupid Breen.
I am the future.
But come on.
Are you one of us? Or from out there?
He's out of her fucking league.
Yes.
She suddenly starts freaking out,
You have to help me find her!
but Breen can't quite figure out what the problem is.
You have to help me find her! I need to find her. She's missing. We have to find her. Please. We have to find her. She's missing. We have to find her.
He's still not sure what's going on, but agrees
is
to
like
do
the best
whatever it
acting I've
takes
ever
if it
seen.
will just shut her up.
We have to find her.
Luckily, there's only one footprint in the entire desert,
Look, there's her footprint.
which leads them right to her.
I'm gonna kill you.
It turns out she was just playing the tie and noose game
We were just playing.
with this normal guy who lives in an abandoned mine.
I just want to be left alone.
On their way out, murdered mother's sister's ex-husband, who's never been mentioned before, magically shows up in the middle of the f***ing desert.
I've been looking for you.
And shoots both of them and himself in the head for reasons that are never explained. But they were just bullets to the face, so they're all perfectly fine, and none of whatever the fuck this was is ever mentioned again. Then their story ends with the niece deciding she's gonna go wander off and die. And now, the man himself. Breen is a simple man who enjoys cleaning up these empty cans.
Jalen donated $2. You like Jujutsu Kaisen? Can you ever react to an anime episode on stream? Well, no. I can't react to full episodes of any show because I'd get a copyright claim. But I'm not a fan of Jujutsu Kaisen. I think I watched the first 2 or 3 episodes and I kind of got bored. I might commit to just watching it through eventually because people tell me it gets better. So I might watch it later. Just kind of depends. Thanks for the donation though, Jalen.
He spends like 2/3 of the movie cleaning up these exact cans over and over.
It's clean. It's all clean.
He even found a way to monetize it.
Clean the smuggler arrival area so the Border Patrol doesn't know where we're at. Here's your pay.
Nothing raises a red flag to Border Patrol like a few empty cans in the Nevada desert. He does all this despite fighting a brave battle against diabetes. When he's not cleaning up cans, he's making out with this giant rock, which sends him back in time to hang out with this tiger, played by the world-famous Tiger. You know, normal shit. If you don't believe he's really AI from the future, then explain this.
Dark matter, the string theory, the universe is expanding, quantum physics, dark energy.
Can't fake that, although he does have an occasional malfunction.
I salute the light within your eyes, where the whole universe dwells. For when you are at that center within you, am I, that place within me. We shall be one.
He tells people repeatedly that bullets can't hurt him.
Don't shoot. You can't hurt me. Don't shoot. You can't hurt me.
Which I'm pretty sure is bullshit, because this rock
Hurt you won't. Hurt you won't. Hurt you won't.
fucked up his entire world. It's unknown why he lets her stay after that, but he leaves to visit some very classy parties where everyone's either really fucking tall or their furniture is hilariously tiny.
Isn't that corrupt? Isn't that immoral?
Then after lecturing and confusing everybody,
Who was that guy?
I have no idea.
he must not be from here. He takes the moral high ground by committing an act of terrorism and blowing them all the fuck up. He doesn't stop there, and I warned you guys earlier, he begins mass murdering so many people that he puts up Steven Seagal numbers.
I have eliminated 300 million humans from the planet today. I have killed them all.
Now for the true plot of the movie. Early on, Breen accidentally takes too much insulin and dies. Because diabetes is no fucking joke. When those annoying shits walk by,
Hey, look, there's that guy again.
he's just a rotting corpse. They get lost in the desert, and when their phone batteries all die,
Oh my god, the power's out on my phone.
My power's out too.
Oh my gosh, me too.
so do they. They got lit the fuck up back at the beginning. And instead of being perfectly fine, they were deader than shit. And come on, look at him. Of course he's dead. Everybody in this movie is fucking dead except for Dana, who was brought back to life because she is far too important. This entire movie actually takes place in hell, where Breen is forced to clean up these same cans for all eternity. Everyone else is cursed with far worse, an eternity of being in a Neil Breen movie.
Oh, shit.
Neil Breen's the GOAT.
I do.
I think he has one of his full movies up on YouTube. Yeah, Cade the Tortured Crossing. You have to pay for it, but he uploaded it to YouTube. His movies are something the fuck else. Oh, he has his own YouTube channel. Yeah, he's kind of crazy.
I recently heard my online friend Leah Hope say, instead of just trying harder, go harder, just try for longer. And that hit home, because when I first started out on this health journey of weight loss and carnivore and cutting out sugars and carbs and eating only meat, yes, I saw some changes, but it took many years for some of it to start really showing up. So yeah, I could have gone harder. Sometimes the answer is stick with it. Go for longer. Try longer. I like that.
This time. And team in the I'm Melissa. I'm Melissa Busta, and I'm with the Vegan Strong Plant Build team in the Strongman. I did the middleweight division this time. And every foot that I was taking, I was just thinking like how much harder it is for the animals. They have it so much harder. And so for me, if I can come out here and win it and show it that you can be strong,
Yeah, she's pretty
just
jacked.
eating plants, doing it for the animals, it was no problem then.
Do you sometimes miss when Jasmine used to whip you and call you the N-word during foreplay?
She never whipped me, and she only called me the N-word once, and she said it made her feel uncomfortable. But thanks for the donation, Lawless.
Another Kelly Hogan deterioration update video, this time with a bonus, but we'll keep that for the end. Behold, the dramatic saga of Kelly's deterioration, now in montage form.
Because when I first started out on this health journey,
On there, it turns out everything about eating is habit.
It's time to zoom in on her fucking face. Carnivore diet, Kelly's trophy cabinet. How many shiny golden muscle queen awards has she racked up in her lifetime? Did the carnivore diet hand her a best biceps ribbon or a most likely to mimic a lion certificate? I need proof that chomping on animal flesh is the secret to becoming the Hulk.
Well, there's no real proof.
Yeah.
It's a tough class. They said.
Yeah, everyone says the carnivore diet, oh, it's so much better for muscle building and fitness, and all these people are kind of just weak and retarded.
Performance and recovery. There's a great film, if people haven't watched what vegan athletes do, it's called The Game Changers. My friend James Wilkes produced it, and he's getting ready to launch the second film soon. I mean, it's just an honor to be here and to step up on stage with the world's top natural bodybuilders.
Now let's compare Shelley to Smelly Kelly. They're about the same age, so there's no excuses. Look at that. This is a fair comparison, but also not in a way because the vegan clearly dominates the carnivore. Kelly sees herself as an athlete who lifts. Otherwise, she wouldn't be flexing her arm.
Oh, that's an interesting point.
We're coming to marathons fueled by lentils, living their best lives while you're over there arguing with your steak about why it's not giving you superpowers. Imagine a world where animals are like, hey, thanks for eating me because some woman on the internet said bacon is life.
Yeah, all these carnivore dieters are just very weak, unfit people. I don't know, like, I mean, I just have lost all interest in debating these people because they're just lying, retarded ideologues. It's like arguing with a flat earther. Street Vegan donated $4.20.
You helped me defeat General Zod, but now you know I'm Superman. I have to kiss you and make you forget.
Why would that be one of your superpowers?
You should hear yourself sometimes, Lois.
Huh? What? Why am I standing here with Clark Kent when I should be chasing the scoop on Superman?
I should really use that power more often.
My beautiful hair. I'll never forget how you took it from me, Superman. Adventure Comics number 271.
Oh, really?
Superman! I'll destroy you! I can't remember why I hate you.
Oh, yeah. I know.
You might want to close your eyes. I'll run my fingers through your hair and I'll kiss you, bro. And you won't remember a thing. Don't try and run away.
Another job well done.
Robot Chicken was great. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Yeah, apparently Assassin's Creed Shadows is not selling at all, and Ubisoft is gonna go broke. What a surprise. Alright, I'm highly tired, and I want to go to bed. But, yes, it is getting late. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I shall be on tomorrow night, so I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams. Nighty-night, everybody.